Today is the 14th of January 2020, and this is a conversation between Emilio Longo and Gary Christensen. Gary, welcome to Skill-Based Art, a learning resource for art students and artist teachers. Thank you for your time today. This interview has surely been a long time coming.
Well, it certainly has, and I've appreciated my interactions with you and everything we've done together leading up to being able to have this interview conducted today.
Likewise, Gary. Fantastic. So I'm going to begin with the first question. Now, Gary, to provide some context as to who you are, Luis Torres, the co-editor of Aristos, an online review of the arts, has referred to you as Mr. Lack's, quote, devoted Boswell, unquote. Now, a Boswell is a person who documents the life of a famous character. The term is derived from the 18th century Scottish biographer James Boswell, who wrote the biography of the English writer Samuel Johnson, which is said to be one of the greatest biographies ever written. Now, you were born during 1948 in Racine, Wisconsin. Can you provide a brief overview of your childhood and how you became interested in traditional art?
Well, yes, and thanks for that little introduction, that reference by Luis Torres. I find that very flattering on his part. The way I got started and interested in art was as a young child, and that's really where most people do have some inkling of being, caught up or wanting to pursue it. I received a lot of encouragement from teachers in my elementary school when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and from my parents. And my dad one day showed me, and this is the first time I ever saw him do a drawing. I never saw him do anything like this since. He showed me how to do a silhouette drawing of a young woman. And it was very simple, but it was very, very nicely done. And I looked at that and I thought, I want to do that. So he gave me the drawing, and I spent time copying it and trying to get a sense of how to actually make a drawing like that. And then from there, I went on to do life drawings, sketches in pastels of my sisters and the other people around me. My sisters would always kind of sit and stare at the TV, so they were easy models. They didn't move around a lot. So they were my main subjects. And then later on, I got more encouragement from my school teachers. And when I was 10 years old, I received my first painting set, an oil painting set, from my parents for Christmas, and a canvas and an easel. And they also enrolled me in a art program on the weekends. It was a Saturday program at a little museum in Racine, which is on the shores of Lake Michigan, Wisconsin. And it was called the Wisdom Museum. And they had a class there that was letting people, adults mainly, come in and do paintings from either still lifes they would set up or slide projections of nature. So I started doing that. I mean, my work was obviously, very raw and very crude, but I from what I understood, it was I showed a definite talent that the adults that were there and the instructor that was there, they were very encouraging. And along the way, sometime around when I was 10 years old, maybe a little after, my parents also got me some art books on the old masters and the French impressionists. And looking through that, I discovered that there was such a thing as an art movement. And right away, I started thinking to myself, I wonder what it was like for them when they were in this movement, like the Impressionists. And did they know they were in a movement? Did they favor the use of the term that was used to describe them? And I wondered just what it would be like. Little did I know I was going to find out many years later. I also wanted to, on my own, I also wanted to be a famous painter and to travel the world. Of course, right away, I had some difficulty in thinking about my being a famous painter, because when I thought of the famous painters I was being introduced to, they had wonderful names. They had, Picasso and Rembrandt and Van Dyck and Van Eyck and Van Gogh and so on. And my name was Gary. So it just did not seem to kind of have the fit for being well, somebody would say, if I became a famous artist. So I had my doubts of ever attaining that, and I never did become a famous artist. I did have a touch with fame, as you know, with meeting Richard Black, but that comes along eventually. At that time, I was just enjoying exploring art and fundamentally look forward to having an adventurous life, and that I was meant to do something important. I felt that throughout all my life, even when I was going through struggling times as an adult. So all of that did come true ultimately, and it has been a very adventurous life in many ways.
Fantastic. So, Gary, you mentioned that your parents were pretty encouraging during your early years. Were they creative people themselves?
No, not really. Well, my mom played the piano in that sense. She had some creativity, but not otherwise. No, my talents seem to emerge somewhat exclusively within our family.
Great. So, do you come from a big family yourself?
Well, my parents had four kids. I'm the second oldest. I have an older brother and two younger sisters.
Oh, lovely. Now, moving on to your university years, you majored in fine art at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee with the intention on becoming a painter. However, this would come to change when you instead used your creative talents to become a freelance graphic designer, followed by holding positions in the creative department at a large direct mail catalog company, and eventually executive management at a design agency. Can you explain more about your work and why you decided to change career paths?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. The university I attended, and what I eventually discovered, all universities, and it's what you run into as well, they lack proper training for teaching people how to paint realistically and the traditional forms of training. The one exception to this situation I found myself with education is I had a very good painting professor. Now, the painting class, everybody was doing modernism. And I just felt like a real duck out of water. I would give it a try because that's what people were doing. That's what I was expected to do. And I just didn't quite get the hang of it. And I found myself thinking, well, to do something as a modernist, you've got to come up with something completely new, like all the other well-known modernists have done. So, but I found that very difficult. How do you come up with something that just creates a whole new way of painting, or how to come up with a whole new way of expressing your feelings and emotions and so on? So I struggled with it, but this professor noticed that I was struggling with all of that, and he said, I have a sense that you would prefer to paint realistically. And I said, well, yeah, I would. He said, well, tell you what you do. Grab your sketchbook, and I want you to spend the hour remaining of this class and go walk around the campus and find something that you see that interests you and sketch that. And when you got a sketch of that, come on back and I'll show you how to get it transfer that onto your canvas, and take some notes about the lighting and the colors that you see and so on. So I did that, and I discovered this, it was like a place where they grow plants and get them started. It was like a greenhouse. There we go. Mm-hmm. So I loved the atmosphere that was in there, and the different elements that were in there, the different textures, and the different where the light played off of the cheesecloth hanging from the ceilings that filtered it, and the colors of the plants. So I sat in a certain corner and I did this sketch, and I made those notes like he said. The next day I came back to the class and I showed him my sketch. He said, that looks like could be a very interesting painting. He said, I'll show you how to get that on your canvas. So I showed him how to block it out with a grid and how to transfer what I did to get it on the canvas. And then he made suggestions on laying on the paint and getting it started. And I just took it from there. So that really got me going. And at the time, too, there was a certain attitude, amongst us fine artists and fine art majors, because there certainly were classes on commercial art. We didn't want to take them. We thought that that was beneath us and it would be selling out. So I had this kind of cocky attitude that, being a fine art painter and painting great paintings would be far more superior than being able to make a living. Because one way you have the odds against you of making a living as a fine art painter is slim to none.
That's true.
But as a commercial artist, you could at least make a living. But I wasn't focused on that at the time. I was still in college, and in 1969, I was 21 years old, and I got married to a girl that I met on campus. I was a junior, and she was a freshman, and we became parents that same year.
Wow.
My wife got pregnant. Yeah, my wife, unbeknownst to me, my wife got pregnant. Not that I certainly participated in that, but I had no idea it was coming. And we decided that we wanted to keep the baby. There was no way that we were going to consider an abortion or anything like that. And we just kind of took this cavalier attitude of we can just make it go, and we'll have to just do what we were going to do. And I was also involved in the counterculture at the time, and involved in the anti-war movement and the civil rights movement and so on. And it was going to become apparent that I was going to be drafted because I had my physical, and I decided I wasn't going to join the Army, and instead we went up to Canada. So my son was born in Toronto, lived in Toronto, and I did a number of jobs there and had some adventures, which I won't go into because that's not necessary. But we came back in 1970, and I did a number of different works or jobs in different parts of the country, always trying to find one. I had to make a living. I was a parent. I was a father, and I had to, and I wanted to do something important. I wanted to feel like I was pursuing something that was going to get me somewhere, or take me somewhere. There was always that sense of I was meant to do something important. And I know a lot of kids feel that, and a lot of people feel that, but I could not let it go. It just, no matter what I did, and I would do what I needed to do to have a job, I always felt there was something more important I was supposed to do, and I was always kind of looking for that. So consequently, I had a lot of different jobs. I kind of stumbled around. And along the way, during that period of time, every once in a while, I'd be working for a business where they needed some commercial art. And they knew that I had a talent because I had talked about it. And they'd say, well, why don't you design this logo? Or why don't you design this advertisement for us? And so these opportunities kept appearing off and on throughout that period of time. It was kind of like I don't know if you've heard this term in Australia, but knock, knock, Putin.
Okay.
Come on. Haven't you got it yet? You could make a living doing commercial art. It took me a long time to really get it. And by 1982, I had what I've come to realize later was a series of very significant events. The first one being in 1982. At the time, I was doing sales, and in different major cities around the country, working for a company. The owners of it were friends of mine, and they had put together the sales team and a sales program where we took photographs of the skylines of major cities, and we had the photographers. We would make them into prints. The photographers would sign them and date them and give them a number, and we would have them framed, and then we take them around to businesses in that city and sell them on behalf of the JCs, which is a business people that want to move ahead in business. It helps them to socialize and to network and to get ahead in business.
Okay.
And they're a nonprofit organization. So they would like having us selling on their behalf because they got a third of what we brought in. The people selling got a third, and the company putting everything together got a third. So we did pretty well. And I was doing okay. I did not like sales at all. It was not something I got into because I was enticed into doing it because of any skill sets. It was more out of necessity. And I was okay at it, but I didn't enjoy it. It was always like a real hard thing for me to do.
Mm.
And so we were in Phoenix, Arizona at that time, in 1982, and doing the sales for the JCs there. Now, it turns out the JCs there, and I know this is a long explanation, but it's really important or germane to the everything else that's to come.
Sure.
The JC chapter there really did not need us as for our fundraising because they had a very successful fundraiser that was the annual rodeo that they sponsored that occurred in Phoenix. And it was a major, major deal. It was like a big event for the whole city. And it started with a cattle drive up in the northern part of Arizona and above it in New Mexico, a traditional cattle drive as it happened back in the early Western days. And the cattle would be driven down by these guys that were cowboys, and they even had chuck wagons and the whole bit where they would stop at the end of the day, and they would let the cattle graze and relax, and they'd have their fires and go to bed and get up in the morning and have their breakfast and all that stuff, and then they'd move on and they would go another 20 or 30 miles every day. So this was a big event that was being covered as they were moving towards the city. And eventually they got to the city on the date where it was going to be a major like parade where they would drive the cattle down the main street and get them to the stockyards, and then the rodeo would begin. So we went to an event at the JC chapter. Now they were very big. They had a huge auditorium building and that could hold probably several hundred people, and which they often had events there. And this was for a big event, kind of kicking off a public relations event to the rodeo. And every year they would hire and pay an artist to do illustrations for the programs for the radio or rodeo. And in this case, it was an artist that did wonderful pencil drawings of rodeo events like buck-beam broncos and chasing the bulls and bull riding and all of that. And he had a display set up in the back of the auditorium, and where some of these drawings that he did for the program, they were available for sale. And he had other drawings that he did of local Native Americans in the Arizona area. He was known for this work. And so I was admiring it. I wanted to talk to him. He was talking to somebody. So while I was waiting for him, I was looking at his drawings very carefully because they were very wonderful. And finally he was freed up, and I went over and I introduced myself and shook his hand. And he looked me in the eye and he said, "You're an artist, aren't you?" And I suddenly just was shocked. How did he know? And I said, "Yes, I am." He said, "So what are you doing?" Now, he meant, what kind of artwork are you doing?
Sure.
I just took it literally. What are you doing? And I said, "I'm doing sales." He stared at me for a second and he said, "Sales? What are you doing selling? Why?" I said, "Well, I have to make a living. I have a son." And at the time, I wasn't married anymore. My wife left us when my son was 3. So I was raising him on my own. I had people taking care of him while I was out on the road. And but so anyway, I said, I have a son. I have expenses. I have to make a living. He said, "That's bullshit." He said, "You should be doing your art." I said, "Well, what? I mean, how?" He said, "Look, I realized at an earlier age that I was an artist. Essentially, I was an artist, and I had some talent, and I was doing other things to make a living. And I was married. I had kids, and I talked to my wife, and I said, I can't do this anymore. I want to go to art school." Now, there in Arizona, they had a fine art school that still taught, because of Western art was still popular there. So there was schools that taught how to draw realistically to a certain degree anyway. And so he got his wife's agreement, and he said, I during the day I'd go to school, and at night I would work evenings doing whatever jobs were available. I was a janitor, or I'd do this, or I'd do that, or I was a security guard guy. He said, and we had to go on get food stamps to help get us by.
Wow.
He said, it took me like 2 years to go through this drawing school and time then to build up a career. He said, but I did it. He said, there's no excuse. If you're an artist, you should be doing your art. He said, because it sounds like you're not doing it at all. I said, well, I get little jobs here and there and stuff. He said, well, you got to put more into it. And so I was inspired by this guy. And I said, he's right. It was almost like somebody was shaking me and saying, come on, wake up. And so the next day was a Saturday, and so we weren't out selling. And I went and got some art supplies, a sketchbook and so on. And I went out into the desert, and I started finding things like a broken down shack or cabin or whatever. And I just started drawing. And when I came back, I ended up drawing and sketching the guys that were selling with us. There were some young guys along, in their early to mid 20s, and they'd buy cowboy hats. And so I'd sketch them wearing their cowboy hats. I still have these drawings. So the next week, I go back to the hall again, and there's that artist. And I went over to see him. He was getting some coffee. So I walked up to him and I said, hey, I got to shake your hand and thank you very much. And he kind of looked at me and I said, you inspired me to go out and get a sketchbook and to start drawing. And I went out in the desert and I explained what all that I'd done. And I said, I really appreciated getting that kick in the ass. And he looked at me and he said, I don't know who you are, and I don't know what you're talking about. But if I said something that motivated you to do some artwork, well, you're very welcome. But it's like he didn't remember me at all.
Sure.
So I found that very, very weird. I mean, looking at it from a very spiritual point of view and a religious point of view, it was almost like he was an angel. He was acting on behalf of God, trying to get my attention and to get on the right path, because I've just been struggling for the last 10 years or so of my life.
Sorry, Gary, I was going to ask, does this gentleman, would you like to share his name?
Oh, I don't have that right to hand, but his first name is John. I can't recall his last name.
Okay, sure.
But yeah. I mean, if you'd like to know, I could email it to you. And now you've got me, my curiosity up to going. I've got a copy of the brochure that he had done the artwork for, but it's in storage.
Okay.
My wife and I are in transit from our house that we sold to another house we're going to buy in another city. But anyway, so this was the first very important synchronistic event. And what I did is I told the people I was working for that I didn't want to be on the road anymore. And because of the art, certainly, but also because of my son. I was leaving him home too much and relying on people that were renting from me to take care of him. It just didn't seem right. I mean, I was his father. I needed to be there. So we worked out a different thing for me to do locally, which I won't go into because it's not necessary. It was, again, doing sales. But then I started right away finding things to sketch. I invested in oil paints and an easel again, and canvases, and I started getting some commission work here and there. People that I would talk to that was doing business with the art company, and they'd hire me to do some commission portraits or other things along that line. Not a lot. It wasn't enough to necessarily let me work that way full time, but it was something. And then I was also continuing to get commercial artwork to do on a regular basis. So, things were going certainly in the right direction, and I was much happier. Still doing sales, but eventually I wanted to make enough money where I wouldn't have to. But that was slow in coming. But I then took a class at our local art museum, the Minneapolis Institute of Arts.
Sure.
And they were offering, and so this is leading up to another very critical synchronistic event. So this was then at 1983. I took a class along with my son at the Minneapolis Institute of Arts. There's a school attached to it called the Minneapolis College of Art and Design.
Mm-hmm.
Little did I know that Richard Black first attended that school.
That's
when
right.
he was a young man for 2 years
Mm-hmm.
before he went on to Boston to discover Gamma.
Sure.
But I took this class, and it was an illustration class being taught by a professional illustrator that wanted to give back, some of payment in back, to share his success and what his knowledge was. So he taught this class, and I was, because I wanted to do more and more illustration is what I really would like to focus on. There's really good money in illustration. So we began having lunch. Him and a couple of other students got to know him, and we would go over from the school over to the museum, which was right. They were basically connected together, and we would have lunch there. And I would be waiting. I had time to kill because my son was taking art classes on animation, and his classes ran an hour longer than mine did.
Mm-hmm.
So we would have lunch, and we would talk. And suddenly I wanted to ask him, one day about getting some advice on getting more training. And he said, well, I said, because what I'd really like to do is focus on realistic illustrations. He said, well, if you really want to learn how to draw really good realism, you should go to Atelier Lac. He said, I've heard about it. I've never studied there, but I've heard that is the place to go in the city if you want to learn how to draw realistically.
Sure.
So this was like in the late fall of 1983 or 82, and then so in 83, I went over to, or it was 1983. I went and looked up Atelier Lac, and in January they were having their first new evening classes starting up, because that's what he had mentioned, that they offer evening classes
Mm-hmm.
as well as full time. So I signed up for an evening class, and that's when I first encountered Mr. Lack.
Sure.
And yeah.
Okay, great. Now, Gary, there's a few things I want to clarify there. So, regarding your time at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, so we're talking circa 1969?
Yes, I went. I was there from 67 through 69. I had attended another college prior to that, so I was in college from beginning in 1966 through 69.
Okay. And how long were you a fine art student before you switched to commercial art?
Well, I was never a commercial. I never switched to commercial art in college.
Okay.
I never graduated from college because I got married, had a kid, moved to Canada because of the war to avoid the draft,
Mm-hmm.
and came back. And so my focus at that time was making a living. It took me a long time to get into a position where I started finding opportunities to do commercial art, and during the 1970s.
Mm-hmm.
So that's eventually what led me to my first encounter with an artist to kind of really get me even more focused.
Sure.
On my doing artwork as well as commercial art, because by then it was very realistic to me that I needed to find a way to do art that would pay me an income. And I knew that painting was going to be a crapshoot, but I was getting more assignments in commercial art, not only by the people I work for, but other people that I did other work for, and so on. We're kind of worked out around. So I was getting more and more commercial art, but none of it was enough to really make a living. It wasn't until 1980, 85, 86 that I began to be able to focus full time on doing freelance commercial art. In the meantime, it was continuing to develop my art skills. I attended Atelier Lac evening class and so on. So that's where the rest of the interview will go.
Sure, sure. So during those times when you were in sales and you're doing a bit of painting and drawing on the side, did you find it hard to focus on drawing and painting due to kind of the financial pressures that you were under?
Well, yeah, I had to create time for it.
Yeah,
And certainly, if I got an assignment, the first thing I did was carve out some time to be able to work on it.
sure,
So I was always able to, I was very good at compartmentalizing my life when I needed to be able to get everything done I had to get done.
sure, sure. And I wanted to mention as well, Gary, you mentioned that when you had met the artist who was doing the lovely drawings, realistic drawings of the rodeo and such, who goes by the name of John, that you look at it as an analogy of almost like he was an angel in disguise, a messenger from God and such. And I just wanted to touch upon, I mean, this period in your life. Did you have any sort of spirituality or any religious beliefs?
Um, I had always had spiritual beliefs. I mean, just briefly, I was raised a Lutheran. I was raised a Christian, but when it came to what was going on in the world with the anti-war movement and what became eventually the counterculture revolution, I started to question my religion, and actually got to the point where I did not consider myself a Christian, but I did believe in God, and I believe in spirituality, that there was a spirit, and that there were events or things that could occur within people and around people that had a spiritual foundation of some kind. So I
Sure.
was very open to any of those kind of events. And so when I met this artist, I didn't look at it necessarily as that he was an angel. That wasn't until later. When as years go by, you gain the benefit of hindsight and being removed from something and an event that you experience and being able to kind of look at it clearly and see what else was there that you maybe didn't realize at the time it was going on. Because at the time, it was just a shocking event.
Sure.
Um, and I was very curious. It was dumbfounded that by the fact that even though certainly it was an important enough event for me to remember, he didn't.
Mm.
And I thought for sure he'd at least recall my talking to him, but he didn't recall me at all. So that just always struck me as being kind of curious.
Sure.
It was later that I did come back to the Christian religion again, and the concept of that he was most likely, it could have been an angel, rung true with me,
Sure.
because somebody in the spiritual world is like my destiny was calling out to me in some
Okay.
ways. Richard Lack had synchronistic events too. So some of this I had in common with him, and we talked about some of them. He wasn't a Christian. He just realized that on a spiritual, metaphysical basis,
Mm.
your life can take on these synchronistic events.
Sure. Sure. So currently, are you still a Christian?
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't say I'm what's commonly referred to here as a born again Christian, but I've come to embrace Christianity. I certainly have a strong faith in God, and I do have a faith in Jesus Christ. But all in all, it's still an area that I'm struggling with, or I'm kind of coming to grips with in some way, trying to answer questions that have kind of lingered and remain with me. But I have a fundamental belief in God, and I look at Jesus Christ as being, if God has made himself manifest on earth, Jesus would be what I would expect him to be. So in
Sure.
that sense, I feel that there's a connection there. And yeah,
Sure. Great. Thank you, Gary. Now, moving forward, in 1984, you wished to improve your skills doing realistic illustration, which led to the discovery of Atelier Lac, where you began taking evening classes. Eventually, this introduced you to the world of classical realism and its rich history and direct connection to past masters. This encounter would lead to a lifelong friendship with Mr. Lack. Did you initially encounter Atelier Lack in a newspaper advertisement or through word of mouth? Now, you have explained how you came to find Atelier
yes,
Lack.
yeah,
Would you like to
yeah.
elaborate a little bit?
Um, well, I can say this, that in some ways I don't recall my research on finding the school and calling there or whatever, but I do remember, I made a phone call and I got someone in an office, and they told me when their evening classes started. So when I went there at first, now this might be another question, but my first experience with walking around, because I was waiting for somebody to come and open up, where they were going to sign up students. And so I was there kind of early, and I'm walking up and down the hallways there, and I'm seeing these beautiful black and white photographs of plaster casts.
Mm.
And so I was looking at these, and I was trying to didn't quite understand how they fit in with an art school. And then I walked around a corner, and at the end of the corner, at the end of the hallway ahead of me, was this very large painting. And it was a black and white painting of a nativity scene.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought, why is that in black and white? I mean, it was obviously on canvas, it was framed. And I went up and looked at it, and there was no glass on it. It wasn't a photograph. It was a painting.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I looked at these other photographs, at least what I thought were photographs, of cast drawings. And that's when I realized they weren't photographs. They were actually drawings in pencil or charcoal. And it was like a light bulb went off. And I thought, oh my gosh, that's what they teach here. And I thought, I think I'm in over my head. I don't know. I don't have any idea how to draw like that. But obviously, students there did, but I had no idea how they could do it. So I signed up for the class, and Mrs. Lack, I didn't know that's who it was, but she was there taking the students. And they had like a room that had art supplies that they would sell to the students. And it had what's called here a Dutch door. The top half would swing open, and the bottom half could either swing open or stay closed. And they had a little countertop on there. And so she was signing up students at that countertop in the door. And so I got up, it was my turn, and she said, what class would you like to sign up for? And I said, well, I'd like to take a portrait drawing class. And she looked at me for a second and kind of paused for a little bit. And she said, have you ever taken a class here before? I don't recognize you. And I go, no, I haven't. This is my first. She said, oh, like I thought. So she said, portrait drawing is going to be much too difficult for you. We'll start you out with doing cast drawings. So, I got my supplies and I went in and met my instructor. But at first she wasn't there. And I saw people that had their drawings, and it was obvious that they had been there the fall prior to me because their cast drawings were farther along, and I was the only new student in there taking a cast drawing class. And so I parked at the end of the line with them, farther away from the door, and which then meant that the instructor, when he came around, would start critiquing or talking to the students before he got to me. So in the meantime, I was just drawing, I just kind of diving in. I had a cast drawing set up. I was shown how to do that, and how to set up my paper and the light and so on. And by the instructor, but he didn't give me any other details. Just kind of said, okay, just you can start working on your setup. And he came over, and I was already going way ahead and shading and doing all kinds of things. And he said, whoa, he said, you're going too fast. And he said, there's some fundamentals here you're going to have to learn before you get up to that point. Mm. He said, your drawing is all wrong. So, I was kind of taken back by that. He turned the paper over, and he started to show me how to use a plumb bob for getting the vertical lines and how to take a measurement standing at back 6 feet and using the string of the plumb bob straight ahead of me held in two hands so I could look between them and take a measurement of how far was it from the side of the head to the inner part of the nose where it meets the eye,
Mm.
and then using that measurements, the drawing paper was right next to the cast, so it was on the same plane. Then you would look at the drawing paper, which had this center line down through it, which was a center line to take measurements in relationship to the edges and so on. And you would put your first notations there. And he showed me how to do that, going back and forth, back and forth. And every time you put a line on the drawing, you would step back, use your plumb bob, take a look at what that measurement is. And while you're still holding the line with that measurement, look at the cast and with the portion that you were just trying to duplicate. And
Sure.
make sure your measurement is accurate. And you just continued doing that for a long period of time. And I'll tell you, it was a real struggle. I mean, the instructor would come over after I'd been doing this for a while, and I thought I had everything measured right. And he said, your measurements are still off. And then he said, let me show you. And what they do when they're instructing you is they take a measurement and they go over and show you that measurement, what they had come up with. And he said, now that's supposed to be here, not where you have it. It's supposed to be in a little bit there. He said, now stand back and take a look. And I'd stand back and take a look at his measurement and compare it to the cast. And yeah, it was more accurate, much more accurate. So in little ways like that, you're eventually taught how to see.
Right.
And that's the key to learning how to render and paint from real life.
Great. And sorry, Gary, what you're just describing there is the sight size method.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's used throughout an artist's career. They use the sight size method.
Sure. Now, who was your instructor at that point?
Mike Coyle.
Oh,
and
fantastic.
He became a friend and someone I worked with again much later. So during my evening classes at Atelier Lac, and I just was going one night a week, I was there for a couple of months, making some progress, but I started to have some financial troubles and I needed to take an evening part-time job. So I had to stop my studies there. But along the way, prior to my stopping my classes, my instructor, Mike Coyle, told me about another school being run by Annette Lesueur called Atelier Lesueur. And it was in a town that was much closer to where I lived, so more convenient. And I was able to pick up attending that school the following fall, and Mike Coyle was now teaching there on a regular basis. So he became my instructor once again, and I learned a great deal from him at that time.
Great. So coming back to the first time you were at Atelier Lac, the first time you saw Mr. Lac was when you were registering for your first evening class at Atelier Lac, where Mrs. Lac was enrolling students. You described Mr. Lac as, quote, a tall and somewhat imposing figure. I could tell by the way he carried himself and the painter's smock he wore that he was the master of the studio, unquote. Expanding on this observation, can you provide more detail on the first time you encountered Mr. Lac, including what you spoke about and how he responded to your interest in the tradition?
Well, at that time, I didn't really speak to him at all. It was just, he came around out of his office at the end of the hallway and was walking down the hallway, and it was kind of like a sudden recognition. Here was this very tall man. He was very self-confident. You could tell that, and he was somewhat, like I said, imposing because of his stature and his body English. You know, you could just see that he was the master of the studio, and that left a very lasting impression. But I didn't have an opportunity to talk to him then. It wouldn't be for another few years that I eventually did.
Okay. Now, to elaborate on the kind of training that you undertook during these evening classes at Atelier Lac and Atelier Lesueur, what course of training did you undergo during these evening classes, and how long did you attend them for? Well,
like I said, Atelier Lac was just for 2-3 months. Then in the following fall, I started to attend Annette's program, And I started again with doing a cast drawing. And it was during that time that I really started to experience what's referred to as the lifting of the
The scales off your eyes.
yes, yes.
Hmm.
And so that was an eye-opening experience where I finally realized I could see.
Hmm.
My first step is the first rung on the ladder, but still, it was like a very rewarding experience where I recognized I was seeing nature and I was able to render it accurately for the first time. Then I also took some still life painting classes where you'd start with doing the site size method of drawing on the canvas and then filling in, working with color. So that continued for a couple, 2 or 3 years, maybe a little bit longer, because Annette went from one school and had to move her program to another building and to a third building ultimately, so over a period of years.
Sure.
But during that time, Annette is where I had my third synchronistic experience in 1986. She presented a slideshow that she wanted to show the students. And she said she wanted to do the slideshow presentation because she was getting ready to show it to other people and wanted to do a drive run with us and see how we thought about it. And during the slide presentation, she traced the lineage of the connection of Richard Lack to the old masters, starting with pointing out his work and then the work of the artist he studied with, R.H. Ives Gamble in Boston, and some of his work, and the fact that Gamble had studied with William McGregor Paxton in Boston, as well as William Kendall Sargent in Boston. Now, then the fact that Paxton had studied over in France under David, and David, or not David, excuse me, that's ultimately,
Jerome.
oh gosh. Yes, thank you. I'm 71 years old, and every once in a while, I have a little blank, a blank spot where a word is supposed to appear. Yeah, Jerome, and Jerome studied with Delaroche, and Delaroche studied with David, and from there it goes all the way back to the Renaissance of this lineage, this connection of the past masters handing down their training and how they train painters and artists of the future. And I just, to me, it was like a very eye-opening experience. I mean, it was like a thunderclap kind of experience. And my response was, oh my God, people need to hear about this. This is important. I mean, what I, in that moment, realized, this is what I was looking for all my life. This is what I had gone to the different universities that majored in fine art and did the different programs that I attended, trying to learn how to draw and paint. This is it. And I just felt like I really needed, besides myself, experiencing this, the world needs to hear about it. This is a monumental thing that it's just hidden. Nobody hears about it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I started working on developing a program that led to other things.
Sure. Now, just coming back to Atelier Lac and Atelier Le Sueur, did you find there was any major differences in their teaching methodologies?
Not at all.
They were very much the
They're
same.
the same.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And what you rely on is the skill of the instructor, who is showing you how to render real life, render nature realistically and accurately.
Sure. Now, 4 years after seeing Mr. Lack at his atelier, on December 15, 1987, you went to his home for a meeting that included Mrs. Lack and former Lack students Annette Le Sueur and Michael Coyle, who were there as well. This was your recollection of that event. Quote, I remember the first time I met Richard and his wife Catherine. It was almost Christmas. It was very cold with 2 feet of snow on the ground and a clear, star-filled night. I was nervous as I walked through the gate and approached the back door of their home in Glen Lake, Minnesota. I knew that I was about to meet a master. I had to convince him that I was sincere and that my ideas were sound. This was an important introduction, unquote. Your agenda was to propose the idea of beginning an organization that would be dedicated to promoting and preserving the classical realist tradition. Can you recall this meeting and include information as to Mr. and Mrs. Lack's responses, whether they were in favor or against the idea, and how Mr. Lack felt about the fact that the proposition would take time away from painters actually painting?
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, I want to share with you my impression of walking into their home.
Sure.
When they lived in what was, at first, what we call here a basement house. That's where the foundation and a basement is built. Well, what remains to be completed is the structure on top. And so this is a very inexpensive way to get into owning property and to have a home. It wasn't uncommon back in the 50s and so on for people to buy such a home. And when they could, they would build the house on top of it. So when I first walked into the home, the first thing that I saw was some Dutch doors in front of me, a number of like maybe 10 feet away. So when you walk into their home, the kitchen was off to the right, and there was like a sunroom right there where they had their kitchen table, dining table. And straight ahead of me was these Dutch doors, and they were closed. But through and above the Dutch doors, I could see part of their living room, and there was a Christmas tree up into the air. And so I opened up the Dutch doors, and what was in front of me and what I saw was a baby grand piano, maybe about 10 feet in front of me, that had a Christmas tree on top of it, all lit up. And then that guided my eyes down to the walls behind, and that the walls went up 2 stories because they had built on top of the house and left the living room with no ceiling until you got to the roof of the house, to the top, very top of the house. So there are paintings everywhere. And I'd look to my left, and there was a fireplace, and books, but then there was paintings above the fireplace reaching up to the ceiling, and incredible works. That's where I first saw some of his imaginative paintings. They had all kinds of landscapes and other paintings. And then off to the right, there are paintings where there's a stairway going up to the second level. There was paintings along that stairway and also going up the ceiling, grand portraits. And I was just in awe.
Incredible. That must have been quite exciting.
Well, it was very exciting. And I again had this sense of, wow. I mean, that's a very banal way to say it, but it was just overwhelming, really, that I was surrounded by the work of this great artist. And I had seen some references to it prior, but nothing like seeing it all firsthand. So then Mr. Lack came down the stairway, and Annette and Mike Coyle arrived, and we just made introductions and sat down and talked. And at the time, I had worked with Annette and Mike Coyle prior to this for well over a year, coming up with this concept of having an organization. I was going to incorporate it so that it could be run like a business and possibly be a tax-free organization, so we could do fundraising, and that to have an exhibition program in the state of Minnesota that would travel around the state and to promote classical realism and these artists. And then from going around the state, it could be taken then to other cities. And I designed the whole presentation in how the paintings would be displayed in like these little, screened off areas that would provide panels that the paintings could be put on, and these would fold up and be taken down and could be put into a truck and then transported to the next city, however that was going to get arranged. And there'd be promotions and marketing that would go along with it. I had designs and concepts for all of that. And so that was, in a nutshell, what I was presenting to them. And I still have my original presentation materials that outlined all of this.
Was it basically a floor plan, or what was your presentation?
Well, there was a floor plan, but there was also then an elevation drawing of the interior of like some kind of a hallway or a hall. It could be like a gym at a high school. I thought, some towns we could be pulling in around the state, they wouldn't have a big exhibition space necessarily, but they'd have a high school. Mm-hmm. And we could put on this exhibition over like a weekend or a few days at the high school, and people could attend, and then we would tear it down at the end of the event and move on to another city or something along that line. There was going to be a way of just kind of working that forward. But yeah, and I produced drawings of the banners that would be used outside, as well as in the gymnasium itself, that would kind of provide some color and some interest and promotion of the artists and what this was all about.
Sure.
So I was trying to get something started that would generate some interest and would educate people about these artists and their art, and using that as a stepping stone then to build it to something greater.
Right. And how did Mr. Lack and Mrs. Lack respond to your proposition?
Well, they found it very interesting, and they treated everything that I said with with a great deal of respect and interest. They did not immediately begin to criticize it or to say, well, how are you going to do that? Or where is the money going to come from? Or this, that, the things that would be how are you going to get over these hurdles? It was more about just really understanding what the concept was and some of my ideas of how that could then be put into practice. And from there, we had weekly meetings thereafter for several months in 1987 and 88.
So this initial meeting at Mr. Lack's home was the first time that you actually really sat down and spoke with him.
Yes, it was. And at that time, we didn't really get into how the organization was going to be run or what the artist's participation would be. Other than, I just figured the artists would be providing their artwork, and that the running the organization would fall to me, and I would do that in some way. I wasn't exactly sure how, but I was going to take over that responsibility.
Sure. Now, as you've mentioned, this meeting ultimately led to many others with Mr. Lack, and eventually weekly lunch meetings. You're noted as saying, quote, "It was at this time I became his student, but not as a painter. More importantly, we became friends," unquote. Are you able to elaborate on what it meant to be Mr. Lack's student, but not as a painter?
Well, it was a grand experience, really, and it just kind of evolved into that. I didn't recognize that directly at first. Again, in hindsight, even at the time, over a period of several months, I realized that Richard Lack was also my teacher. Besides discussing, some of the important details of the creating this organization and his thoughts on it and his input on it, we had other conversations as well. So he introduced me to Carl Jung in the unconscious mind, as he had been introduced by Gamel. And all of this included archetypes, the anima and the animus, the shadow, and all of the various other aspects to Jung and the unconscious mind. So I learned a great deal about that, and he recommended a couple of books that I should read, and I did. So I became kind of a student of Carl Jung as well. I haven't really jumped in or dove in to understand Jung's work as much as Lack did, but I've got enough of it to really give me a pretty decent understanding.
Sure.
And this includes the fact that some of what occurs now in Jung's work is there's differences between cultures, but they still represent the same thing. Like, for example, the hero stories. Hero stories are found in every culture. In the West, we have our cowboy hero stories.
Mm.
In Western Europe, you have the knights and the Knights of the Round Table, King Arthur, and those stories, and so on. And Greek mythology is all about hero stories and what they have to go through to in their adventures of dealing with the situations that they're in as godlike and immortals to overcome their issues that they're having to confront. They're really very telling, and they were used as a good means to teach their children about the importance of what you're going to go through and being strong with dealing with life, what life throws your way, that it can be very difficult.
Sure. Now, during the course of your weekly meetings, it seems as though you and Mr. Lack clicked and became kindred spirits, as is evidenced in this statement. Quote, Richard Lack taught me how to see painting through his eyes. In an extraordinary way, he let me into his world. As a result of this, he taught me much more. For hundreds of hours, we meet regularly, almost weekly, up until the time of his death. We discussed painting and its history, art students, and the difficulties in teaching them, and the manner in which painting has been taught. We also discussed politics and business, philosophy and religion, Carl Jung and archetypal influences, growing up and growing old, the importance of family, the passage of time, and his art forms contemporary practitioners and their place in history. I learned that schools of painting, organizations, and institutions may come and go, but the craft of picture making will survive, as it always has, through aspiring students who seek out successful painters to teach them. It's really that simple, and for the aspiring young student, it is also that difficult, unquote. Are you able to explain more about the nature of these discussions, as it seems that Mr. Lack wasn't really the type to make small talk. He preferred to discuss subjects with deeper meaning.
Well, that's true. I mean, we certainly did have some small talk, involved with just, day-to-day life, and so on. But we didn't really spend a lot of time on that. He was getting to know me. I was getting to know him better. So in some ways, some of that would be small talk. But yeah, he did prefer discussions and topics with a deeper meaning. And he, as a teacher, he embraced me as though I was a peer of his, and at the same time a student, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
He freely opened up and shared his thoughts and took the time to explain himself and to answer my questions directly. Some of the issues that he ran into, that's as a teacher, some of his students were disappointed that he didn't teach them how to paint like Bouguereau and other great masters. And he shared with me that it was very upsetting for him to get this kind of a comment all the time, that they weren't satisfied with what he was teaching them. And he was disappointed in Gamel's shortcomings in this regard as well. But he didn't allow the shortcomings in Gamel to become a resistance to learning, as some of his students did. Some of them, he just couldn't seem to get through to them. But yeah, he even would tell them, I wasn't satisfied with exactly how Gamel was teaching me as well. So, but there were things to learn, and you have to be open to learning them. And so, he did kind of reach through to them, but a number of his students felt a little bit, disappointed.
Sure.
And exhibitions at the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, we discussed the works. He would point out effects created in the manner of painting or the choice of colors. For example, this is a painting painted by Sargent. There was an exhibition of Sargent's work, a traveling exhibition that came through the city. And there was it was kind of a very significant painting. It was a portrait, life-size, full figure of a young man. He was probably in his teens, I would guess. And when the face was painted very realistically, as Sargent would paint. as you look down the figure, like his left hand was hanging down, and it looked more like just a rough skits and squiggles. I mean, it didn't look like there wasn't the real form of a real hand there. And then some of the other drawing that he had that was executed similarly, things just started to go to a very simplistic presentation. And I asked Richard about that. I said, I don't quite understand why he did it that way. He said, just look at the face and look at the head. And he said, just keeps looking at it. And I go, yeah. He said, now on your peripheral vision, take a look at the hand. And then it looked normal. He said, what he did is he painted the whole painting with an impressionist eye.
Mm.
And what he meant by that, what Lack meant by that, was if you look at the person's face and you concentrate on that, and then look at all of your peripheral vision at the rest of the painting, it'll look real. And he was right. It did. And he told me that what Sargent did when painting this painting is the same thing. He looked at the model, in this case, the young man's face, and in terms of the rest of his figure, he would only look at it from his peripheral vision rather than looking at it in detail and focusing his attention like on the shoulders, the arms, and the hands, and the feet, and so on. He painted those as he saw them in his peripheral vision as a part of the whole painting. And so that's how he was able to paint this as an impressionist. And that when you look at the painting and look at the face, the rest of the painting, everything else does look real. So that was a very wonderful, education that I got on looking at an impressionist painting, and somebody who had the skill to take it really rather far.
Sure. So your discussions, would they be taking place within Mr. Lack's home, or would they oftentimes be taking place in other contexts?
Yeah, right in the museum, we'd be looking at the paintings.
Oh, so they were based in the museum, not actually in Mr. Lack's lounge room or anything like that.
Right. No, it wasn't. It was at the museum.
Okay, sure.
Right. Where they're on exhibition. So, that's how he started to share with me his eye and the eye of a painter, how a painter looks at these paintings. And then he would look at another painting and then talk about the color scheme chosen. Like in one case, there was a painting, I can't recall who the artist was, but it was of a lovely couple that had just gotten married. I think it's called The Wedding. And he pointed out that the background color, which was kind of a red, medium red, it wasn't real hard red, but it wasn't real orange red. It was kind of in between, kind of a maudlin red. And he said, I wonder if the artist actually had a background like that he was using, or did he change the color, and this is the color he came up with. He said, because it just doesn't seem correct for the rest of the work.
Mm.
So so that was just kind of how he would take a look at paintings. He would really take a look at what the artist did and how he did and how the colors that he chose and how successful he was.
Sure. Now, in my perspective, Gary, considering Mr. Lack's interest in Carl Jung and archetypal archetypes and such, I get a sense that perhaps he may have been interested in Scientology. Now, in your time, did he ever discuss ideas related to Scientology, or did he take an interest in it at all?
No, in fact, I introduced him to the topic of Scientology because I used to be one. I became a Scientologist in 1971 and went on to get involved with high levels of the management in that organization until I was at Clearwater at the international headquarters. Eventually, I came to realize that what was going on behind the scenes was incongruous with what they were talking about. And I'd rather not go into detail about that. But at any rate, I got myself out, and I'm glad that I did. The further away I got from Scientology, the more I was able to get my individual freedom and freedom of thought back. I had to actually unprogram or deprogram myself. We have over here with other organizations and religions that are skeptic or are questionable, or deprogrammers would work with people like the children of people that had gotten suckered into some of these cults. And I consider Scientology a cult of the largest order. So I told them about my experiences in Scientology. I got out of it by 1979.
Okay, sure. So, just regarding your conversations with Mr. Lack, will they be taking place on a weekly basis, will they?
Yes, we'd have lunch every week.
Okay,
And at first it was in a restaurant, and eventually I started to come to his home, and his wife, Catherine, would provide us a little lunch. And so we'd be able to sit in more comfort in his sunroom where his kitchen table was.
and how long would you discuss your discussion actually go for?
An hour,
An hour,
because
sure.
I would take a lunch break from work. I worked where I was working at the time at this direct marketing company was located about 2 miles at the most from their home. So I was able to get there easily and get back to work, in a reasonable amount of time. So we had most of an hour to be able to have these nice discussions.
Sure, lovely. Now, I understand that you used to make audio recordings of these lunch conversations. Why did you feel a need to do so?
Well, it dawned on me fairly early on that this could be something important, and that our conversations could have some value. There was no way of knowing for sure, but I thought I had my own little pocket recorder, and a small investment into cassette tapes, no big deal. So I thought I'll just go ahead and record our lunch meetings and in conversations, and he was perfectly willing to do that. There would be some times where topics involving issues or concerns with other artists or his family or whatever he didn't want to have recorded because they're just his own personal observations or concerns. So we would shut the recording down, but then pick it back up when it returned to a discussion of just open things that would be of mutual interest.
Sure. And what was your intention for the audio recordings at the time?
Like I said, I just wanted to keep a record for the future because I thought these were going to be important. So I would fill up a cassette. One side would be an hour, the other side would be an hour. Sometimes they'd run even longer, and I'd use up the beginning of another cassette. But I always wrote down on the cassettes the time of the meetings, and if there was any kind of a brief way of what the discussion was about, mentioning that. And so I went through a lot of cassette tapes. I have over 120 or more cassette tapes
Wow,
with maybe 400, 500, 600 hours worth of recording.
that's incredible. So, were you recording your conversations that took place in the museums as well?
No, just when we were having our lunch. So at first it would be when we're at a restaurant. I started recording then. So it was actually very early in having our first meetings. And then consequently, and of course, in his home, our lunch meetings that we have in his home.
Sure. Moving on. After attending weekly evening meetings at the Lax home for several months, the American Society of Classical Realism was the result. It had the sole purpose of, quote, preserving and promoting the fine craft of picture making. The ASCR was known by thousands of followers around the world and was respected by art schools, fine arts organizations, and university art departments throughout the United States and abroad. In fact, the Oxford Library, as well as the teaching studios in Florence, subscribed to the Classical Realism Journal, which had followers on 5 continents around the world. A multitude of young painters found the knowledge they were searching for through the publication. At its height, the ASCR's membership, which included receiving the Classical Realism Journal, rose to approximately 1,600 people annually, with a combined total of more than 10,000 members from 1988 through 2007. The ASCR was, in its time, the foremost organization in the world dedicated to the revival of traditional painting. The ASCR Guild of Artists included Richard Lack, Kurt Anderson, Alan Banks, Peter Bogie, Michael Chelich, James Childs, Michael Coyle, Paul De Lorenzo, Stephen Jurtson, Lindsay Harkness, Robert Douglas Hunter, Gary David Hoffman, Don Koesner, Stephen Levine, Brian Lewis, Dale Redpath, Kirk Richards, Carl Sampson, Anthony Watkins, Sid Wicker, and Richard Whitney. What an extraordinary experience it would have been to be part of the ASCR. Can you explain more about the organization, as it seems as though all of you would have been living the dream at this point in your lives?
Well, we didn't really see it at the time because we were caught up in the day-to-day business of trying to get things done, getting the society membership to increase it and to get people to renew as members. We started with about 400 subscribers to the original Classical Realism Quarterly that was started in 1985 by Atelier Lack. One of his, Dean Hoekstra, was one of Richard Lack's students at the time, and he came up with the idea of starting this publication, which Richard Lack and Catherine, they got behind it and thought it would be a good idea. He had a number of supporters at the time, people who had bought and collected his work, as well as some of the students and their families and the people that they knew outside of the school would be interested in hearing about it. So they started with this subscription that they charged a nominal fee for. And we built that up and converted them from being subscribers to members, where the membership fee was $35 a year, and it included getting the Classical Realism Quarterly for the first 2 years, and then we launched the Classical Realism Journal. So based on the publication and measurements used by other periodicals, we take into account the number of people a publication is shared with as a part of their total readership. For example, they use the multiplication by 10. The 10 people on average will read a publication received by one of their subscribers, in addition to the subscriber. So in the case of the Classical Realism Journal, annual readership of our publication was 16,000 people. Mm. And over the period of the 9 years, we reached over 160,000 people. So that, once we kind of came to that realization, of how well we were doing, we wanted our membership naturally to grow, to be even bigger than that. But 1,600 is about what we were able to maintain. We'd have people, members would drop off for whatever reason, and new members would join. And we never were able to get any higher than 1,600 members.
Okay, so you had 1,600 members per year. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Now,
so it started 400, and then it grew to 1,600. So we did a good job of growing the membership. It's just we weren't able to get it any larger.
Now, the gentleman that started the Classical Realism Quarterly with Mr. Lack, was he one of Mr. Lack's students?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And what was his name? Sorry, Gary?
Yes, it's Dean Hoekstra, Hoekser.
Okay, sure.
And he apparently dropped out of the program after a while. But it was his idea to start the Classical Realism Quarterly.
So in a sense, did you take over ultimately what he had begun?
Yes. And at the time, I wasn't administrating it. I was working with Catherine and Richard Lack, and they'd have some students help with like getting the mailing together, getting the labels put on the mailing labels, and putting them in zip code order and all of that so they could be taken out and mailed. And they paid for all of that, and they paid for the printing of that. I eventually got more involved with doing some of the design work on the quarterly, and we converted the covers to color as the first way to upgrade it. And eventually the Classical Realism Journal was done all in color. So I was the driving force behind all of that. They'd also would have an editor that took over. Like Hoekstra was the first editor. The second editor was, again, one of Richard Lack's students. His name was Kurt Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
So he would be pulling the articles together, sometimes writing his own articles, pulling together letters to the editor, that kind of thing, and making up each issue. And they had another outside uh, couple. One of them, the wife of this guy that did would get the printing done, was a student at the Netless School.
Okay, sure.
So there's all this kind of interconnection with everybody. It was like a big effort, of kind of soldiers in arms kind of a thing,
Sure.
working together to keep this thing going.
Sure. Now, was the ASCR and its publications part of the mainstream art establishment, or was it only known amongst those in the traditional art world?
Yeah, just limited to those in the traditional art world. I mean, we had free gratis mailings that included fine art museums that we knew had collections of realistic art and traditional drawings and paintings, but also the universities to their art departments were, in some ways, it was trying to get a toehold to have our publication be passed around among students, and like that could be shared. Hopefully, many art departments probably would throw it out, but others, we figured there was always a shot that somebody would pick it up and look at it and maybe become a member.
Sure. And did you receive any criticism from the modern art establishment regarding the publication?
Not about the republication, but there certainly was a lot of criticism about Richard Lack and the artists and classical realism in general. But before we get into some of that, to kind of get back to where your prior question was going with explaining more about the organization and the fact that we were living the dream, I'd like to just kind of round that out a little bit more.
Sure, go for
it. So I had an administrative assistant. I was the president of the organization. My administrative assistant was Brian Lewis.
Sure.
He was an artist, taught by Richard Lack, a graduate, and we paid him $15 an hour. At the time, that was a pretty decent amount to run the office, because we were at a point where we were able to afford an office. This wasn't obviously at first, but what eventually evolved. And so he would help maintain the day-to-day operations. This included answering inquiries and receiving the mail and book orders. He would mail out books and so on. So my job at the time and at the very beginning was developing advertising, because we started to have some money that we were bringing in from memberships. The American Art Review magazine, which over here in the United States is a highly regarded a magazine about American art, primarily with a focus on traditional artwork. And we'd also send out ads to the newsletters sent out by other arts organizations, such as Portrait Painters of America, Oil Painters of America, and the California Art Club. And consequently, from there, we developed a close working relationship with the California Art Club. And some of our members and the artists in the Guild were also members of the California, or the Portrait Painters of America. Some, like landscape painters, also became members of the Oil Painters of America. So then, along with Stephen Jurtson and Richard Lack, my other focuses, which required a lot of time, was planning and producing exhibitions. And then when we had those, designing, laying out, and getting printed exhibition catalogs and other related material. We were always sending out renewal notices to our members, and so I was focused on that. We had a mailing house that we were working with, and so we would, and I designed some renewals. We would send out 3 renewals, and then after 3 renewals being sent out about 3-4 weeks apart, we would take them off the mailing list. At least being active, we kept their names, we just didn't keep them active. And then I had to oversee all the mailings we were doing with the journal and the quarterly. I took that over, and then designing and producing regular ASCR society newsletters. Those were coming out like 2 or 3 times a year to fill in the times in between people receiving the journal. And then every year, an annual report. I did that as well. So then we continued to develop relationships in Paris, because part of the original plan that I had developed was, besides getting these other exhibitions locally going, was to contact artists in Paris, Russia, and China. And we made some progress on that. Even in Russia, we were able to get a hold of some artists there. There were some contacts in Paris that, because of Mark Stephen Walker's book on book,
Yeah, sure.
which you probably heard about that. Yeah, so we were able to get some inroads and references to that, and we were beginning to make some contacts in China. But in Russia, we found that we did get to go ahead contacted their group. There was like their kind of a guild of artists, and the way they work is that they would host a exhibition of our work there and be happy to do it, and in return we would have to hold an exhibition of their work,
Sure.
which we'd be happy to do, but obviously that would take money. So and a lot of it. So consequently, the ideas of getting something going in Paris, Russia, and China fell to the wayside. But that was a part of what we were originally reaching for, kind of going for the sun, moon, and stars.
Now,
And
so Gary, just to clarify there, so why were you interested in Russia and China in particular?
well, Russia, this was after the Soviet Union started to crumble, but Russia had quite a history of traditional painting there. And some of the Russian artists were very, very good. In fact, here in Minneapolis, we have a museum devoted entirely to Russian art. And there's quite a large Russian population here. In fact, it's from what we understand, at least for a while, it was the only museum devoted to Russian art in the United States. China, and consequently, we're also looking at Japan. China, as it turns out, had quite a school of traditional artists.
Yeah.
And that's really not well known here in the United States, where they were becoming as adept at traditional drawing and painting as American artists were. And then there was also, of course, they had their own traditional Chinese painting and drawing that was, true to their culture. But they had Western art as their as well, and so did Japan. So we were actually looking at being able to maybe piggyback an exhibition in Japan and China. And then Paris was because of the connection with the École de Beaux-Arts.
Sure.
And what was done with bringing Bouguereau's work to life here in the United States. So it was on these kind of traditions, we were interested in reaching out beyond the United States. I mean, like I said, the sun, moon, and stars was kind of the approach. And always my idea on setting goals is aim for the sun, moon, and stars. Maybe you'll only get the moon. But boy, that's a long way from Earth as it is. So, and sometimes you might hit the sun too, or you might even reach the stars.
That's great advice.
You don't know, but if you aim high, you're automatically limiting yourself.
That's great advice.
So my goal is aim high. So in hindsight, we really were at that time living the dream. We just weren't aware of it because there's all this work going on. The artists were busy painting, but we would have meetings and we would get together. We had some local exhibitions and then eventually traveling exhibitions. So they were involved in that, and we had issues that required the vote of the guild. The ASRCR Guild of Artists were actually the driving force behind the society. My authority rested in the authority bestowed upon me by the artists for what I would do on their behalf.
Sure.
So I was keeping them informed of things. But really, in looking back at it, it was a lot of fun, and it was living the dream. We just weren't aware of it or looked at it that way at the time.
Sure.
It was exciting. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, I understand you played several roles in the ASCR. Could you expand on this and reminisce the early days of the ASCR, the various roles you all had, and the difficulties in getting the organization on its feet?
Well, yeah, that covers a big area, wide area. getting it on its feet. Like I said, we started with the classical realism subscribers, so we had that as a working foundation to work with. So I was the one getting it on its feet. I devoted a great deal of my time. Fortunately at the time I was holding a management position with the creative team that I had, and this afforded me some time at work that I could take and do some creative work, like creating a brochure, or creating
Sure.
different marketing material at work. But I also spent a lot of time at home at night, and just there was always something going on, things that needed to be done, and phone
You
calls
must
to
have been
make.
working around the clock, Gary. I mean, in regards to having your position with the creative team and also trying to get the ASCR on its feet, it must have been quite demanding.
Well, it became more and more demanding as time went on. At first, it was like a little bit here and a little bit there. And the way I approach things is I take a look at where I want to end up. I do this in any kind of project I work on. What's the end result? And sometimes, you take, even though you're shooting for the sun, moon, and stars, you have to take a realistic goal that you can achieve, in the now, in the
Sure.
time period we're in. So I would take, okay, this is where I would like to get to. And at first I was looking at converting subscribers to members. Now, what would I have to do that? So I would break it down into little steps. That eventually resulted in sending out a mailing explaining to them what we were doing, what the guild was, what the society was, and that we were going to convert them to a membership, and that this would be free at first until at a later date they would be charged a membership fee, etc. So I would continue doing that. Then we wanted to do an exhibition, and there was an opportunity at this local furniture store called Gabbert's, and I think you're familiar with the presentation that was made there.
Sure.
So I would work on that. Now, there is when the artists would sometimes come into play. And it turned out that Steve Jurtson was always willing to take some time out of his day to work on pulling an exhibition together. Because we had to coordinate with the artist, getting it there. And I was working hand in hand with Steve Jurtson on this, trying to do as much administrative work that I could so that he could just focus on getting the artists organized and what works they were bringing and how to get it there and so on and so forth. So, we started with Gabbert's, and that was a big success. And although it didn't get a lot of notoriety, but it was very successful. And then we had an opportunity to do an exhibition surrounding the Tiananmen Square massacre that happened in Beijing back in 1989, I think it was, or 90. And so we worked on that. So that took a lot of time. And there again, it was starting at the end result and working backwards and getting everything into place. And we had Trammell Crow, a big corporation that had supported Richard in his painting and bought some of it. So there was a contact there. We contacted them, and they offered us in this new building that they had just built a wonderful area, like an atrium area with beautiful lighting and windows. And out to like a nice patio with water fountains and so on, to hold the exhibition there. And it could be up for a week, but at no charge, and they even helped sponsor some of the fees that we needed. So things like this were going on all the time, and one thing led to another and led to another and led to another.
Sure. So whilst all this is going on, all the artists that are associated with the ASCR, they were still painting and maintaining studio time whilst simultaneously writing articles and doing all the administrative tasks?
Yeah, some were. I mean, there was only Brian Lewis was doing administrative work for me.
Okay.
And he was paid, and he was painting during the day, but he was able to take some time off. So Brian Lewis was my only active artist that was helping me as being an administrative assistant. And this was when we eventually were able to have an office. Again, that was supported by donation from a member of ours that picked up the tab on that expense. in a building that he owned. So, but he would take care of the administrative day-to-day stuff, picking up the mail and answering any inquiries by phone, picking up and transporting, books, to be mailed and that kind of thing. Then Steve Jurtson also gradually became to assume the role more and more of organizing exhibitions. And there again, his focus, and I always wanted to make sure he didn't have to get rid or devote much of his time during the day. Most of this he did at night when he wasn't painting, when the artists weren't painting, because he didn't want to interrupt them during the day either. But he would organize if there was going to be any picking up of works. Some of this involved going around the country to pick up works.
Wow.
And transporting paintings through with a rental truck to the location of the exhibitions, wherever they were, because we eventually were doing exhibitions around the country. And then he'd have somebody help him do this. And then he would go and pick them up and bring them back with a rental truck. So he was willing to do that because it involved his own work and getting his own work to an exhibition, as well as being willing to take the work of his fellow painters to do that. So he always had somebody volunteer to go along with him on that. And then Richard spent time on the editorial board of the Classical Realism Journal, of which he was on the editorial board of the Classical Realism Quarterly as well, working with what selection of articles they would have, interviews, and that kind of thing. So he was on the board of the directors or editorial board of the Classical Realism Journal, along with myself, Stephen Jurtson, and then the editors, Rebecca Anderson, who came after Kurt Anderson, and Peter Bougie. Peter Bougie was an artist. Rebecca Anderson was not, but she was a supporter of the group and of the efforts we wanted to take. And she was a very good writer. So she was a very good editor in that regard. And Peter Bougie was a good writer as well. So then we had a lot of influx of articles that we could run, and we would do interviews with artists in our tradition as well as others that we came across over the years, and include these in the journal. So I was the founding president and administrator. I was the director of marketing. I did the promotion of our goals through the ASCR newsletter and annual reports, which I was the editor and copywriter for, and also which promoted needs for funding and support financially. I was also a fundraiser. I contacted people and solicited their financial support over the years. We had one major supporter who gave us a good $15,000, sometimes more every year. That was Fred Ross, and I know you're familiar with him. And then, so I was the publisher of the last few issues of the Classical Realism Quarterly, and which ran between 1985 and 92, and then later the Classical Realism Journal. So I oversaw all of the production work. I did the desktop production myself. I did the layout myself, and then coordinated getting everything to the printer and getting the press runs done and doing press checks. And then there was numerous exhibition catalogs and several books that were done. The catalogs I would design and do, and some of them I even wrote some introduction pieces for. And then there were several books that were done about the artists and other books, like we reprinted the Shop Talk of Edgar Degas, which was written by Gamble. So you're familiar with that book?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have a copy?
I don't have one, no.
Oh, okay. Well, some arrangements might be able to be made on that in some form, but we'll look into that later. So then like I said, I was involved in the public relations. I gave speeches at exhibition openings, participated on different talks and board discussions at these exhibitions, and then in communication with the exhibition hosts as well.
Sure.
So yeah, all this was done in baby steps, as I mentioned.
Absolutely. And it's interesting because eventually you got some academics on board because, you got Dr. Barbara Long who came on board at one point. So how does she fit into the whole picture?
Well, she's a psychologist or psychiatrist, actually.
Okay.
And she's also a Jungian, and she met Richard Lack at the Jungian Association in Minneapolis. of which she was a member and Richard Lack became a member of. So they became very good friends and had a lot of shared a lot in common. And she was very much a lover of the arts. And so Richard invited her over to their home, and she saw his work. She purchased some of his work. And when the society came along, she was an avid supporter, financially and otherwise. So yeah, that's how they met.
Sure. Now, in 1997, after 9 years as founding president of the ASCR, you decided to step down from president to executive administrator and publisher. The role of president was entrusted to Alan Banks with a unanimous vote by the ASCR Guild. Why did you decide to leave your position as president?
Well, again, this was kind of Jungian and somewhat synchronistic in a way. I had a series of dreams, and they were all the same dream before any of this came about. While we were still actively, in fact, we had an exhibition going on with the California Art Club, and I was going to go out there and meet with them as a part of getting this thing off the ground. And I had a dream. I was riding in a boat. It was like an open bow boat, an open speed boat, a large one, on the ocean. And I was the only one in the boat. I wasn't driving it. I was sitting in the back of the boat. And I was looking at the horizon of the ocean, and far off to my right, I noticed that there is a whale that would break the surface of the ocean from time to time. And he was going on, or she, was going on a path where, as we got closer and closer, was going to be a collision. And I would wake up just before we collided. And that I had like 3 of those dreams. And so I talked to Richard Lack about them over lunch. And I said, I have no idea what these dreams mean. I mean, can you give me any kind of insight from what you understand, the nature of dreams? Now, in the unconscious, what represents the unconscious in the mind or in a dream is ocean, water. When you go down under the water, you're going deeper into the unconscious. Sure. And when you go above the water, rise more into the sky, you're reaching to more spiritual heights. And a whale is a destructive force. It's a positive force in nature, but it's also a destructive force. And here I am in a man-made vehicle, a boat. There's no pilot. There's just me, and it's going full bore. And I'm headed right towards this whale. So what would that mean? And Richard said, well, he said, you say that in your dream, no one's driving, you're not driving the boat. And I go, yeah, no. He says, so no one's driving the boat. And I go, yes. He said, you would have to be the one to come to the idea of what the boat would mean, but it would be for you personally. But it has something to do with a journey you're on, and that there is you're involved in a vehicle going forward that could hold more people, but it's just you, and there's no captain. And he said, so you would have to determine what you think that meant for you. What I realized was that the boat was the American Society of Classical Realism. It's 4 people, but it was just me at the time. I mean, the only person I had working for me was Brian Lewis, but I was the visionary. I was doing everything. And it suddenly dawned on me, I wasn't being the captain anymore. I wasn't driving the boat anymore. And that had kind of snuck up on me. And I realized that was really true. I wasn't driving the boat anymore, or the society. And then I went out to California Art Club and met with them at one of their group meetings. And this was before they had 5,000 members, which is what they have now. It was much smaller. And with Alan and his wife,
Holly.
No, that's Alan Banks.
Oh, sorry.
Peter Adams.
Peter
and Alicia. And so at any rate, I went out and I was spending time with them, and he was talking um, at this meeting, and I was going to put on a slide presentation in introducing the artists there in the group to the tradition that I represented, that the society represented, based on the Boston School, personally, as far as that kind of school of art. And when I was watching him talk, I noticed that it suddenly kind of like the floor went out from underneath me in a way, that he's an artist. He's not a supporter. He's an artist. And then I recalled that all the other art groups that were rare, Portrait Painters of America and so on, they're all run by artists.
Sure.
And so it's like I realized I'm not the person for this job anymore. Rightly or wrongly, I'm just not it. And so that led towards eventually my stepping back now as the role of president. And I talked to Steve Jurtson about this, the other local artists locally, and then discussed it with Alan Banks, and asked him if he'd be willing to take over the position if the rest of the guild approved of it. And he said he'd be willing to do that because he had certain, I guess, aspirations himself with what the society could do. And so he took over the president after a unanimous vote. And I remained in charge and working with the publications that we were doing and so on. I felt comfortable doing that, but I didn't want to be the one leading the charge anymore. I didn't think that that was my role, that I had expended and accomplished, although I didn't realize it. I had accomplished what I was supposed to accomplish. Not that I accomplished everything I set out to do, because I didn't. In some ways, right after we shut down. So I felt that I was a failure, really. But eventually, some of the artists that found out that that's the way I felt tried to set me straight on how much I did for them and how much the society had accomplished. And eventually, much later, though, discovering how much of a national, then became an international movement. So did we know at the time that it was going to result in that?
Sure. So it's interesting hearing of the dream that you had, now that you've explained a little bit more about the circumstances and what was going on. So if the boat itself represented the ASCR, what did the whale represent?
Well, the whale represented what still needed to be dealt with. Getting the organization known, and that it was still in the process of making the artist known and getting this art form totally known. That there was still a resistance to it. There was still places that had to be dealt with, and that a person that needed, if there was the right person driving the boat, all of those obstacles could be avoided. And so it was, someone needed to deal with the obstacles, and I'd dealt with them all along for a number of years, but I didn't feel like it was my role any longer to have to deal with it, or that I should deal with it, that I needed to get out of the way to let the society become its own entity without me. Sure. If it was going to survive, I wasn't going to be around forever. It had to survive on its own, and the only way to find out if it would be for me to step back.
Right, interesting, and it's great that you came to that realization as well. Now, the ASCR ran strong for 17 years, between 1988 to 2005. Can you explain how the organization began to break down, and were there any final efforts to try to keep it afloat?
Well, we were still trying to maintain and get new members. That was still a big focus. And for some reason, at this point in time, we started losing members. Now, I think some of it was due to the World Trade Center being destroyed in 2001, the fall of 2001, on September 11th. So that took began to take really a lot of gas out of the car, with membership. We started losing members, and we just weren't able to keep it up. And the people that were supporting us financially, we were counting on them more and more, and ultimately we needed to be able to count on them less and less. We needed to grow our financial base. We needed to find a way to maybe get an endowment fund of some kind, but we were never able to do that. So little by little, it just started to wind itself down because we just didn't have the funds to keep it going.
Mm. And at that point, did you have meetings with the guild and discuss the idea that things aren't looking great in regards to the future of the ASCR?
Well, we didn't have like a meeting per se. We were in touch. I mean, some of the local artists we would get together because they were here in town, but with the other artists that were outside of Minnesota, and there were a number of them that were members, we just kept in touch by phone, and would, and also they would be receiving my annual reports, which would be outlining, because it always included a financial statement, as well as what our challenges were, or what our possible exhibitions and upcoming events would be or could be. So they were really communicated to, annually with that, as well as follow-up phone calls, and just being kind of in touch with each other, because all the artists were in touch.
Mm.
So they just were kind of included. So we didn't really need a formal, meeting per se. We took what assets we had at the office that we had of back issues of the Classical Realism Quarterly and journals. There was a museum that we worked very closely with that was very supportive of us and our work in New York City, called the Dahesh Museum.
Mm.
We contacted them, and they had a very active website. Are you familiar with them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, your knowledge of all of this really continues to impress me. So we contacted them because they didn't have an active website to where they could continue selling the Classical Realism Quarterlies, the back issues, and the back issues of the Classical Realism Journal. And we asked them if they'd be interested in taking that on, and they were, and they paid us a fairly decent amount, a fairly decent sum to take that over, and paid for the shipping.
Mm-hmm.
So out of that sum, we were able to pay off any final debts that we had incurred or things that we needed to be responsible for. We split it up in different ways to different schools. We gave them all donations to their school. And then there was a certain amount of money left over that the guild had gotten together with and had agreed to let me purchase a couple of paintings. And I kind of planted that idea that if they wanted to give me anything, I didn't want money. I never did any of this for money, but I would love to have a couple of paintings. So they approved that. And so I was able to purchase a couple of paintings from the group.
Sure.
And so then the last thing we were doing, we didn't have the office anymore. So our overhead, because we couldn't afford to keep things going in that regard at all. So we changed the Classical Realism Journal. We couldn't keep that going. And that was too expensive. And we started the Classical Realism Newsletter. Mm-hmm. So it took the place of the ASCR newsletter, black and white, and it was a stripped down version of what the journal was, but it was in newsletter form. So it was like maybe 12 pages or so at most, 16 maybe at the most. Mm-hmm. And so we keep our members, the ones that we had, informed of what we were doing in articles that were relevant and so on, and any of the last exhibitions we were going to have through that vehicle. So eventually it just got to the point where it's obvious it's time to shut her down. And so we published the final issue.
That's right. And that was in winter of 2006, is that right?
Yes.
Sure. And were there any final attempts to try and keep the ASCR afloat, Gary, or was it just a clean break?
It was a clean break at that point. Sure. There weren't any attempts to keep it going. We didn't have any exhibitions lined up. We couldn't afford any exhibitions, and we lost so many members. It was just obvious that it wasn't going to go on.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah.
And did you sit down and discuss this personally with Mr. Lack?
Well, we did, yeah, during our lunch meetings, and there was a time when he asked me the same question of why did I step down, and I explained it to him because he was curious. He could see, the observation was, that things were winding down and funding was going away. But why did I step back? And so I shared with him why, and he understood that it was time. It was probably time. And like I pointed out, if the society was going to keep going into the future, it had to have develop a life of its own, being supported and managed by the artist or someone else like me that was willing to step in and take control and run it themselves. But no one stepped up to do that.
Sure. Now, at this point in your life, do you believe that the ASCR ended on good terms, or do you believe it all fell apart towards the end?
Well, it was all on good terms. I mean, there was no animosity among any of the artists and myself. They didn't blame me for anything. They understood the idea and the concept of that the ASCR to have relevance in the future, it had to take on a life of its own, and that I just wasn't the one to do that. But had reached a new chapter, and some leadership coming from wherever needed to step forward, but it never happened. And they weren't willing or able to put more time into it themselves, other than Steve Jerson helped me with the last issues of the ASCR newsletter, or classical realism newsletter. But Alan Banks was really the last person that was willing to take on the role of president. He found it was very time-consuming, more than he realized it would be. Sure. So he couldn't really do it longer.
So during the time of being president, Gary, did you feel as though you had a lot of weight on your shoulders, so to speak, in regards to the expectations of putting out issues of the Classical Realism Journal? Did that kind of take its toll on you?
No, not at all. I enjoyed every moment of it. I mean, everything that I did with the society was skills that I had, and that I loved exercising those skills, whether it be giving speeches, doing administrative work, making plans, thinking about the future, where were we going, all of that. And then doing the publications. I love doing layout and design, and I still do. I've had some freelance businesses that I've worked with as a freelancer, and over the years, usually small businesses that I was able to work with. So even now, I still do some of that. I'm doing a couple of books now, as a matter of fact. I'm doing another one on Richard Lack's imaginative work. We could talk about that a little bit more, and because it was a book that he wanted to have published.
Sure.
Anyway, yeah, and also I'm doing like a memoir of types, kind of based on all the different adventures and synchronistic events I've had during my life.
Fantastic. And we'll definitely get into that later on. Gary, one thing I want to clarify is after the Classical Realism Journal, all the publications went over to the Dahesh Museum, I understand that Fred Ross was the man who purchased the remaining issues. Is that correct?
Well, not the issues. He didn't purchase. I gave them. We turned them over to him. The files that represented all the back issues of the quarterly and the journal, so he could reproduce them if he wished to. And there's no copyright on the name Classical Realism or Classical Realism Journal. We were able to register that name in and of it by itself, but not the term Classical Realism. So he has the rights to publish and owns the copyright for the journals and the quarterlies. So if someone wanted to quote an article in the journal or the quarterly, they'd have to get his permission. Okay. We don't, because all of the articles most of the articles were written by Richard Lack and by the artists. Mm-hmm. And so Fred Ross can't own their proprietary owner. He can't circumvene their proprietary ownership of their own writings.
Right. So if somebody out there wanted to republish the Classical Realism Journal or the back issues, ultimately they would have to get permission from Fred Ross.
Yes.
Okay, right. However, if one was to publish an article, say, on Mr. Lack or any of his associates, that wasn't published in the Classical Realism Journal, one doesn't have to get permission. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay,
Or
sure.
even republish any of their articles. You would have to contact the artist
Of
or Miss
course.
the Lack family
The
to
Lack
get
family, yeah,
permission with Black. Yeah.
sure. Now, did all members of the ASCR get along considering the financial stress and the amount of work that was involved in the organization?
Not directly in the organization. Anything that they would be contributing would be to the exhibitions.
Okay,
Because that was, yeah, that which makes sense. I mean, as painters, they wanted to exhibit their work, so
sure.
they're very willing to do whatever was necessary to get it be a part of an exhibition and get their work there and so on.
Now, do you feel as though everybody was getting along well that were part of the ASCR?
Yes, yes, and
Sure.
still do.
Good,
Yeah.
good. Now, do you believe the amount of work that was put into the ASCR was worth what the society received back financially?
Well, yes and no. I mean, we were able to get back in finances what we needed. It's kind of that lyric from the Rolling Stones. You don't always get what
Sure,
you want, but if you try sometime, you just might find you get what you need. So we were always able to get what we needed until towards the end. So the short answer is yes, but also no. We never got to the point where we had like an endowment where we had thousands of dollars that we could operate on and buy a building and do all sorts of promotion of the classical realist movement. We never got to that big that point of finance.
sure. So it was a real labor of love. I mean, as you've mentioned throughout the interview, you really started it. I mean, your agenda wasn't money. Your agenda was to propagate the tradition throughout the world.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. In fact, I was concerned at some point. They asked if I wouldn't want to be paid, and it's something. And I said no, because from my point of view, that would soil what I was doing. It would tarnish what I was doing. It would almost be like a conflict of interest. In fact, Richard Lack asked me in our evening meetings. It was maybe the third or fourth meeting into our evening meetings when we first were discussing all of this. He looked at me in the middle of our discussion and he said, "What do you hope to get out of this, Gary?" And I immediately answered with no hesitation, "I want to be a part of something bigger than myself." So I
Mm,
don't want to get anything out of it for me personally, other than the fact that I can be a part of something bigger than myself.
sure,
And
sure. Lovely.
so, yeah.
At this point in your life, do you ever indulge the idea of resurrecting the ASCR? That is not to say that you and your colleagues would have to be the people who do all of the work, but if there was somebody out there who would be willing to put in the effort and document how the tradition has evolved from the early days of the ASCR to our current day, would you have faith in this dream?
Uh, it wouldn't be a dream coming from me. I think that what happened with the ASCR and the artists that were a part of its guild and everything that was done at that time was providence. Providence is there are moments in time when the right people, come together from different backgrounds and are just the right people to get something done. And you can see this in World War II with Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Winston Churchill. Those two men were providence. They were in the right place at the right time. The founding of America, the writing of the Constitution, the founding fathers, all of those men were in the right place at the right time. I mean, if anybody had been born too early or too late, like Washington, the United States would never have happened.
Mm,
So there is providence. I see it. You can see it in history all the time. When people come together at the right time to get an important job done. And that period of time with the ASCR was that moment of providence. I don't think it could be recreated necessarily.
sure.
I think there could be a room for something else to come along relating to all of this, and what that is or who that could involve, I don't know.
Mm. And do you feel as though there is anything out there today that is equivalent to the ASCR?
No,
Hmm.
no.
Sure.
Um, and just even classical realism, if you don't mind, if I comment on this, classical realism, um, a number of artists in this group would say that true, for an artist to call himself truly a classical realist, there'd be two definitions that would suffice. The first one would be an artist that comes from the tradition of painting as developed by the Boston School. So the Boston artists,
Hmm.
coming out of that group of artists, could call themselves a classical realist because the Boston artists had their foundation in the École des Beaux-Arts,
Hmm.
in the discipline of drawing and tradition of the École des Beaux-Arts. But they added to it the sight, the light, and atmosphere of the Impressionists, because they learned about Impressionism when they studied in France. Now, many would say that the Boston Impressionists were far superior to that of their French counterparts, and I would agree.
Mm.
So if you study the Boston artists and the artists of the Boston School, you will see that they blended these two forms of art very concisely, and then it was handed down to the artists of Richard Lack through Gamel, because Gamel had picked it up and provided that to a certain degree in his teaching, although he fell short in other ways. But so that's where it's been brought forward. So an artist would need to have some grounding in the Boston School, or they would have some connection with the traditions of the École des Beaux-Arts
Mm.
in some fashion, as well as then some introduction of Impressionism into their work that they find through their own means.
Hmm.
And that can be done. I mean, those artists, there are plenty of artists out there that call themselves classical realists, and I would say they are in that
Sure.
definition. There
Sure.
are others who call themselves classical realists, and they really fall away short of it. But it's just like anything. The Impressionists, they didn't probably even call themselves Impressionists. The classical realists, the artists today, they don't call themselves, well, they call themselves that now because they have to. But at the time, they didn't want to pigeonhole their work and with a definition. Even Richard Lack didn't like using any term to describe his work. He wanted the work to stand on its own, but he found the necessity to do so because the public, they needed to have a classification of what this work is. What could they call it?
Hmm.
So that they could say, I like this over that. I like classical realism over expressionism, or I like classical realism more than I like Western art, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure.
So same thing with going forward. Classical realism is being used by people, and there's no control over it. They will call themselves whatever they want to call themselves, and it's a compliment that, to me, and I think some of the artists might eventually realize it's a compliment that it's gone around the world. It's an international movement now.
Absolutely.
Even though it might be being work might be being produced that don't have the foundation that it should have, or isn't as worthy of really the name. But you can't control that.
Sure.
And some of those people eventually weed themselves out. I mean, the movement will be what it is, and it'll go to as far as it goes, and who knows where it's going from there. And maybe something out of that part of the movement, where it is now today, something could grow. But I have no idea what that would be or who would want to organize it.
Sure. So if I mean there are publications out there, American publications that are documenting the realist tradition. However, as
Yes.
as you've mentioned, they're looking at realists perhaps that maybe are calling themselves classical realists that aren't really part of the lineage. So for instance, if there was to be a revival of the ASCR, what this person may have to do in order to get it right is to go back to the roots. So essentially going back to Richard Lack and the initial circle of painters that he trained, and then trace the actual lineage from Richard Lack to the students he trained and the students that they train. Do you believe that is the way forward?
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah, I would agree with you. And there are some students of Richard Black's students as
Sure.
well. Some of them have taught other painters. One of the most prolific of those is the Florence Academy.
Absolutely.
Daniel Graves
Sure.
and Charles Cecil.
Mm-hmm.
They originally started the Florence Academy. Cecil and Daniel Graves split. Cecil maintains his own studio still in Florence, and
Sure.
he has students himself.
Sure.
But the Florence Academy, as I'm sure you probably know, has taught a lot of students, and many of the academies and many of them probably don't even call themselves necessarily classical realists, but they would understand the term for sure. Have schools over here now,
Sure.
and some of the students of Sid Wicker and Dale Redpath, who took over Richard Black's atelier a number back in 1992, they've got some students that are also now teaching.
Sure.
And doing a very good job of it. So, yeah, it would have to come most directly from that tradition being continued forward.
Sure. So at this point in your life, Gary, when you look around and you see the proliferation of traditional realism, and you see some artists that are trying to identify as classical realism who in fact aren't classical realists, surely there must be some kind of yearning within you to sort of say, well, hey, I would love to just put an essay or an article out there that really set the record straight and kind of really discern what it is that classical realism is and what Richard Black meant by the term. Is that something that you feel inside you, or is it perhaps left to the younger generation of artists nowadays to handle that business?
Well, that's something I would direct you to asking Steve Jurtson about, and see if he would be interested or willing to take on an article or an essay regarding that. I don't think I'm the one to write it. I think it needs to be written by an artist, and an artist that really truly understands all aspects of classical realism. There are other artists in the group, and Steve Jurtson might recommend others that it could be more of an interview that you do, and out of this interview could come an article,
Sure.
that would quote some of the artists about some aspects.
Sure.
But I would recommend contacting Stephen Jurtson and running the idea by him.
Absolutely, absolutely. So just to backtrack for a moment there, Gary, just coming back to the idea of Fred Ross with the Classical Realism Journal, I believe in 2001 there was some talk of the Art Renewal Centre republishing the Classical Realism Journal. Are you at all familiar with what's happening with that situation? I mean, is the Classical Realism Journal going to be republished by the Art Renewal Centre?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything about it. Yeah.
So the best person to contact for that would to be Fred Ross himself.
Yes.
Sure. Now moving forward, in 2002 you began researching and documenting Mr. Lack's work, which include paintings, studies, drawings, sketches, woodcuts, and etchings. Why did you decide to start documenting Mr. Lack's work in the first place?
Well, that's actually pretty simple. The Society first published his biography, Richard F. Black, An American Master. And I did all the desktop publishing of that, including the outer wrap. And after the book was printed, I took the time to read the text of the outer wrap. I didn't really read it. I read the text of the book, but I didn't read the outer wrap, because usually the outer wrap is somewhat promotional and so on, but I thought I'd read it. And at the very end of that writing, that commentary there, it was pointed out that the biography was the first of 3 books Richard Black wanted to have published, and without saying what they were. But just that he wanted the other 2, whatever they were, to be published. So the next time I had lunch with him, I said, Richard, what's this about having 2 more books that you want to have done? He said, well, yeah. He said, I want to have a book about my imaginative paintings, where all of the studies, everything could be together. and presented as a detail of the work that I did leading up to painting the paintings and all their studies and so on. And the third book would be a catalog of all my work. And I said, well, what would that be? So, well, it would be a documenting all about my paintings and drawings and studies and putting them in a chronological order and so on. And I thought, well, I said, doing the catalog kind of intrigues me right now. And I said, I'd like to start on that if you would let me. He said, oh, sure, that'd be fine. He said, I've got all my work is on card files already with, when it was painted, the medium that it was, whether it's on canvas or on paper or whatever, and who owns it, the title of the work, and who owns it, and any other information that would be real pertinent to the work. I said, well, great. He said, well, you can have the card files. At that time, he wasn't really painting much anymore. He didn't really need them. And he said, you can have the card files. We'll give them to you. There's a couple of boxes of them. So I started with that. And that's what got me going right at the get-go. And I went through the card files, and the first thing I did was saw that they weren't in date order, and they weren't alphabetical, so I put them in date order. And I didn't really know what was involved in the catalog raisonné. I mean, I'd seen them, but I didn't really know much about them. And Richard, in subsequent, meetings with him, he said, well, they're chronological. You put them into date order in the book. You have reproductions, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I just started with that and putting everything into date order, and I realized that I was going to need to take each card and give it a catalog number, because if it was going to be a catalog, there'd have to be a catalog number for each work. So I came up with a cataloging system and applied that. And so this was done like when I had some spare time, kind of lazy daisy. I'd have a Saturday afternoon and there was nothing going on. So I thought, well, I'll go downstairs and work on these cards. And then once I had the cards done, I was transcribing all the information into a Microsoft Word documents.
Mm-hmm.
And that would take a little time.
Sure. So it's interesting because Mr. Lack must have been aware that someone would come along and actually publish his catalog raisonné, considering that he was actually keeping records of the details of the works, year of creation, medium, so on and so forth, on these cards.
Well, as an artist certainly of his stature, and with what he learned, and knowing that he was like an oasis in a sea of artistic desert, with being up against modernism and the avant-garde, that what he was doing needed to be documented for future historians, if any really would take the time to look for it. And he certainly had hoped that there would be a catalog of his work one day. It took me coming along, and for him, it was like Providence again. I was a guy that was so involved in his work and so involved with him that I wanted to be part of any publishing and publications. And the first biography was written by Steve Jurtson. He interviewed Richard Lack, had extensive interviews recorded, and he wrote it. And he even kind of laid it out how he wanted it to look. So the first book I did was based on his layout, and I took care of doing all of that and streaming the text and doing the page production. Then being involved with discovering that he had this other book he wanted to do, and for some reason it just stood out to me. I think it was along the lines of, he said he wanted to have all of his imaginative work put together and all the studies related to it. Mm-hmm. And that sounded like it'd be a good book to do, but it didn't have enough of a hook on it, because a lot of this work I was already involved with laying out his biography. I didn't really know what extent any other work, how much it would amount to. But I realized, if I do the catalog, I'm going to find out his whole body of work. And sure. that would be a wonderful thing to discover. So that's what got me going on doing that.
Sure. Now, you are the co-author of Richard F. Lack, Catalog Raisonné, along with Stephen Jurtson, who I understand you invited to write the biography. The book is a culmination of 13 years exhaustive research. You photographed more than half of Mr. Lack's works in the catalogue, designed it, and executed a page layout, spending hundreds of hours scrutinizing over all of the artwork's details. I understand your wife, Laurie, allowed you the necessary time needed to work on the book, especially during the last 4 years. As you mentioned in the catalogue, quote, she often said jokingly and with a smile that during the past 2 years she felt like she was living alone, but could always count on me to come up for air to have dinner. She always knew where she could find me, unquote. What dedication you must have had working on this project. Can you tell me more about this Herculean effort of publishing the catalogue Raisonné?
Well, yeah, I mean, like all things that I do, I started off with taking baby steps, and I kind of already kind of described some of that. But the drive to do it was, I took all of the energy that I had put towards creating the American Society of Classical Realism and helping it to grow into working on this book. And at first, it didn't consume me that much. It held my interest, so I worked on it from time to time over a period of time, moving it forward. I didn't know how it would ever get published. It looked like the society wasn't going to be able to publish whatever it was. I wasn't focused on that. I was just focused on kind of getting things organized and documenting what I had and figuring out next steps. But eventually, it came to, about the time, when he passed away. I had been doing work from time to time, haphazardly for the most part, up until the year he died and the day he died. And I think it's already noted by you somewhere, maybe later, but this is a good time to bring it up, where I said to him on his deathbed, I was alone with him in the hospital room, and I was holding his hand, and I was thanking him for our friendship and all that meant. But then I closed with letting him know, I said, Richard, and I didn't know if he could hear me. I said, Richard, I promise you I will finish your catalog.
Wow. Lovely.
And so at that point, I almost kind of tear up on saying that now, because it was a very emotional moment for me at that time too. But that promise was something I could not, allow to go unfulfilled.
Sure.
So I took this promise to Richard Lack, and it really then started to consume my attention. And I didn't have a publisher. I didn't know if I'd ever find one, but that didn't matter to me at the time. What mattered to me was really getting on top of this and really moving it forward. And gradually, I was spending more and more time working on this. And then I was getting far enough along where I thought, this is really starting to come together. I still had a lot more research to do, and I had a lot more of the book to put together, but I'd created some sample pages of how it could look in print, which I did for my own pleasure and my own purpose, because it gave me impetus to keep going, because I could see how well it could look and what it would look like in print. And so that was continuing to dangle the carrot in front of me. And so I thought, well, it's time to see if I could find a publisher, or what would happen with this thing. Otherwise, I'd have to spend time fundraising and getting people that supported Richard Lack and so on, and to make a contribution, and maybe get it published that way and find a way to distribute it. But so I thought, no, I'm not an art historian by any means. And most catalog raisonings, in fact, all of them, are written by an art historian and which is funded by a university. And the university also then pays for it to be printed, because it acts as a promotion for the university and how well they are with their experts in the arts. So I didn't have any of that. So I thought, well, okay, who in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, could I contact about publishing that I could even consider could remotely be possible as someone who would take it on? Now, well, there's the Minnesota Historical Society. Now, Richard Lack certainly is an historical figure with the society in Minnesota. And at this time, it was like 2012. Mm-hmm. And so I contacted the editor of the Minnesota Historical Society, explaining what I was looking for, and she took me very seriously, and she was very interested in what I was doing and the time I was spending. And she said, "Well, there's two things: kind of good news and maybe good news, and then the reality news." She said, "The maybe good news is I think it would be worth your time to submit a proposal for publication to us. We used to do art books, but we don't do them anymore because they're expensive to produce and they don't sell very well. But it's at least worth, because of what you've devoted to this, it would be worth your effort to present it to us, and it's worth a try. If nothing else, you will learn how to do a proposal to any publisher using our outline, which I'm going to send you." So she sent me an outline for a proposal for publishing, which was extremely helpful. And she was right. I submitted the proposal, and they turned me down. And so I contacted her, and I said, because I got the letter from her, and I wanted to give her my appreciation, et cetera. And she said, "Well, I know you're serious about doing this. Have you ever thought about self-publishing?" I said, "Well, that's always been a possibility." And she said, "I'm going to give you the name of our print buyer, because he's got our buying connections in China, because it's much cheaper to print in China than it is here in the United States. And he maybe can help you out in some ways." So I contacted him, and in talking to him, he took down all the information of what we were considering the book to be, the dimensions, number of pages, etc. Because by then I had a rough idea. And he was going to go and get some estimates from some printers that he works with in China. He said, "In the meantime, have you heard of a publisher called Acton Press?" And I go, "No, never." He said, "Well, they do art books here in the state of Minnesota." And I wasn't aware that there was a publisher that did that. So he gave me their phone number and name. And it was Patricia McDonald was the publisher. And I called their office. Well, long story short, they were looking for, thinking of doing a book on Richard Black when I called them.
Great.
Yeah, so this came up at just the right time with what they wanted to do, and it was again a moment of synchronicity or providence that led me to them at this right time. And so I met with the publisher. We had lunch together. She wanted to make sure I was serious and what I could bring to the table and this, that, and the other thing. And she said she would take it on. They would take it on. They would publish it. So that then made me even want to jump into working on it even more. At the time, I wasn't working. I had been laid off from my last design position at an agency. Back in 2006, I was doing other work and some freelance work, but I had more time, disposable time. And so I was able to begin devoting almost all my time on working on the catalog.
Wow.
And so I was beginning to do 70 to 80 hours a week.
Wow, that's incredible.
Literally.
So
yeah.
you were doing this at a point where you weren't receiving any financial gain. I mean, you didn't have your position anymore as a commercial designer as well.
Well, yeah, I still had some occasional freelance work, but not that much. Yeah, we were able to. My wife was still working full time, and she was getting well paid. She had moved up into a more management position at her company, so it was. She gave me the nod of approval. I tell people I'm the president of our family, but she's the CEO and the CFO. So I need her approval in all things. And she does give me some latitude in operations because I do a lot of the operations work. But I always have to bring home a receipt for everything I spend. So, yeah. Anyway.
Just from my perspective as well, it seems like you have a really good relationship with your wife as well.
Yes, we're very happy. In fact, my life changed dramatically for the better when I met her.
Oh, that's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, and it put me in a position to be able to do, because I met her before I met Richard Black, directly later in the 1980s. But she was very supportive of the time I spent working on the American Society of Classical Realism, because that became like my own, working on pursuing the goals of creating this organization was occupied my time and became my own curse of a mistress.
Yeah, sure, I understand.
Yeah. So she was very, very allowed me a lot of leeway to pursue this new passion that I had. So yeah, she was able to be very supportive during this time. And literally, I would come up and I would, go downstairs after breakfast in the morning. She'd be off at work, and I come home and I would get a whiff where my office was down in our basement. We had a 2-level house. It was a 4,100 square foot house, so it was quite expansive. I'd be on one end downstairs working in my office, and it was an office studio, and she'd be upstairs on the other end of our house working in the kitchen. And eventually, the smell of the odors of her cooking would come wafting down into my office, and I would go, supper time. So anyway, yeah. So that's how it went, and I just poured my heart and soul and all my time into it. I had to constantly was doing lists of things I had to get done, and then revisiting lists and coming up every day. Things would change, and I would have to change what I was working on. But I was just kind of keeping track of everything that was going on and everything I needed to do, and work my way through it.
Wow. Did you become worn out through the process?
No, I was energized.
Wow.
It's hard to describe. I was very tired at the end of the day. I slept very well, but it didn't wear me out at all. In fact, when I was done with the book, I felt a very emotional letdown.
Is that right?
I had nothing else to compete with it or to fill the gap.
Right.
It took me a long time to adjust to that.
Sure.
And but I eventually was able to make adjustments.
So Gary, who was proofreading a lot of your writing throughout the process of writing the catalog resume?
Yeah, the proofreading was done by the publisher, and thank goodness, because it turned into a Herculean effort in and of itself. They ended up reading all my texts 3 times, and it was just the publisher's executive assistant that did the proofreading. So she became very familiar with the book, as familiar as I was. My wife originally volunteered to do it because she's a copy editor herself, and but that was back before we knew how big this thing was going to grow to. So she was glad to not have to be straddled with that responsibility.
Sure. And Gary, just one more thing I want to mention is, from the moment that you had to have that initial meeting with the executive director of Afton Press and proposed the book, how long after was the book published?
It was in the fall of 2016, in October. So I met her in September of 2012. Got going, signed a contract with her by the end of the year, in December of 2012. And then that's when things really took off with my devotion of my time back. Actually, I started working even more hours on it in earlier of 2012, with having even just spoken to her. So then the book was published in October. The last work I did on it was in September of 2012. The last thing I needed corrections for the printer, to send it back to the printer.
Sure. Moving on to my next question. Mr. Lack was very modest about the awards he received throughout his life, which included 29 gold medals, Best of Show and People's Choice Awards. He received 8 scholarships and grants, 1 to study abroad and 7 for his atelier. However, in his later years, the award he was most proud of was the success that his students had received in pursuing their careers as painters in the classical realist tradition, but especially those who opened ateliers of their own. Are you able to elaborate on the relationship that Mr. Lack formed with his students? For instance, did he really care for them personally, or was he only interested in teaching them how to paint?
Well, I would say that primarily he was interested in teaching them how to paint. He really saw that role as being, one that he had to uphold, and to keep a separation between him and the students, so that he was always regarded and looked upon as, the master that was working with them and instructing them. Of course, as a human being, he had concerns for some of their issues, but he said he didn't really want to allow himself to get embroiled in their personal problems and issues, as best he could, stay away from that, so that he was really regarded as their teacher. And one of the things I discovered now, when I showed up on the scene every one of his past students, and certainly the current ones that he still had at the time, all referred to him as Mr. Lack, where I called him Richard.
Mm-hmm.
So I had developed this kind of almost, like I mentioned earlier in our discussions, I felt he treated me more like a peer as well as one of his students. So I was always very comfortable around him, where his students always looked upon him with that separation that he was Mr. Lack. He wasn't their friend Richard.
Sure.
So I found that very interesting, and he thought that it was very necessary to be successful with his education.
Sure. And that's a wise move as well, separating yourself or detaching yourself from some of the issues that perhaps your students might be facing, just in regards to
Right.
maintain that professionalism and I mean for your own well-being as well, not to get bogged down and all that.
Yeah, and I think Mrs. Lack, the students came to see her as someone that they could talk to when they have a need. She was, always very interested in them and wanted to get close to them, and develop just individual relationships with each of the students. So I think that kind of gave some balance as far as coming from Richard and his wife, Catherine, towards the students.
Sure. Now, I understand there were times in Mr. Lack's life when he thought about closing Atelier Lack due to financial pressures and fallouts with students. Did he ever confide in you during these moments of doubt?
Well, he confided in me that he had them. They weren't occurring at the time I came into the picture, or even later, and up until he handed over the reins of the school to two of his students, Sid Wicker and Dale Redpath. But prior to that, like in the 70s and maybe the early to mid 80s, he would have moments of problems regarding the school, especially as lease payments, were going higher. He had experienced had to move from his first location in Minneapolis to another building, and that building caught on fire, and so he had to kind of restore his atelier program, and only could recover very few paintings from the fire. And some of this, mostly, the students lost all of their equipment and so on. So all of this provided issues that were, compounded the need to keep the school going and the ability to do so. So there was moments of frustration that he shared that, when there were financial pressures, because he'd have a certain number of students, and he wanted to keep the tuitions low so that they could afford them. And at the same time, he needed a certain amount, not for himself personally. He never took an income from his program, but it was to cover the lease and the utilities and so on. So,
Sure. Now, Gary, can you elaborate a little bit on the fire that took place in the atelier? And I understand there were a number of works that got damaged in that fire as well.
yeah, the fire was, they were all certainly caught by surprise. What happened apparently is that the restaurant, or it might have been a bakery, I can't quite recall. I don't have that detailed information in front of me, but it occurred in 1975 in this restaurant or bakery. The fire started there and then worked their way up the building. And unfortunately, everything was destroyed. All the work that the students had done, a lot of their own personal property and supplies, art supplies and so on, and some paintings. And Richard had some paintings up there as, to spur creativity and to give them, create an atmosphere for the school there, as well as works that they could study themselves. Many of those were destroyed. He was able to salvage really only one portrait that he had there as an example. But when the students got there, and Richard Lack, they had been notified of the fire. When they got there in the morning, they went upstairs. It looked like the building was basically intact from the outside, although there was, burn marks coming out some of the windows and stuff. And they could go up the stairway. They had to go up with a fireman, though, because they said that there was, some still chances. They didn't want them to get hurt, and they entered into the part, or opened up the door to what was their school, and it was gutted. The whole thing was gutted. It was what they could look down into the floor below them.
Wow,
And
that's incredible.
so it was pretty bad. So that all added to the some of the issues with having to deal with the finances and being able to suddenly pick up and restart all over again. Is like such an extreme disappointment for all of them. And so those were times when he really questioned whether or not he wanted to keep it going.
Sure.
But he did. Yeah, sure.
Sure, and Gary, there was a point as well where I'm not sure if it was the first location of the school or the second location of the school where the atelier actually flooded. Can you elaborate a little bit on that story?
It rings a bell, but I don't have any specific recollections about discussing that with Richard.
Sure, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, his third location was where I ended up meeting him.
Sure, no,
attending my evening classes.
Sure, that makes sense. Now, going back to working on the catalog Racenet, I understand that you discovered 463 works by Mr. Lack that were tucked away in various portfolios that not even Mrs. Lack knew about. They included preliminary works, concept and developmental sketches, and drawings. Mrs. Lack also provided files on Mr. Lack's essays and his speeches, newspaper and magazine clippings, and other documents. Can you elaborate on what it was like to go through this treasure chest?
Well, it was in a way kind of overwhelming. I mean, I was so shocked to find that there was these portfolios with drawings and concept sketches, and I can see why he referred to his concepts as his little scribbles, because at first that's what many of them looked like to me. I couldn't really, I hardly understood what I was looking at, what they represented. So he was just getting rough ideas down on paper, as his instructor had taught him and suggested that the students do. To when they're young, get your ideas down on paper, write them down, draw them, make little thumbnail sketches, and because Gamble pointed out to his students that when you're young, the ideas are free flowing and come easily. When you get older, it's hard to get those creative ideas and those creative juices, going so freely. But when you're young, you don't have the skill necessarily yet developed to paint the ideas that you're coming up with. And when you get older, when the ideas don't come so freely, but you've got this treasure trove of concept sketches and commentary that you've kept in your files, then you've got the skills to paint them.
Sure.
So that's what I discovered. And he never let on. I mean, Catherine knew that he had some portfolios up there. And when I talked to her about, looking in his studio, she said, you might find something there. She said, I really don't know what's in them. So I didn't have a high expectation of what I was going to find as far as I was concerned. He had given me the card file system of all of his works with all of the notations and so on them. And so I was working on following through on those. But here it was, like I said, you noted 463 drawing sketches, and there was some memory sketches, color sketches, and other pastels and so on. Not that many, but it was a lot of developmental drawings. I began when I started photographing them. I would photograph them, and I would, in the case where I didn't know necessarily what painting they were for, I would, in many cases, I didn't know what painting they were for, or couldn't figure it out until much later. When I was able to spend more time with them, I was having aha moments, where I could make the connection. But I was just giving them descriptive titles, and I had a digital camera, and I would take a photograph and make notations on, like, sequentially what the number of the photograph was and what the number where I was writing the titles, whatever explanations I could, and I took measurements of everything and noted whether or not it was on vellum paper or if it was on a gray paper or a white drawing paper or like a tissue paper, which they use often for just doing a lot of concept works. So I was able to get all of this done, but it took me well over a week of being there every day, photographing all of these works, and it was just a delightful experience. At times I was able to see what some of these drawings related to for the finished works that I was familiar with, but there was a lot that I was going to have to work on later. So the way I've described it, and this is in the catalog itself, when I describe this working process, that likened it or used the example of a big jigsaw puzzle, like 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, which you have all of these little pieces and you dump them out of the box on the table. Then they're all in random motion. But typically, a lot of the jigsaw puzzles, even of that complexity, they'll have certain colors and so on where that's the key focus of the picture that you have to put together, that they've made into pieces, where you can identify architecture or people and elements in it that form the primary subject of whatever the puzzle is related to. Usually it's a painting or it's a photograph. Usually it's a painting. And so that centerpiece, which is easier to kind of work out what the colors are, I liken to the card files that he had given me. And so that formulated the centerpiece of his work and of what I was trying to figure out with all of these other images and concept sketches and drawings. And I liken that to around the subject matter is trees and grass and foliage and sky. So different colors of blue, different shades of green, and so on. And there'd be maybe on some pieces there'd be a clue that you could then connect it to another piece, like a branch going through one piece and another. So you have these links. But it took a lot to figure that out. I spent months, really, maybe a good year of just kind of beginning to digest this and then pulling it together. And eventually I was able to make progress. And I also had Catherine Lack, I would bring over to her place because I had all the drawings and everything at home. I took all of that with me so I could spend time studying it. And I would bring maybe about 20 drawings or 30 or so. And I would spend a long lunch hour with her or an afternoon sitting down and going through these and seeing if she said, well, your idea is as good as mine. Because also about the date, when were they drawn? And she said, she didn't. I said, well, you'd have a better idea than I would. You were there. so she was able to kind of get an idea of what some of the drawings were for, and she explained to me too that when he first got his feet on the ground in the early '60s with his career, and he had been working at a school where he was, helping to examine and critique students' works. And so, but he was able to, at that point, they were getting enough going, and she had a job, and he really had this income coming in, and then his paintings started to sell, so he was able to spend more time on his artwork, that he was finally in a position where he had free time, where all of these ideas came pouring out. And she said it would be like in the evenings. When he couldn't paint, he would go up and spend time in the studio. And she said she wouldn't see him for hours.
Wow!
And he was working on these concepts and these sketches and doing all of this. And at the same time, he was also researching, reading old rare books about the old masters and developing and discovering what their methods were. So as she said, it was like this big creative period in this time where all these ideas just flooded out of him because they'd been bottled up. He wanted to get going on them when he was, after he was finished his studies with Gamma. But, the real world had to be taken care of first.
Sure.
So that's what we were digging through and going through. And she was very helpful on making connections and steering me in the right direction because she at least had some idea at the time what some of the things were that he was maybe thinking of.
Sure.
So it was a wonderful experience.
Oh, yeah, I imagine it would have been. And from what you just described there, Gary, in regards to Mr. Lack sitting up in his studio when the light was no good, working on those sketches, that would have been where his imaginative works would have been born from, that process. Is that correct?
Yes. Although one of his his major works, which is called Day of Wrath, the
Mm-hmm.
triptych.
Mm-hmm.
That what he conceived in Boston, and
Okay.
he actually he did a color sketch there of the first panel, which is the Revelation to Saint John.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked Catherine about that, and she said that they lost the color sketch in transit and moving back to Minneapolis from Boston. But he had the concept there, the the triptych panels, and so he was able to kind of sketch some rough ideas and get those concepts back down on paper, which they're included in the catalog. And at some point we can discuss what that painting represents, because
Sure.
it
Sure.
would be interesting to go into that a little more.
Absolutely. One thing I want to ask as well was, I understand that when you were preparing the catalog resume and getting it ready for print, there were more works that you discovered which Mrs. Lack didn't even know that Richard had painted. Now, where did you
Yeah.
find those works?
Well, those were when I'd be out photographing works that we had information on the note cards, but there was no transparency, there was no visual record of it. And so I would make contact, whether it was at like he did some a portrait painting of a minister, a Methodist minister. And so I contacted the Methodist Church in downtown Minneapolis and arranged to go and photograph it. And then when I came out and I was done and I was carrying my equipment back through the hallways, back the way I came to get to my car, I noticed right ahead of me, right by a doorway that I'd come through, but I didn't look behind me. But if I had looked behind me at the time I walked through it to go to where I was going to photograph the other portrait, I would have seen that there was another portrait that he had painted. The closer I got to it, the more I looked at it, I go, that looks like a Richard Lack portrait. And it was. And so I photographed that. And then I was talking to the guy that had allowed me into the church. I said, do you have any other portraits of some of the ministers of the church? And he said, well, yeah, there's a couple down here. There's like 3 or 4 down the hallway. There's the pantheon of pastors that had been at the church. And I looked at them, and none of them were by Richard Lack. But then I noticed another one off in the distance. So it was. So there was there's 2 additional portraits that I photographed. And Catherine was shocked because she said she remembered the minister coming to their home, and he was sitting for the portraits, because that's what he did. Richard would have all these gentlemen or women come to his home and sit. And she spent time talking to them and entertaining them when they were waiting and so on, and more when they were on a break. So she didn't remember these other 2, and there's more experiences like that throughout. And now that I'm kind of thinking about going through all this, I think the number that you came up with, 463, that number more represents the card files I had. The number of works I found in the studio was over 600.
Wow, that's incredible. So at this point, Gary, do you believe that there may be any Richard Lack works out there that you haven't quite discovered just as yet?
That's always possible, because he was known to give some of his early sketches and drawings away to some of his students or to others. Or there might have been a painting that he had painted that they didn't have any record of. In fact, Catherine pointed out to me that there's, at the kind of the height of his sudden burst on the painting scene, or the scene locally, where people that were very interested in buying his works and would come very frequently to their place and would buy paintings before they were completely dry right off the easel. And she said there's probably easily 150 or more of these paintings that at different stages, a lot of them would be landscapes and floral paintings and so on. They were very, very popular. So she said that some of those are yet to surface. And I think I've only come across a few of those, but there's many more that remain out there.
That's incredible. And at this point, considering that Mr. Lack passed in 2009, is Mr. Lack's work demanding a premium?
Well, I'm not really privy to a lot of that. I mean, there are a lot of people that have come out after he passed and were very interested in buying some of his work. Plus, Catherine Lack had a lot of, besides all of the studies and those concept drawings that she had available, there were some paintings that he had finished that were in his studio, and she wanted financially, she needed to sell some of that. So she had a woman here, well, you've spoken to her, Annette Lesueur, that was a real champion of Richard's work, and and also another artist, Don Kestner. And after he passed, she helped the family get those paintings sold that he had left, and then went to work on selling the rest of what was available with Richard Lack. And of course, a lot of his students were interested in his studies and his early drawings and so on. But all of that was able to be sold. I haven't really seen or heard of that his works yet are commanding a higher price. They most likely do, but I haven't gotten any details on that. In fact, I was going to talk to Annette about that now because a gentleman contacted me that has a painting done by Richard Lack, and as it turns out, it was one of his still life paintings from when he was a student that he was interested that he had acquired. He wanted to get some information about it, and he provided me some really good quality photographs or digital images of them. So I'm going to be looking into that and seeing if I can ascertain what the price for that would be, and to talk to Annette also about, had she seen over the years some of the prices going up after Richard's death. I know at first blush when that happened, Catherine wasn't raising prices automatically. And typically where a price and where people will see prices going up are at art auctions, when a painter's work goes up for auction.
Yeah.
Because then you have people bidding on it, and that can help to drive up prices. When paintings and his drawings and so on were being sold, she would just pick a price that she thought was reasonable and that people could afford, and that would also be satisfactory to her. So it's hard to ascertain what the value are or would be now if they came onto auction.
Sure. So Annette Lesueur is pretty much the primary dealer of Mr. Lack's works nowadays?
Well, yeah, she's pretty much done with that, actually. She's now concentrating on getting Richard's most important imaginative paintings sold or donated, so purchased and then donated to a museum. And that's the Day of Wrath triptych, and his five paintings representing a journey into the unconscious.
Sure.
Yeah.
Great. Now, Mr. Lack had a tremendous output throughout his 63-year career that includes over 1,300 paintings, drawings, sketches, studies, etchings, woodcuts, and watercolors. During the 24 years that he ran Atelier Lack, he taught 99 students. Approximately a third have now successful careers. He wrote over 30 articles about painting and several book reviews. He was the editor of Realism in Revolution, The Art of the Boston School, and the author of On the Training of Painters, with notes on the Atelier system, which was reprinted in 8 editions. He participated in over 87 exhibitions and appeared in 184 articles in newspapers, magazines, and fine art publications throughout the United States. Indeed, Mr. Lack was a prolific painter. How did he find time for all of this while running a school, teaching, and raising a family?
Well, it really is remarkable when you take a look at all of his accomplishments and so many in different areas. And on top of that, when you take a look at the pantheon of painting that he did, the different genres, he mastered each genre as well. So he had this incredible intellect and drive, and at the same time, he also was very capable of compartmentalizing his thinking. And I can relate to that because I have some of that skill myself. But he takes it to a new level. It's hard. I can't imagine, because when he was painting, he would often be working on different paintings at the same time, especially his imaginative works. They took years. over a span of time to develop and to get finished. But yeah, he was able to compartmentalize very, very, very well.
Fantastic. Now, Mrs. Lack was a large contributing factor to Mr. Lack's successful career. In fact, you are quoted in saying, quote, "I dare say he most likely wouldn't have achieved all that he did without her," unquote. I understand she would carry out many of the administrative tasks for the atelier to run smoothly, as well as sewing costumes for Mr. Lack's imaginative paintings, organizing exhibitions, documenting the sales of paintings, and sitting for portraits, while maintaining a home and being the mother of 3 children. Are you able to elaborate on the relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Lack? For instance, I've heard it said that there really wouldn't have been an Atelier Lack if it wasn't for Mrs. Lack.
Well, yeah, I mean, she took on the functions that would detract from Richard's focus on what he needed to spend his time or focus his time on doing. So anything that she could take off of him and take that burden on relieved him to be able to focus on what he wanted to work on and what he needed to work on the most. So they were very, it was amazing how well she was able to slip right in and do that. That they were a perfect match and in so many different ways. She understood creativity. She was a jewelry maker herself, and I have had a couple of pieces of her jewelry that my daughter has and my wife has. So she was a very good. In fact, that's what she was doing when she met Richard Black out in Cape Cod back in the mid-50s, was going around and selling her jewelry to the tourists that would come and spend the summers out there. She had a friend that she was working with out there that they would sell what they were making. So she understood the creative mind that Richard had. And so she had the right kind of personality that would naturally understand what he was trying to do and what was involved in doing it and what he needed to, the time he needed to be able to do it.
Sure. So
and at the same time, was a good companion.
Absolutely. So that love between them was fairly obvious?
Yes. Yeah.
Sure. Now, do you believe that Mr. Lack saw Mrs. Lack as his muse, a source of inspiration?
Well, in many ways, yeah. And early on, they both got into Jungian teaching, and both became members of the Young Association, the Minnesota Young Association. So she had the same intellect and the same interests that he had about exploring all of that, and she loved flowers. She did a lot of gardening, and Richard was an expert floral painter. So they had these common interests, that in the real world that then would translate into his work. And so, in that sense, yes, and I think he did find inspiration from her and encouragement.
Sure.
He really needed it all along.
Sure. Are you able to elaborate on the relationship between Mr. Lack and his children, Susanna, Michael, and Peter?
Well, to some degree. I mean, in our discussions, the topic of his children and their relationship with him never really came up. But later in life, he wished he had devoted more time to his friends and family. He was quoted as saying this, and also quoted as saying, art is a cruel mistress, meaning a lot of the time that he spent with his art became time he didn't spend as much as he would have liked to, in hindsight, with his friends and with his family, including, of course, his children.
Sure.
So we'll just leave it at that.
Sure.
I think overall they had a good relationship with them, but I'm sure there were moments, especially when they're being teenagers.
Of course.
As most teenagers are, they rebel against their parents. So.
Of course. So I understand that Susanna is a psychologist, Michael works in graphic design, and Peter is in music. Is that correct?
Yes, he has, for a number of years, has had his own band. He's quite a musician. He's a good guitar player. He plays the cello or was the violin, one or the other. Because the two boys, all of them, like Susanna played piano, and I think it was maybe Peter played violin and Michael played the cello, or vice versa. Anyway, yeah, they that I would say that basically would take care or answers that question.
Sure. I understand Mr. Lack would often visit William McGregor Paxton's wife, Elizabeth Oakey Paxton, when he was a student at Mr. Gamble's studio. He would often see her paintings exhibited at the Guild of Boston Artists and admired the sense of light and atmosphere in her work. Can you elaborate on the relationship between Mr. Lack and Mrs. Paxton?
Well, yeah, what he shared with me, he did see her, but not necessarily real often. I guess with the, how do you define often? I think he told me that he had maybe 2 or 3 times where he was invited over and got to know her and was invited back while he was there in Boston. And they enjoyed these conversations with her, he admired her work. And he certainly did see her work at the Guild of Boston Artists. She was a member there, one of the earliest female painters, of course, that was included in the Boston School, or the Guild of Boston Artists. So that's really about the limitation that I have on it. I'm just somewhat familiar, but not in much detail.
Sure. Did Mr. Lack maintain ties with the Boston artists after his training with Mr. Gamble?
Well, not really. He did mention, and it was, I later became aware of, that there was an attitude of many of the East Coast painters, like from the Boston Guild, the Guild of Boston Artists, that had a disparaging viewpoint of what Richard was doing here with his atelier. The fact that he was, from what I can understand, promoting how the lineage of the training going back to the occult of arts and so on, that I think many of the artists felt that he was kind of positioning himself above them.
Oh.
And I don't think, and I don't think, there was anything Richard was consciously doing. In fact, I know a couple of conversations I had with him kind of along the lines of this kind of a topic, is that he was really surprised by when this kind of came out, and he just said, "Well, I can't do anything about that. He is who he is. He has the personality he has, and if some people find it, a little bit of an ego that he might have portrayed in any discussions, it's nothing he could do about it. I mean, he is who he is." So he did have some of the Boston Guild members that were close friends of his, and they were all primarily the students that he studied with, right? Like Robert Douglas Hunter, and there was Bob Cormier, and there was a couple others that he knew as students when he was there, and so he was close with them.
Sure.
Sid Willis is another one of the Boston artists that he was friendly with.
Sure. So some of the Boston school artists, do you think, considering that Mr. Lack had his predispositions on the tradition, was there ever at times perhaps tension between them where they didn't see eye to eye?
Well, no, because he wasn't really in touch with those other artists. I mean, he was quite surprised, when he did get out to the East Coast for some exhibitions, especially with the Society. I'm sure you're familiar with the Heritage Art Gallery.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, and so that was in Alexandria, and so he out there. That's when he was able to meet some of the people that was sharing with him, and then also with me. That there was this kind of a disdain for him and for what he was doing, and where some of this kind of got fleshed out. He was quite surprised.
It's interesting because you would imagine that there would have been more, perhaps, of a respect and an appraisal for what he was doing, considering that he was continuing with the tradition.
Well, I think there's some jealousy there of what he had accomplished. There's certainly some very good Boston artists, and coming from that tradition in general, not that many came out of studying with Gamble. he does have a lineage of artists, but there has just always been a lot of different traditional painters out in that area, and some of them taught. But the fact that Richard had done so much with teaching, because that certainly got around, but also became such a master at all the different genres. I mean, he was a master floral painter. He was a master at doing portraits and landscapes and interiors, and the list goes on. He mastered all of them. He mastered etching, which is a very laborious process, but he mastered that. And then also, of course, his imaginative work. And
Sure.
I'm sure that many of the artists out there had found that they were maybe a little more successful as he was, but I think there was a certain amount of jealousy of what all he had accomplished as an artist, as a painter.
Absolutely, and it is an achievement to just be able to achieve mastery in one of those genres, but in order to be able to achieve mastery of all of them, I mean that's quite unique and something that's very special for at his time a modern painter in the traditional lineage of painters that had come before him.
Oh, yes, yes, yeah, exactly. And he mastered a lot of different types of landscape painting too. He did Rocky Mountains, and he could do beautiful like seascapes out on Lake Superior, which has a lot of the same qualities as an ocean would. Lakes and streams and figures in nature, and you name it. He mastered it all.
Absolutely. Now, Mr. Lack had a love of music. He spent over 10 years of his life playing in the Minnetonka Symphony. In fact, in Nokomis Junior High School in South Minneapolis, he was in the orchestra. He played the violin, which he would practice each day after the light was no good for painting. In his youth, I understand he used to take the bus from South Minneapolis to attend concerts at the Minneapolis Symphony Orchestra. Can you expand on Mr. Lack's relationship with music and if it influenced his paintings at all?
Well, I think they were. He's experienced them as two different disciplines, but that had a lot of harmonic aspects to them that would that could be seen, and even using terms like color notes. Notes are taken from music. Music has notes. Other aspects of like the color that was being used, like a dark symphony or a dark opera, as then on the other hand, it was a very bright tenors, in their singing and so on. But playing the violin, he learned violin at a very early age, and I think he saw it as an additional creative outlet for him that was symbiotic with his love and his creative outlet for painting. But it allowed him a different kind of creative outlet. Painting required a certain focus on being able to capture the visible world and the color in the visible world and of nature, and being able to put that down on canvas, and all the steps involved in being able to do that. Music was more of a discipline that the music had already been. He wasn't creating new music. He was playing music already created by another maestro. So I think that he found very relaxing. He didn't have to originate an idea of a piece, a music piece. He could just play it and then learn how to play it well. So I think he found it very relaxing for him to do that.
Sure. And did Mr. Lack used to play music whilst he was painting?
He would play it, yes. He loved playing opera and classical music. He was a very keen opera buff, along with his wife, Catherine.
Sure. And I understand Mr. Gamble was very big on attending the opera during his years. Was that something that Mr. Lack would frequent as well, the opera and concerts and things like that?
Yes, yeah. Gamble encouraged his students to attend the orchestra and to attend operas and to go see exhibitions and to go to different galleries. He wanted them to be well versed in all of this, to absorb all of it and make it a part of their life, to enrich their life. So yeah, that kind of continued his encouragement to continue with music, and as well as when he came back to Minneapolis and with Catherine, they became members of the Minnesota Orchestra and the Minnesota Opera Society.
Sure, sure. Now, I understand Mr. Lack was a very polite, well-spoken, and gentle man. However, he had a very self-critical nature. In fact, in the catalogue Racine, you mentioned that there are drawings in there that would make you wonder why he kept them. However, you believe they survive as they reveal Mr. Lack's thinking, the, quote, work behind the works, unquote. It is believed that Mr. Lack followed Mr. Gamel's advice on this matter, as Mr. Gamel was quoted in saying, quote, get your ideas down on paper, write them down, draw them or make thumbnail sketches. When you're young, the ideas come fast and freely, but you don't have the skills required to execute them. When you're older, the ideas won't come so easily, but the skill is there to execute the ideas you recorded, unquote. Mr. Lack was aware that there is a time when every student's training with Mr. Gamel begins to become detrimental due to Mr. Gamel's neurotic and over-possessive nature. In his post-Gamel years, what do you think Mr. Lack thought of Mr. Gamel?
Well, as you pointed out, Lack recognized Gamel's shortcomings as a painter as well as a human being. And these were very aggravating, with how he would almost act like he was unnecessarily trying to get frustrate the students that he was teaching, and some reacted very negatively to that. They found it very hard to work with Gamel. But Richard was kind of going back to how he could compartmentalize himself. In our discussions of this topic, he never talked of Gamel in an accusatory or bitter way. He saw the deficiencies and he spoke of them impartially. However, what he learned from Gamel far outweighed any shortcomings. I owe the foundation of the painter's art, he was quoted as saying, the ability to see to my training with Ives Gamel. Without this foundation, I would have accomplished little worth as an artist. So, in other words, what he was gaining from him as a student far outweighed any of the other negative aspects of dealing with Gamel's personality. It would probably frustrate him, but he would not. He would just keep himself from focusing on the shortcomings and concentrate on the good that he was getting.
Sure. And Mr. Lack's outlook on Mr. Gamel in regards to his training was that, from what I understand, it was about 3 years, and after 3 years you want to sort of move on and not hang around too much more after that, because your training with Mr. Gamel can begin to become detrimental, and Mr. Gamel can become over-possessive and things like that. So from what I understand, yes. Mr. Lack, his advice to other students was get your training done, 3 years, 4 years, whatever it may take, and then move on.
Yes, yes.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what he had to do. But he did also then maintain a very interesting and long ongoing dialogue by letter. They wrote letters to each other. And unfortunately, I've never seen some of these letters. Robert Douglas Hunter's wife, Elizabeth Hunter, was Gamel's goddaughter, and Gamel made her the trustee of his estate.
That's right,
including all of his art and so on, and his letters and his all those records. So she has the copies of the letters from Gamel, and then also Richard's. There's supposed to have been a set or a copy of some of these also here, but Catherine Lack was never able to find them. I contacted Elizabeth Hunter, and she was going to see if she couldn't dig those out and find them herself, but she said they were stored away, so she'd have a number of boxes that she'd have to go through. And I just never followed up on it, and I don't know that she was ever able to find them. But so from what I heard, and Richard even mentioned it, but Catherine talked about the letters after he passed away, that they were very interesting and and very cordial.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, they kept up this dialogue about art and so on, and a friendship.
Sure. So that's interesting. So after Mr. Lack had finished his training with Mr. Gamble, their relationship was mainly through letters back and forth.
Yes, yes.
Okay, interesting. And do you believe that? And I know it might be hard to answer this question, but from Gamble's perspective, do you think there was jealousy toward Mr. Lack once he had left Mr. Gamble and had become a self-sufficient painter in his own right, establishing Atelier Lack and carrying on the tradition? Do you think Mr. Gamble would have resented Mr. Lack in any way?
Well, knowing what I've heard about Gamble's personality, that's very possible and even likely. I think many of his students he felt jealous of because Gamble, he had limitations in what he could paint and how he painted. He took spent time doing landscapes, and his students, Richard Lack and the others, would come along with him, and they would paint out of doors. Well, his students really painted landscapes much better than he did, and he was good at figure drawing, so he had the fundamentals, but the students far exceeded the beauty and the quality of their own workmanship compared to his. So he might have gotten frustrated with, and felt a little intimidated by some of his students in an ongoing way too, with what they accomplished when they left him. But he was an independently wealthy man, so
Sure.
he didn't have to. He wasn't worried about having to sell his work. So he did a lot of portraits of some wealthy people in the Boston area and so on, and sold some of his other paintings. And he was successful in doing murals and for different buildings and so on that would go up on the walls of banks and etc. So he had plenty of outlets and locally, and so he was successful that way. But I think the quality of the workmanship is maybe something that he envied.
And I know that this might be a bit another challenging question to answer, Gary. But in your perspective, if you were to put Mr. Gamble's work and Mr. Lack's work side by side, whose work do you think is superior in craftsmanship? That is.
Oh, yeah, Richard Lack by far.
Wow, wow,
Yeah.
that's incredible, incredible. Now, explained in the catalogue raisonné is that Mr. Lack suspected that his preliminary sketches would be studied once he had passed on. What do you believe made him think this?
Well, I think because he knew that he had come across Gamble as a lifeline to the past. That because he had spent a lot of time in New York City trying to find a painter and a school of painting that could teach him how to paint in the masters, and he couldn't find it there. He found it with Gamble, and then over time he came to the realization and discovered the fact that this lineage of training had been passed along for generations of artists had come to the point where Gamble was the last in the line to be able to teach these skills. And it doesn't mean that there weren't some other artists in the country, and much later, a couple of artists at about the same time were teaching and had some of the skills required. So it's not to say it was exclusively in Boston, but that had one, I would say, the strongest tradition, because many of the Boston artists all had studied prior to Gamble, and Gamble himself studied over in France at the École des Beaux-Arts. I mean, Gamble went there for a year, but he came back in 1911 because when he went over there, all of the great masters were dead by that time. And so he was being taught by some of their students. And by then also, modern art was beginning to really come to the forefront. So he was very dissatisfied with the teaching, that he felt he knew more than some of his instructors did at that point in time, after his studies with Paxton and Sergeant Sergeant Kendall. So anyway, so that was kind of, what was going on at that time.
Sure. And it's interesting to think as well, Gary, when you think about Mr. Lack's early years, this is prior to meeting Mr. Gamble when he was in New York, and I understand he was carrying out master copies at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And it was a chance encounter really that led him to Gamble, because I believe the story goes that he was copying one day in the Met, and it was Robert Cummings who actually approached him and complimented his work, and then explained that he was in Boston training with this painter who had a direct lineage to the 19th century academies, and then they went out to dinner and spoke more about Mr. Gamble, and eventually that led to Mr. Lack moving to Boston and starting his training. So it's interesting to think, if that encounter hadn't occurred, if Robert Cummings hadn't come around and actually spotted Mr. Lack working in the Met, I mean, there may have never been this tradition. I mean, do you ever consider that?
Well, yes, and that's another moment, like I brought up yesterday, synchronicity
That's right.
that occurred. So from just a very ordinary event of the two artists seeing each other and one being curious about what the other one was doing, copying, a painting of a master painting, led to what we have today, and now a worldwide international movement of painting. So yeah, it was incredible. And there's the interesting thing too is that Robert Cummings mentioned to Richard that after he told him about Gamble, that Gamble had written a book that he said, I got an extra copy, and he said, I'll send it to you when I get back to Boston. I'll pick up this copy and I'll send it to you, written by Gamble. The name of that book was called Twilight of Painting. Have you heard the reference?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, then Richard, when he saw that book, he realized that he had already read that book, that he had found it when he was studying at the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, the Minneapolis College of Art and Design associated with that museum. And in its library he came across The Twilight of Painting. And he read it. Now, after reading it, it never dawned on him to seek Gamble out and to look for him, and did, I guess, really put two and two together that Gamble was a painter. And so he ended up finding Gamble, which he first heard about and learned about when he was a couple of years younger here in Minneapolis. So it all came full circle. It was like Providence. He was meant to meet this man.
Well, was Mr. Lack aware when he first encountered Twilight of Painting that Mr. Gamble was alive and still working?
No, I don't think he really even. He said he didn't really even think about it.
Sure.
He found what Gamble was writing very interesting, but at the same time, he said he also didn't realize the depth and the importance of what he was stating in his book, because he went out to New York to find an artist that could, in a school of art that would train him how to paint like the old masters. And Twilight of Painting is basically a discussion about the fact that painting in the manner of the old masters was a dying art form.
Sure, absolutely.
And Gamble, he took on students because of the fact that he realized, as far as he knew, he had the last of the training skills to be able to teach other young artists how to paint.
Sure.
In the manner of the old masters. So,
sure. And he had dedicated Twilight of Painting to future art students as well.
Yes, yes. And then Richard ended up being, along with Bob Cummings, one of his first two students, and then Robert Douglas Hunter came along, and Robert Cormier also came along. So the first four of them were Gamble's first students.
Sure. So do you believe, Gary, that if it wasn't for that encounter in the Met between Mr. Lack and Robert Cummings, that Mr. Lack may have never heard of Gamble? I mean, he had heard of him through Twilight of Painting, but do you think he would have been exposed to Mr. Gamble through some other means than Robert Cummings if they hadn't met at that particular time?
No, because what he had promised his parents, financed his trip out there. And, they were naturally concerned, well, how can you make a living as a painter? They were a Norwegian stock, and they had a work ethic, and you go out and you get a job and you take care of yourself and so on. And a painter's life, even back at that time, they knew that there were some successful illustrators and some other artists that could make a living, but it was a kind of a roll of the dice, so to speak, as to whether or not it would happen. And Richard had quite a mind. In fact, he was very keenly interested in chemistry when he was a young man in school, and even through his high school, he excelled at science. And so he promised his parents that he would go out to New York and see what he could do to find a teacher in a school. And if he couldn't find it, he'd come back and enroll in the University of Minnesota and major in chemistry
Sure.
and become a chemist.
Right, right.
So he would have dropped pursuing painting. He might have still done some drawing and sketching and so on his own because it was something he loved to do, just like he would continue playing the violin because he loved to do it. But he wasn't going to make probably then he wouldn't focus on making a career out of either of those. He would graduate with a degree, probably even a PhD in chemistry.
Mm. Well, thankfully he didn't choose that route.
Yes, yes, for sure. But that shows you also his mind. He had also besides this incredible creative spirit and drive and insight and skills in what he did as a painter, he also had this mind of a chemist and dealing with mathematics and chemicals and all of what's involved in being able to be a good chemist. So he had a very analytical mind too, and
Absolutely.
all of that made up his character, made him what he was as a painter.
And something we'll touch upon later on in the interview is because I understand Mr. Lack experimented quite a bit with painting mediums. So I mean that can be attributed to his perhaps his profound knowledge of chemistry as well.
Sure, yeah, it did, definitely did.
Now, Mr. Lack expressed to you that his still lives, landscapes, portraits, and florals were the work that he relied upon to earn a living. However, he was most passionate about his imaginative paintings. Why was it that Mr. Lack admired the genre of imaginative painting, as this really isn't a typical kind of subject you would see in 15th to 19th century painting?
Well, first of all, let's get the kind of layout or flush out the definition of the word imaginative painting. It was a term that was coined by first by Gamel, and then obviously Richard Lack started using the term as well. Because if you look at what that kind of painting, there was historical, religious, mythological, allegorical paintings of a grand nature. Where the old masters did these beautiful, grand religious paintings or historical subjects or mythological and allegorical paintings. And Gamel came up with the term imaginative painting because those paintings came out of their imagination. So that described all of these different categories of painting under one definition. Now you add to that then what Gamel was pursuing and that Richard Lack was pursuing in doing paintings based on Jungian thought and the unconscious mind and all of that pertained to that. So Richard he pursued doing the imaginative paintings that he did based on Jungian psychology because he wanted to do large, grand paintings like the masters did, but he wanted to make them, the paintings have meaning for today's viewers, for people today. And he saw that what he understood about Jung and the unconscious mind and what a human being goes through when they're growing and dealing with their internal issues of themselves and just dealing with life itself, that all of these could be represented in allegorical form with symbols, just like the old masters would use symbols in their paintings as well, and make an art and make art paintings that would have some relevance, not only for today but for the future. And actually, he would comment that he was painting for 50 years for people 50 years in the future, where these paintings might be something that they would have more of a connection with.
Sure.
People find his imaginative paintings quite disturbing to look at, and he's aware of that. And he knew that they would be. I mean, because take a look at what they're about. They're about the inner mind, the journey into the unconscious, and what a person goes through as an evolution mentally and spiritually within themselves, dealing with the different aspects of their unconscious mind and with what's going on and how they're reacting to the world around them. And so they are disturbing. And also, when you're looking at them, they're not necessarily an immediate, oh, I know what this is about. I mean, if you go to see an old master painting that's religious, you can tell that it's a religious painting. Or historical, you can tell that there's a historical event going on there, like charging cavalries or whatever. And mythological, all of those tell a story that you can relate to immediately. Now, his imaginative paintings, they're hard to relate to immediately. I mean, you see things you recognize. They're all recognizable. But what is the message? What is the story each painting is telling? And that gets to be a little bit much more cerebral, and where the language of some of what he's discussing, and even Carl Jung's psychology, being more broadly accepted into our culture, would make a difference. Now, there's Freudian psychology and psychiatry, and then there's Carl Jung's psychology. And Freud had the most immediate impact, as we all know, and it's commonly known throughout the world, with psychiatry. Well, Carl Jung and his ideas kind of worked behind the scenes gradually, and has been adapted, and people have studied it now more and more and more. And a lot of paintings or movies, are based on a lot of the precepts of what's covered by Carl Jung, and like dealing with the shadow, the dark side of people's personality, the femme fatale. So the woman who works on a man and gets him to do something wrong, or takes him down a path that he would, where it brings about his demise. That relates to the animus and the anima focus and personalities in each person. The men have an animus, and female represents that have in their lives the anima. So the anima is actually a physical traits or the mental traits of a man, and the animus is the traits of a woman. So the men have those elements of the feminine in them as a part of them, and women have elements of the male as a part of them. So some of that can be described too with some women who, over the years, where they've experienced their freedom and can grow and take on roles and being equal to men, which is a wonderful thing. Some women have, along the way, and I've experienced this when I was younger, seemed to feel like they had to act more like a man and even be more manly than a man. They had to be tougher. And maybe a lot of that is they did feel like they had to stand up for themselves, and they had to fight their way through to be properly recognized. So it's understandable, but that would bring out more of this tough approach. In business, there was a time when it was kind of common knowledge among some of us guys that if you got a woman that was a manager, if you got one that was, it seemed well balanced, it was a real blessing, because a lot of women were really tough broads, to be kind of crass about it. They were tough. They really put the hammer down, as they felt they needed to.
Sure.
So all of these can come out, and because it's more and more in the culture, like even Alice in Wonderland, that is an incredible story about the journey through the unconscious. She and coming back home and realizing, like, a journey of the hero, and eventually coming back home and having learned and experienced all of this, the dark sides, and the friends that she made, and all of this are allegorical experiences that are very much Jungian in their flavor. So a lot of Hollywood writers and producers, they became aware of Jung's teaching, and they saw it themselves in the culture. So they would make movies based on some of these Jungian principles, and they all really work out, become great subjects for different movies.
Absolutely. These are very fascinating ideas, and I do agree with you as well, Gary, that there is something very peculiar about Mr. Lack's imaginative paintings, which were influenced by the teachings of Carl Jung.
Yeah.
Observing Mr. Lack's paintings, these imaginative works, some of the subject matter that we can identify, we're seeing imaginative beasts, gods, and unusual colors, seem to be worlds away from a traditional classical point of view. Now, we see the same in Mr. Gamel's late works, which is an interesting coincidence. What are your observations on Mr. Lack's imaginative paintings? Now, obviously, we've been discussing this in previous answers. However, one thing that I would perhaps like to state in this particular question as well is it's interesting when we look at Mr. Lack's late works, which is his imaginative works, we really see an artist coming into his own. Prior to that, Mr. Lack was very much a well-accomplished traditional painter, doing the traditional subjects, which a lot of people outside of our traditional painting world, might look and see it as kind of generic, right? But in regards to that, the 19th century enlightenist idea of becoming an artist, or an artist becoming an individual, we really see that in Mr. Lack's later imaginative works. And it is a coincidence, perhaps that Mr. Gamel's later works, if you look at his imaginative works in particular, they were based on the Hound of Heaven as well. So it's almost like Mr. Lack had to go through this whole career of painting, traditional subject matter before he could arrive to his true work. And we see the same in Gamel as well. Do you think there's any coincidence there in your perspective, Gary?
Well, yes, I can, and it would be along this line. And then there's obviously some differences, but like, for example, Richard had these ideas for imaginative paintings, and there are all those ideas, he was jotting them down. But he, to begin building an imaginative painting, he used mythological subjects and topics first, to kind of work out how to approach these large paintings, these that tell stories or have a theme behind them. That's it isn't real obvious necessarily when you're looking at it. So he started with Perseus and Andromeda and other mythological paintings first. And the first concept for Perseus and Andromeda was when he was a student in Boston in 1953, something that came out as I was working on the catalog. It wasn't something that was in his collection. In fact, Elizabeth Hunter provided it to me. She came across it. And so his developmental and concept drawings for Perseus then began in 1961. His final studies and the painting itself was done in 1968. So there is a long process there of him working out, the drawings and the concepts, and then doing developmental drawings where he was working out all these different aspects, the values and what the exact composition would be, and the chiaroscuro of the outlining of the shapes, make sure that the shapes of the figures would be of interest, have a nice melodic look to it, so to speak, to use a musical term. And so that's how he built up the skills, and doing color studies and learning the bistre painting methods that he employed in his imaginative paintings, and the Venetian method, and all of that. So it took a long time for all of this to come together. So in that sense, that I'm sure that Gamel went through the same thing, because he had the idea of doing some imaginative work himself, but he drew upon his experience with doing his murals, which the murals are, if you look at his murals, the figures basically are kind of flat. There's not a real depth and a dimension to them. They're painted well, but they're flat looking. And so
Gary, just to stop you there,
yeah.
in Mr. Gamel's defense, though, from what I understand, that's a particular method that keeping shadows flat and such in mural painting that is used for to create some kind of optical effect. So I guess I just wanted to put that in there as well, just to state that as well. I'm sure you're aware of that as well. That mural painters do adopt these particular techniques that are different to traditional easel painters, because of obviously what they're creating is a lot larger scale, and it's it's seen at from a distance as well. So there are these different optical effects
Well, yes,
that they use.
and
Yeah.
maybe I should have fleshed that out a little bit more, and I'm glad you brought that up to clarify it, because that's the point I was trying to make. He was doing these murals, and they were very well done. But like you pointed out, they're done in a certain way so that they work effectively from a distance, and that's the size and all of that. So in that sense, they're painted more flat than you would like seeing a portrait, of a person. Well, but Gamble applied to his imaginative painting the same methods of painting them as he used in his murals. Richard Lack pointed that out to me. He said that's one of the things that he saw as a shortcoming of Gamble, is he wasn't able to get beyond the way his approach to doing murals and using that same approach with his imaginative works, which had a certain flatness to them. And Richard, realized that was a shortcoming that he wanted to avoid. So he wanted to make sure that he retained, like in the figures, a real sense of life about them, and so on and so forth. So, but then, now, with part of what Richard did in his imaginative paintings, like if you take a look at the Journey into the Unconscious and the Day of Wrath, all of those are really representing the psyche, the human psyche. And so he wanted to make it dreamlike, because it comes from the unconscious, and you have your window into the unconscious comes from your dreams. So all of these paintings have a certain amount of dream element to them. So he wanted the figures more so in his journey into the unconscious. They're very dreamlike, and so they don't have all of the detail that in the like the sense of the muscles and so on in the figures, so that they look somewhat dreamlike. It's a little simple compared to, like, if you look at what he did in the Day of Wrath. Those are not so much dreamlike as they are dealing with some very specific issues, which the shadow side of humanity. Because the Day of Wrath is the center painting is about the atom bomb, and when he came up with this concept, during the 1950s, was at the height of the Cold War, and there's a real concern and fear that there could be a third world war that would wipe us all off the face of the earth through the atomic bombs. So that painting dealt with that, and what related to that. So the figures there are very real looking. He took them; they represent parts of the inner psyche, the dark side, for the most part, and painted those very, very realistically.
Sure. And when we look at Mr. Lack's imaginative works as well, considering that he was this figure that was kind of seen as an anti-modernist art figure, his later works, you would imagine, would appeal to more of the modern or contemporary art establishment. Do you see that, Gary, yourself?
No. The modern establishment, even at the time when he had his first exhibited the Day of Wrath, which was at the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, there was a special program there where he was invited to hang some of his work, and he brought the triptych there for the very first time and had that on display, and he had a lot of good responses from the people and the public, but from the establishment, they didn't understand what he was doing. They didn't like it. They found it so disturbing, but then they also thought it was, contemporary artists and the modern art culture and the modern art establishment. They'd hate to be called the establishment. They were considered themselves anti-establishment, but they became the establishment in their view of traditional painting and the old masters, is that they were. It had no relevance to today. It was a dead art form. Nobody should be wasting their time on that. You should be painting your feelings. Modern painting and the avant-garde is more about expressing what you feel and expressing a thought, but without any any structure. I mean, it's like how can you determine one form of contemporary modern art or the avant-garde is better or different, or what can you judge it based on? And it's all based upon the feelings of what the artist is putting down. They're not really concerned about how well they paint. They just want to make sure they get their feelings out there. So it's a very narcissistic art form in that regard.
And that's interesting that the establishment, weren't very didn't really favor Mr. Lack's imaginative works as well, because you would imagine they would, because he's dealing with abstract imagery, things that you mentioned were quite disturbing and such, and these ideas in the contemporary art world today are things that are embraced. So there may be potential there. I'm just saying, I'm just putting this idea out there that people in the modern, not modern, but the contemporary art establishment nowadays may look to Mr. Lack's imaginative works and value them for what they put forward, for the peculiar nature, for their otherworldly nature, for the subject matter, and for the kind of abstract notions within them. I mean, with someone without a Jungian understanding of what's going on there will look at these paintings and be completely ignorant as to what they mean, but to find so much fascination in them because they're so open-ended as well.
Yeah, well, yes, exactly, and they're subject to personal interpretation. Richard said he didn't like discussing or explaining each of his paintings too much or taking it too far. He wants the person to have their own reaction to it, and then have that be something that they think about. Mm-hmm. Why are they reacting that way? But he was willing and did provide some description of these paintings to give it some kind of a context, because he realized that he was painting in a manner that people would not recognize what some of the symbols represented that he was doing, or what was the main thought of what each of these paintings represented. So he did provide some insight, and those are in the catalog as well. I've made sure to include that. And he's had some interviews where he talks about his imaginative works and does get into that a little bit more.
Sure.
So it helps to have some of that context. And he would put these contexts also when the paintings were on exhibit. He would provide some of those explanations would be included, so that the viewers, they could read that and go, and then take a look at the painting and have a better feel of what he was trying to convey, and then have their own reaction to it.
So would you call Mr. Lack's imaginative paintings conceptual works?
Well, how do you define? It depends on how you define the term. I would say yes, but conceptual works can have a variety of definitions when it comes to like the modern artists compared to others. But I guess, how would you define conceptual art?
Well, that has some underlying idea that's used as the basis of the work's creation. But as you're saying, it's true that we need some kind of criteria to identify what we mean by conceptual art, because in nowadays in contemporary art, when we talk about conceptual art, we're talking about things that are minimalistic, things that are highly abstract, and which are very unskilled in our perspective. But perhaps a more appropriate term would be theme-based paintings or concept-based paintings.
Well,
yeah, definitely.
Yes.
And one thing I want to mention as well, with the whole imaginative painting genre, Gary, so we can understand that that's come from the Gammell-Lack lineage. However, I'm not sure if you're aware of the contemporary painter James Gurney.
James Gurney?
Yes, have you heard of him?
That name's familiar, but
yeah. Well,
like I said, the name's familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, he's a painter, and he works with more watercolor and such. But it is a fine painter. He's got a good understanding of figurative realism. And he actually published a book several years ago, which was called Imaginative Realism: How to Paint What Doesn't Exist. And what's happened now is the realist culture, the realist movement, the contemporary realist movement, has created another genre of painting that's actually known as imaginative realism, which is almost like a fantasy genre of painting, which is come into its own now. So when we say imaginative paintings nowadays, we have to understand that there is a difference between imaginative paintings and what Mr. Gamble meant by it, what Mr. Lack meant by it, and what imaginative realism is, which is something that is based off of James Gurney's book, which is more about fantasy subject matter and such. Are you familiar with the kind of realism I'm talking about?
Well, yeah, and I would think fantasy paintings and drawings would be included under the definition that Richard and Gamble were using. It's not to take anything away from what the artists that are employing this themselves now imagine fantasy work and what it means to them. But it would be something that would be recognized by Richard and Gamble as being something that they would include under the term imaginative painting. It comes from the imagination of the artist, and that's unlimited. I mean, whatever an artist imagines, if they study, work out their own means of how they're going to convey it, is still, a very valid piece of work. So I don't know that there'd be any we wouldn't be at odds. These painters wouldn't be at odds, or shouldn't be, with Richard's work or theirs, or with artists that still do religious paintings. Steve Jurtson does a lot of religious imaginative work, and there are other artists and some in other realist traditions that do religious paintings, as well as historical paintings and so on. So it's all kind of under a big umbrella, and anything goes when it comes to the imagination.
Sure. Now, coming back to Mr. Lack's idea of his imaginative paintings, did Mr. Lack believe there wasn't a market for his imaginative works?
Well, he knew there wasn't a market. That he didn't expect any of those works to sell. He thought that they would be acquired in some time in the future by people that had acquired a certain amount of working knowledge of Jung and an interest in his work and so on, that might be interested in buying them. But he didn't really expect any of those imaginative works to sell at the time he was doing them. As it turns out, though, some of them did sell. Certainly he found a market for some of his mythological paintings. It took a while for him to build a large group of collectors, where some of them had an interest in some of those mythological paintings. But then also there was a married couple here in the cities that were buying his other works, that bought two of his imaginative works. So they have found buyers, in today's world, that he was quite delighted when some of his paintings did actually sell. But the vast majority of his really large works, they haven't found a buyer for them as yet, but they're working on it.
Sure. So in Mr. Lack's perspective, his imaginative paintings weren't considered to be what he would refer to as pot boilers.
Right. Yeah. He didn't paint them with the idea of being able to make any money from them. He was painting them for the future.
Sure. That makes sense. Now, moving on. There is a particular story which I would like your input on. There was a perception that Mr. Lack's approach to painting required a great deal of patience. I understand there was a point when you explained a comment to Mr. Lack that was made by a past student who did not successfully complete the course of training at Atelier Lack. You asked this student why he didn't complete the program, and he replied, quote, "I don't have the patience to paint that way," unquote. Mr. Lack became irritated at your recollection of the student's response and stated, quote, Patience has nothing to do with my work. It's the correct way to paint," unquote. What is the significance of this story in regards to Mr. Lack's view on the craft of painting?
Well, his views was that there was a correct way of painting in this tradition. I mean, you could go outside of this tradition and paint quickly and just dash off paintings, and a lot of people do, without really any thought put behind it, or much thought, or much structure to it. Richard's points of view was, painting should be done in a certain way based on how you measure. You take your measurements of what you're painting in nature and in real life, whether it's a portrait or otherwise, and to apply that in a certain procedure, in a certain process, and building up on the canvas what it is that you're trying to achieve with your painting, and that there was a certain process with it. Some was more tedious and more involved, like his imaginative paintings took a great deal of time pulling all the basic fundamental elements of the painting before he even got to being able to do the painting. It took him several years, but almost all of his imaginative work before he was able in a position where he had done the studies, he had done the work, and he had worked out some of the issues and the problems and did color studies, small versions of the painting itself, and working out the color and the values and all of that way ahead of before he got out the big canvas and started to put onto canvas what he had, all of the combination of all these studies to create the final painting. Now, working landscapes, those are done alla prima and out in the nature directly. All of his landscapes are done that way. He would take them sometimes into the studio and finish up passages that he would make notations of, but he didn't have time with the amount of light that was remaining in the day to finish it. Or he would take his originals and then blow them up into different sizes. But those were all done based, again, on what the finished piece that he brought in from nature and working with replicating that in his studio. And quite often he'd take these paintings back out and finish them out of doors as well. So that's a whole different approach. But there's a certain process of being able to look at nature. In fact, even with his landscape paintings, painting them more impressionistically with broken color, as opposed to more of a traditional or classical approach. And so he always found it difficult to see the color in nature, and it's something I've struggled with. I mean, most painters do, but I could relate to it because I took some classes where it was painting outdoors and doing some landscape work, and the instructor I was working with would say, "No, here your color, you're not balancing your colors correctly." And he would show me how, like in nature, yeah, there's a lot of green, but it's not all green. Nature is balanced automatically by reds, different shades and qualities of red. And so a lot of what you see as brown is really kind of a reddish brown. So nature introduces this balance of color automatically, but because red and different shades and values of red can be so striking and pull your attention away, it's only done in small amounts. So branches of trees are kind of this reddish brown. They almost look gray or black, but they're all kind of elements of even like a purple, which is made up and composed of elements of red and blue. So there's the elements of red in nature, and sometimes it can be quite striking.
Sure.
But, so all of that is something you have to come to learn how to do. But Richard finally had some breakthrough with it. And he said he finally reached the point he was doing a landscape painting where he said it was like looking into the mind of God and seeing nature through God's eyes, because he saw all the broken color. He finally worked on it and worked on it where he came home so thrilled. He spent the evening talking to Catherine about it. And he was so excited. He said he finally was able to see color the way it actually exists in nature.
Incredible. And that's I mean, his perseverance in that just proves testament as to how hard it is to actually come to a mastery of the craft of painting. I mean, I've heard artists say that a lifetime of painting isn't nearly enough to be able to master the actual craft. There is just so much to learn, and it's so scientific at times. But I'm very glad that Mr. Lack was able to achieve that in his lifetime as well. Now, regarding Mr. Lack and his responsibilities as a teacher, he stated, quote, "Teaching takes so much energy which I no longer have. I thought of teaching as an obligation, a responsibility that I owe to the future of art. I was so grateful to have found Mr. Gamble. If I hadn't studied with him and connected with the Boston tradition, I wouldn't have done anything significant. I wanted at least some students in the same predicament to have an opportunity to develop their talent. Unquote. Was Mr. Lack ever concerned that his time dedicated to teaching was taken away from his time from his own paintings?
Well, that's a good question because obviously it did. But he, again, was able to compartmentalize. He would spend 2 days a week um, going to the school and doing critiques of the work that his students were doing. And that didn't mean he didn't also have some time to do some painting on those days. But he devoted primarily his focus was on his school and his students. So then the other days is where he made up for all of that and was still worked on his own work. So it was something that he felt an obligation to do. You know, going back to that dream that he had, which is why he started, or how he came to deal with the need to start a school, where the paintings, the portraits painted by different, masters would say, who's going to teach future artists how to paint us like the masters did?
Yeah.
He took that to heart. He realized, the mantle was being passed on down to him, and that he didn't know if any of the other students of Gamble would pick up the mantle and carry it forward. Some of them did without necessarily having their own atelier, like Robert Hunter taught students at the Boston Guild, but he also had them then come and work in his studio, or he would go to their studio and critique their work there. So he did some training along that way, but nobody else opened up an atelier program like Richard did and spent the time studying how the atelier program should be more further developed than what he experienced with Gamble.
Sure. And it seems like teaching would have been a healthy thing for Mr. Lack, and able to just get some distance from his own paintings, get outside the studio, and to kind of refresh his own take on painting and why he's doing it, by getting over to Atelier Lack and being around the younger painters and being a mentor to them as well. Do you find that teaching, from your perspective, from your chats with Mr. Gamble, that teaching was something that was beneficial in regards to just getting some space away from his paintings, just to get that clarity of mind?
Not so much in getting him time away from his painting, because he would probably have preferred just being able to continue to paint. But I'm sure he also then, because he took on the responsibility of running a school and working with these young aspiring artists, that he did take pleasure out of the experience. And he did take away maybe insights that he didn't realize he would probably experience, even looking at his own work in a different way. I never really had discussions with him, about this specifically, but I can well imagine that he did. I mean, he did feel like the time with his students was time well spent. It just that it was something that he felt he needed to do, because if he didn't do it, it wasn't going to be done, and he felt the need to find the means to have this tradition go forward into the future.
Sure. Now, during the height of Atelier Lack, I understand Mr. Lack and his students were the subject of much controversy. In fact, the Minneapolis Art Press labeled Mr. Lack's students as, quote, Lack's lackeys, unquote. Further to this, the Minneapolis Art Institute shunned his work and made derogatory comments about he and his students' work. Are you able to recall specific details as to the kind of criticism Mr. Lack and his circle received at his time?
Well, yes, because I appeared on the scene back in 1988, and then more fully with that, or in 87, but then in through 1988 and 89 and forward. And in 1989 was when most of the critical articles expressing all of this came out in what was called the art paper. It was like a newspaper, kind of a deal, and it was passed out and was available all over the city, wherever you could, pick up that, related things, like at art stores and just other outlets. They had them as something you could just pick up and take with you. And of course, all of the art schools locally in the Minneapolis College of Art and Design, et cetera, it was passed around there. And to the people that supported the school and supported the museum. So there are like numerous articles that were written about Richard Lack, where at one point one of the writers of the paper did an article where he referred, or she referred, to Lack's students as Lack's lackeys. And it was very derogatory, and they seem to, when you read it from our perspective, they thought that we were trying to be take over what they did, and we didn't think that we were trying to be dictatorial. That the only kind of painting to do was the kind of painting that was being done at Atelier Lack, which was really in their eyes, a dead art form, and that who are we to judge their work, and who are we to comment on their work when our work was so this, that, and the other thing. And they were very derogatory about the kind of work that we're doing, or that his students in Lack were doing. And at any rate, I don't have a lot of the specifics, but there's they were here. I've got a certain list I kind of put together here that I just found. So they accused Lack and his students of wanting to censor artistic expression, and there'd be examples of what they meant by that. And that classical realism is ideologically narrow. That Lack's myopic view of the importance of the Western European tradition of white male art. That's what they thought of it, that he had a myopic view of the importance of Western white male art. Classical realism. So these are some quotes I pulled out of one of the newsletters. Classical realism fails to understand that for many, quote, many modernist painters, it was the conceptual and philosophical underpinnings of their work, their ideas, and not physical objects or its longevity that was important. Well, that's obvious. Of course it wasn't. So the list goes on in this manner ad nauseum. There's just so much of it that was just being dumped on top of all of this, the artists in this tradition. It was really very unusual.
Sure.
Very shocking.
Absolutely, and that's interesting as well, Gary. The way that you mentioned that, just from the whole presence of Atelier Lack and Mr. Lack and his students, the art establishment, the modern art establishment, the art schools and such, becoming almost offended and feeling like they were being, Mr. Lack was trying to attack them, or they're trying to say that this is what art should be, trying to move people's ideology of what art should be and such. And I find that as well, like when you're speaking to someone from the contemporary art establishment, say, or you show them your work, or you just talk about traditional painting or traditional art, there tends to be this hesitation, or it almost feels like they become a bit antagonistic. And what do you think all that's about? I mean, is it do they take it as this idea as where we might be trying to say, well, look how unskilled your work is, and look how skilled my work is, or your work is inferior and this work is superior, or everything that was created prior to the 20th century is not really considered art. Art could have pretty much stopped at the 19th century, and that would have been it. That would have been enough of a definition of art, and enough work would have been created for us to have a fine history of art. But so if you could put into words, I mean, what is it exactly that irritates the modern art establishment, the contemporary art establishment, about traditionalism?
Well, to me, I think the most obvious answer is that they don't have the skills to really draw. They don't. I think they're intimidated. And so what they do is they turn their intimidation into being dismissive of the work, and it has no value, and it's old, it's dead, and, there's no relevancy, and it's so pretty, and it's so cute, and it's so quaint, and that modern art is so dynamic, based on the emotions and the feelings, and bringing it all, so it's like I said, modern art really grew into something that was very narcissistic. and no longer built on any kind of the original traditions of the quality of workmanship involved in it. I mean, there can be I suppose, some modernist work that has a certain amount of quality of craftsmanship of some kind, but that's not their focus. That's just what they needed to use and do to get what their idea was, whether it was some kind of a sculpture or whatever. But so I think a lot of it really comes from being intimidated, and that they don't have a tradition that's built on anything so grounded as what the artists of the classical realist artists and other traditional artists have today.
Sure.
Because anybody can look at a classical realist painting or a traditional artist painting, whether it be a landscape or a cityscape or a seascape or a flower or mountains or Western art, wildlife art, all of that, you can identify, you can understand what you see by looking at it. You don't have to be told what does it mean for it to be something that you can then understand, other than like that's where the imaginative work kind of paintings that Richard has done kind of steps into that area. And so, but at least when he has a figure there, you can see that it's a human being, and it's very well painted, and that the symbols that are used and so on are very well painted. So the quality, the workmanship is still there. It's just a matter of being more educated about what Jungian principles are being portrayed. And so he would provide an explanation of that, so that the person can understand the meaning behind what they're viewing.
Sure.
But modern art don't have that.
Sure. So coming back to this idea of Mr. Lack, the derogative terms that the modern art establishment had used to put down Mr. Lack and his students, this idea of lackeys. I've heard lacklusters as well. Are there any other terms like that that you're familiar with?
No, those are the primary terms: lackeys and lackluster. Lacklusters, yeah. Lackluster, yeah.
Yeah. So these terms, to be called a lackey, for instance, that was something that would be offensive. I mean, you wouldn't have students in Atelier Lack saying, "Well, we're lackeys and they're the art establishment."
Well, no. They were all offended by that term, and it just shows the gulf between the two traditions. And the thing about classical realism and the traditional art is it does have some foundations in the visual world and in nature. So that really sets that apart from the narcissistic kind of work that comes out of the avant-garde. Actually, classical realism now is the new modern.
Sure, yeah. It's interesting how that's worked out.
It's the current new modern art.
Yeah. Can you recall the criticism and controversy that went on at the Minnesota Artist Exhibition Program, MAEP?
Yeah, boy, did that ever eventually result in a big crescendo of all sorts of claims and angst and anger. Well, the Minneapolis Exhibition Program, MAEP, was started by the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, actually back in the 70s, where they would invite Minnesota artists to submit work, which they would then have a gallery that was set up that would have their work on display for a certain period of time, as a way to show some support for what was going on in the art world and with artists in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. And then out of that area, they included artists from all over the state. And so it grew over a period of time. And there was like by the 1980s, late 80s, there were about 400 artists being included or represented or considered for exhibition during when these exhibition opportunities would come up. So they also then pulled out of this group of artists, they'd have representatives from different parts of Minneapolis and St. Paul, because they were so close to the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, that would work on a board that would review the exhibition's submissions and make a determination as to like a theme of what the exhibition was going to be about and so on. And then they would work on this kind of part-time and then the museum would take it over as far as what had to be done to get it all up and running. So the artists didn't have to spend a lot of time doing manual work or the production of the work and promotion and all that stuff. They came up with just dealing with the works that were being submitted and voting on it. So the people that were on this board, they were elected to it, and the artists that from around the state and in the cities would vote in who they wanted to be on this panel every year, this exhibition panel.
Sure.
So and that was fine. It was all modern artists. You know, there was the avant-garde. There no traditional representational artists were ever included. But now one of them from Richard Lack's program, Sid Wicker, who was also then, at that time, she was a teacher at Atelier Lack. She had finished her training. But she went and presented herself to get on to be elected. And she was elected in. She filled one place. And at the time, they didn't really realize her background. Just they weren't necessarily alert or felt they needed to get that much into it. If an artist showed up and they would kind of explain their points of views and so on, that they would then get elected. So she was elected. So she was the first one that made it onto this panel, this board. And then it was discovered that she was who she was, and that a new election was coming up, and there was going to be 4 more openings. It was a total panel of seven people. 3 were being retained because they'd have staggering years. They would serve for 2 years, and there would be alternate years where some of the people would no longer be carrying on, and so then they'd have to elect new members to the panel. Well, so there's 4 open positions, and it suddenly kind of spread around all these other artists in the Institute of Arts that, Sid Wicker was connected with Richard Lack, and they were concerned about what the plan was and the fact that there was some other artists from Richard Lack's program that wanted to sit on this panel. And they were concerned that the artists from the classical realists would censor artistic expression, that classical realism is ideologically narrow, and so they would have a narrow view of anything modern. They wouldn't be willing to probably have those in the exhibition, and that that they were going to try to take over the exhibition program and have just classical realist artists' works there, and not allow the avant-garde artists, which were there were more of them in the state than there were classical realists. So they were concerned about it being all censored out and that kind of thing. So it got everybody there. They got just really super angry and all turned up about this. And the art paper, there were numerous articles about this and what was going on, and there was a call for more artists to attend for the vote because normally there was maybe about 40 or 50 artists from around the area that would show up and do the vote on adding the new members. Well, when Richard Lack and the group of people that they had to come to put through their vote, the combined total was over 100 people were there, well over 100 people. And so they took the vote, and they were able to get 3 people elected, but they were 1 or 2 votes away from taking over the 4th seat. By then, more people had shown up, and so but then there were 4 or 3 people on 3 out of the 7 had been elected, and there was a lot of resistance to their participation at all. And finally, one of the students of Richard Lack, his name is Tim Iverson, he proposed and pointed out in one of their meetings that just be realistic about the fact that this issue is going to be around for a while, and why not compromise where we have an exhibition that is composed of like three classical realists, including Richard Black, maybe three or four, and there'd be three or four of the other artists representing, and we'd give them a theme, and they would submit works for it. And so that was kind of won over. It's like, okay, finally we can maybe put an end to all of this rancor and the fact that the classical realists, they're not going away, and so that some attention had to be paid to this, and that the art museum needed to show some balance in their exhibition programs because it was turning out to be bad publicity for them. So they agreed to. And Richard Lack had his works there. Robin Anderson had some work there. Stephen Levine, Stephen Jertson. So there it was well represented. With that exhibition, of all of their exhibitions they'd ever had to that point, and as from what I understand, even afterwards, they no longer run the program anymore, was the greatest attendance. They had the largest attendance ever.
Wow.
And it was like crowds. From opening night, there were crowds and crowds of people there, people coming and going. The place was just packed. And that there was regular people, some crowds of people showing up through the rest of the week. And they had a guest book where people could write what their thoughts were. And there was a lot of comments about commenting positively about the classical realists. And somebody on the panel that represented, the classical realists, they asked for and got a hold of that book. They wanted to make some copies of the comments that had been made. And they found pages were torn out. And pages that were torn out, and nothing that was no positive comments about the show, about the classical realist work, was included in what they found that was left. So it was obvious that they had torn the pages out that said anything good about classical realism painting.
Oh, that's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Well, yeah, it is.
So you've got no...
That just shows how... That just goes to show you how intimidated they were. What did they have to fear? Really, if you take a look at it. It's two different traditions. People that love modern art, and they are out there. In fact, modern art is actually, the avant-garde is delegated or denigrated itself within its own concept of more degradation than they were into becoming design work. Like stuff you can put up on a wall and it has some color to it and some kind of design, so it'd be decorative. And people like that work. And that's usually the best thing I could ever say about some of the modern and avant-garde like paintings that were done, is that some of it is very decorative or could be considered decorative. It has maybe a nice use of color and maybe a certain amount of a feeling of some kind of composition without knowing what it would be. But there's something that you can admire of it if you have to. And just say, well, yeah, I like the color. I like the colors that they used. I like some of the patterns that they've created. So that's how they've kind of imploded, really, when you look at it. There's not much going on and being talked about of the avant-garde art world anymore. It's still there, but it's kind of gone to the back pages.
Sure. So that particular commentary book that had the good comments about the classical realists, there's no evidence of those comments whatsoever. They were just torn out and disposed of.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, people. A lot of us, the supporters of classical realism, we would page through we were looking through the book. We heard about it. There was a lot of good comments, so we go out there ourselves and page through the book, and there was a lot of comments spread throughout. Well, if a page had a nice comment, it was ripped out. We couldn't find any of those comments. So we don't know what happened to them. People that would be talked to would say they had no idea who did that.
Wow. That's incredible to hear that. So at that point, once that had happened, after that the exhibition and the pages were torn out of that commentary book, did the classical realists break all ties with the MAEP?
Well, yeah, I mean, eventually the artists that had been voted in, the classical realists, or representing the classical realists, their seats came up, and they got tired of having to deal with all the rancor and the treatment that they were receiving. So they just retired. They just quit the board, and eventually the whole program, the Minnesota Artists Exhibition Program, just went away.
Mm, mm. So in hindsight, Gary, looking back, do you think that now that you've elaborated that there are two different traditions, and if you're taking traditional realist work and putting it into a modernist exhibition, there's bound to be clashes there. In hindsight, do you think that it was a good idea to have elected the classical realists and to have gotten involved with the MAP in the first place?
Well, no, because it gave the public a chance to see both art forms and both traditions. If you can say that the avant-garde has a tradition, they do kind of. It's a tradition of thought and freedom of expression, but and that anything goes, but they had a chance to see for themselves and compare them side by side, and people loved seeing the realism, the figure, the landscapes. I mean, beautiful, and even Richard's Day of Wrath. I mean, that's very graphically painted. You can tell that there's an atom bomb going off, and there's something going on with the figure in relation to the atom bomb. Like it's a dark figure, and kind of pouring the having the atom bomb causing it to go off. And there's the revelation to Saint John, and John then was being informed by an angel, and there's the four horsemen of the apocalypse. I mean, you could actually put together what the painting represented. And the right panel is final destruction, and there's the angel of earth screaming out in pain as the earth is being destroyed.
That's interesting.
So all that, even that, as troubling as it was to look at, was something that, because the topic was troubling, it was scary. There's even in the 80s, there were still remnants of atom bombs, and the threat of it. China still had their arsenal, Russia still had their arsenal, North Korea was banging on the door and going crazy. I mean, so it never, that fear or concern had never gone away. It just wasn't as amplified now as it had been in the 50s and 60s.
Sure. It seems like it was really an us and them kind of mentality that was prevailing at that point. And in all this, Gary, considering what had gone on at the MAEP, what was Mr. Lack's reaction? Did that? I imagine it would have brought him down somewhat to see what had come of all that. From your experiences, did you have any discussions with him concerning what happened?
Well, yeah, I can't remember anything in the real specifics, but it didn't bring him down. It made him angry, and it made. But then with hearing about the comments and how well attended the show was and how favorable people were commenting on the traditional work there, the classical realist work, encouraged him. He felt very encouraged by it. That the broad public. You can't fool them. A lot of people, it's like the elites, the art cultural elites would look and admire, some of the avant-garde work, and it's like other people, but the common man, not to be using that in a derogatory way, but the vast majority of people, when they would see a painting, they would love to see a painting that was beautiful and uplifting, not troubling. So he felt that there was hope for the future for our culture.
Sure.
Because of that. Yeah.
Sure. Now, why did Mr. Lack believe that any recognition he would receive would not be granted until 50 years after he had passed away?
Well, when he first had that point of view, and I think it did come to change later, but really late in his career, was that his work wasn't being broadly recognized. It wasn't being broadly recognized by the art establishment. There was only a few galleries that were focusing on traditional work. He tried to work with one or two of them locally, which didn't work out that well. They didn't sell a lot of work. And out west in Arizona, Scottsdale, there was a gallery there that wanted to take on his work and some of the other artists, like Steve Jurgensen's and so on. And it did okay, but he found that he did much better selling his work privately out of his studio.
Mm.
And so he knew that that was going to be like a one person at a time approach rather than getting a large exposure. Well, some of the large exposure for his work didn't occur until we were beginning as a society, the American Society of Classical Realism, and started to have these exhibitions.
Mm.
And so because of that, he began to receive, and so did the other artists, started to receive interest in their work by other collectors from different parts of the country.
Sure.
Where before it had been primarily focused here in Minneapolis and Minnesota, and developing a group of collectors and artists that wanted to support Lack and his students.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't think he would really get the real full recognition that he was due until after he had passed away, and that quite often that happens to most artists throughout history.
That's true, yeah.
It's not until 50 years or 100 years after they're gone that art historians discover their work, and then suddenly it gets all the spotlights and the adulation that was missing, for a lot of them when they were alive.
That's right, that's true. Now, for many artists, their studio can be a sanctuary, a place of peace away from the stresses and strains of everyday life. Regarding the studio, Mr. Lack explains, quote, "The studio can be for the painter what the stage is for the theatre director, a place where he can recreate the outer world. It's an important part of the painter's art to learn how to manipulate costumes, props, mannequins, still life, and drapery in order to portray his chosen motive convincingly," unquote. Was the studio for Mr. Lack a private space, or was he comfortable having visitors come in and watch him work?
It was very private. In fact, the rule was that when he went up to his studio, and he had a very set schedule, he would get up and exercise. If he was going to, and sometimes he would go to the gym nearby, the workout center, and he would swim, and then he would have breakfast. And by 9 o'clock, punctually, 9 o'clock, he was in his studio painting. He would be there until noon, at which time he would stop and he'd come out and have lunch. Maybe I'll read the paper, look at some mail, and no later than 1 o'clock, sometimes as early as 12:30, a half hour. He'd take a half hour or a 1 hour lunch, no longer. And he would paint until the light was good. So different times a year, the light lasted longer than in the others. Like obviously in the winter, the light would, daylight would, the days would be shorter, the nights would be longer. And during the summers, there'd be more daylight. During the day, the days would be longer and the nights would be shorter. So he painted when he had good light, and then he would stop. But then he would work on doing his research into the past masters. He bought numerous rare and out-of-print books that he found in different parts of the country, and wherever he could locate them. He had an amazing ability to ferret these out, and he would study them and pore over them. And he also then was, like I mentioned before, working on doing his doodles, his scribbles, and coming up with his concepts and getting that all down on paper. And then he was also then able to spend time at night playing his violin. So all of that was different things that he had going on, and that's how his day would look. And the word with the family was, do not disturb your father if the door is closed to the studio. And keep the noise down. Do not make any noise that would disturb him. So they knew they had to be quiet and not disrupt him. And there was one time, and typically he did not like people to come and visit him while he was working. You could come around lunchtime and he would be glad to have lunch with you, but then he'd go back to work right afterwards. And most of my lunch meetings, that was the case. But there was one time where I needed to talk to him about something. I don't recall what it was, but there was a reason for me to see him. And I called Catherine and I talked to her about it, and she realized that it was kind of an important topic, probably has something to do with an exhibition or something related to that, because those were considered pretty important. And she said, well, let me just check with Richard. She said, he's at a point where he could take a little break and I could check with him. So she would knock on the door and he would let her in, knowing that she wouldn't do that unless there was something important to impart to him. So she just let him know that I'd like to come over and what the topic was. And he said, and by this time I think it was in the afternoon, he said, yeah, sure, tell me to come on over. So I came over and I said, "Is Richard going to come down?" And she said, "No, no." She said, "Yeah." He said you could come up and see him in his studio. He'd leave the door open, and he's working on a painting right now. But he said you should feel free to come up. Well, what he
Wow.
was working on was one of his imaginative paintings for the journey into the unconscious, and he was working on a painting. It's called The Dreamer. In fact, I have a study to that painting that Catherine Lapp, after Richard passed away, gave to me. And it's very poignant because I was the dreamer,
Mm.
I had dreams. So she gave me that work knowing that it kind of rarely represented my personality or who I was. But it shows a man, he's nude. It's a nude male figure. And he's resting on some rocks where he's seated and resting his head on his right arm, and he's sleeping. And his left leg is facing out towards the audience. And he was so when I went up there, he was working on this painting, and it was pretty much finished. He was doing some finishing work on it, and he was mixing some color on his palette. The whole palette was clean, and he was very meticulous about working on his palette and keeping it clean in between sets and so on, or changes of colors that he was working on in certain areas. So in this case, he was mixing a couple of colors together, and it was a real small amount of paint. And I tried to figure out, well, what is he going to do with that? Is he going to sign the painting with that? I mean, it was really a very small amount. And so we were talking, and so we kind of reached the kind of a good stopping point. He said, "Here, I want to finish this." And he said, "You can stay." He said, "It won't take long." And so he was seated on a stool so that he could lean down and be right across. He could look right across from that part of that leg, that left leg. And what it turns out that he was doing, he was putting some reflective color in it.
Mm.
And it was kind of a red tone. So if you look at the painting itself, you'll see this like a little slash, this little sliver of reflective light on the skin.
Mm-hmm.
And
Wow.
that's what he painted. Yeah, and he had just the right amount of paint to paint it. He really had very little left over.
Sure. So was
Most of
that
the painting was on the brush. So,
was that
and that all ended up on the canvas. And he painted it in one stroke.
that's incredible. So was that
Yeah.
the only time that you were allowed to watch Mr. Lack painting?
Yes, and the only other time he would allow people in there while he was painting was when he had a sitter and he was doing a portrait, or he had a model and he was painting their figure or as a study.
So he didn't, and it can be quite unnerving, I know, for some painters when someone stands behind them and watches them paint. Mr. Lack didn't really like that.
No, no, he would let them look at what his painting was. I mean, if he was doing a portrait, there'd be the early stages he wouldn't want them to look at.
Mm.
Because it was too much in the construction stage. And he also didn't want to start commenting on how they looked and say, "Oh, give me more of a smile." And this.
Yeah,
So he waited until the portrait was pretty far along. And he basically said, "There's very little that I'm going to make changes to right now." So he said, "But I'll take into account any comments that you make."
sure,
but
sure.
so yeah, he didn't want anybody watching him paint. I think that I know of, and maybe his wife Catherine might have been in the studio at some time when he actually was painting. But I'm the only person. I didn't really think of this before, but I think I'm the only person that I know of that was allowed to be there and to stay there when he actually did put some paint on canvas.
That's incredible. He must have really trusted you in that case.
Yeah, and felt very comfortable with my being there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure. So
obviously. Yeah.
was Mr. Lack the kind of painter that would work, up until early hours of the morning, or would he stop at a certain time?
Well, like I said, when the light failed,
Oh, when
typically
the light
that, like
failed.
in the winter, it would be by 5 o'clock. The sun was really beginning to go down. He was losing daylight very quickly by the time. But so during the winter, it's 5 o'clock. During the summer hours, he'd be out painting in sunlight, and he would do different paintings at a location based on the time of day, because the light's always moving when you're landscape painting.
Mm,
So you had to be able to work very quickly and capture that moment in time. And so quite often he was doing color studies, small color sketches of a landscape, and then he'd come back with a larger canvas, and he was able to go right at it because he would start laying in the canvas in a studio based on his color sketch, and then really start adding the colors that he was seeing at that time of day to finish it out. But he also painted in a studio. He painted his floral paintings, and he did all of his interiors. He would create an interior setting, and then that would be in a studio, and it was he had the light coming in through the windows that he had installed in the ceiling.
Sure.
So he would be able to paint all of that natural light.
Right. Great. Now, can you elaborate on Mr. Lack's work routine when in the studio? For example, what time did he start working? How long would he work for? And did he paint every day? Now, you've answered part of that question, but perhaps
Yes.
Was Mr. Lack the kind of painter to paint every day, or was it just like a Monday to Friday deal?
Well, he quite often painted every day of the week, other than he wouldn't put in full days with the students, but if he had some time on the days that he spent with the students before he went to the school, or maybe if he found he could leave early, he would probably pick up the brush and paint while he had the chance. He was very devoted to his work, and like he said, art is a very demanding mistress, or cruel mistress, because it absorbs you, and he was very absorbed with his work and getting the work done, and being as prolific as he is, painting the way that he did and in the manner he did.
Sure. That's fascinating. And do you feel as though, from your perspective, Gary, that Mr. Lack had this sense of his own mortality, and he felt this kind of obligation to get out as many paintings as he could before his time was up?
Well, in a way, yeah. I mean, because when he got in 1992, let's see, at that time he would have been 66 years old. So he was in his mid-60s. He arranged for the two students that were teachers of his, who had been students. They were painters. Now they had graduated, and they were assisting him in painting, doing instruction with some of the students during the day program. And that was Sid Wicker and Dale Redpath. And they wanted to continue on with the school. He told me he was going to retire. So he passed the reins of the school over to them. He overlapped, finishing off the students that he had in the last 2 years. He didn't take on any new students he brought in, where he had brought over students that Sid and Dale already had. So they were incorporated into his atelier program as first and second year students. He finished his third and fourth year students up in the final 2 years. And so by 1994, he was totally out of Atelier Lack, and they took it over. They changed the name to The Atelier.
Yeah.
And Catherine Lack still worked with Sid and Dale. In fact, she's still on their board of directors now, and works with them as an advisor and so on, and helps with their different issues that they have, and with fundraising and et cetera. So she's still very much involved with their school now.
Sure.
So his focus then at that time, and what he was looking forward to, was doing even more imaginative painting, and being able to really finish up his career focusing on his imaginative work. And he would probably still do some landscapes and some florals here and there, but not as much, because they were pretty well comfortable by that time. I mean, a lot of his work had sold. He had a lot of collectors of his work. And if he ever needed any money, he could just paint some florals, and they would sell almost right off the easel. And his landscapes were very popular too. So, but they had reached a point where they were comfortable, and he was going to be able to retire, and they would be able to collect Social Security and so on. So they'd have that kind of supplemental income.
Sure.
And he really wanted to work on his imaginative paintings, and he did. But that's also when he had congestive heart failure. He had a heart attack, and he had that was kind of part and parcel with finding that he had what do you call it? Not a cyst, but
It was a growth on his gland, wasn't it? A growth on his gland?
yeah, on this pituitary gland,
Yeah.
and that it shut down. And normally, what they would do, he found out, was the only way that they could do anything about it to treat it was surgically, and it was a very rough surgery because the pituitary gland. If you look at a person's nose and put your fingertip on the point of their nose, pointing it to the back of their head, and then at their jaw, on the same plane, but from the jaw, which is right in front of the spine. That's where the pituitary gland is located. It's at the base of the brain, right in front of the spine. And so they would go through the nose to do the surgery. What they were able to come up with is that there was now medical and medicines that could be taken that would work with the pituitary gland and keep it going for as long as possible. Eventually, that stopped working. The pituitary gland completely shut down. And so he was given different medications to take care of his circular system and his the needs for the glands and so on, his metabolic system, which was very difficult on him physically because it took a long time to get those in balance properly. So it took a great toll on him. He was able to paint. Things kind of went worse over a period of time and progressively got worse. But he was painting up until 1998, at which point he stopped.
Sure. So one thing I want to ask as well, Gary, whilst painting, do you believe that Mr. Lack enjoyed the process? Was he happy painting? Because the nature of classical realist work, I mean, considering how precise it is, how exacting it is, how laborious and time intensive it is, it can sometimes become a little bit frustrating. Do you feel as though Mr. Lack had those frustrations, or was he constantly just enjoy whilst painting?
Well, I think maybe both, actually. I mean, he loved painting, and he loves the process of painting. And you're right, there are some times when it can be very tedious. I mean, there are certain works that he did, like there's a painting called The Concert, and there's a woman playing the piano, and that was Mrs. Lack. She posed for that, and there was a gentleman playing the cello, and they were in his studio, and it was like practice. They were practicing for a concert that they were going to put on. And so he had his studio set up with an oriental rug, and beautiful decor. You know, he made it into like a living room home, where the piano was. And now in the background, there wasn't a lot of distractions, but there was enough there visually. But there was enough there to make you feel like they were probably in some special room, a living room or a room where the piano was, where they were practicing. Now the oriental rug, he found it very difficult to paint that. He had to almost force himself to go into the studio to continue working on that because he was capturing the detail of the oriental rug perfectly.
Yeah.
And he experienced the same frustration when he went to paint the strings in the cello.
That's right.
And he looked at it years later, and he goes, he said, I don't know how I was able to paint those strings so perfectly. And they're perfectly straight. And they're perfectly thin. I mean, they really represent and look like real cello strings. And it was some differences in the color along the way, because the light would be hitting color, more strongly and being reflected off on one end than it would on the other end. And so he was able to paint these strings very well, but he found them very tedious to do, and it was hard for him to do it. But there was other paintings that represented those times. So there was elements when he would be frustrated or felt like something he was doing was tedious. But overall, he just loved painting.
Yeah.
So that outweighed any of the negative.
Sure. And I will come to touch upon that, the concert painting at a later point. As well, I want to ask, Gary, were there particular subjects? I mean, you've mentioned that Mr. Lack was a master of all subjects, but were there any particular subjects or any particular paintings that that Mr. Lack really struggled with that he had shared with you? Did he ever explain certain things that he may have had on the easel at certain times, which he explained that he was having a really hard time trying to achieve a particular likeness or a particular effect?
Interesting question. I'm kind of trying to think back to see if we had any discussions about that. Um, actually, you might, if you have a chance to reach out to Stephen Jertson again sometime, that'd be maybe a good discussion to have, because I think that kind of a discussion would be more commonly held with another practicing painter, that he had
Sure.
taught. But anyway, other than the concert, that was the only one that he discussed with me, and it's actually covered that way in the catalog where that's mentioned,
Sure.
the amount of detail. Not that he was frustrated, just the amount of how tedious it was, and that how tedious the work was working on the Oriental rug and the strings.
Sure. I
So I'm
understand.
not sure. I'm sure there were others, but I'm not. Nothing comes to mind.
That's fine. No problem, Gary. Now I understand Mr. Lack suffered from high blood pressure, and in fact, when working on finely detailed portions of his paintings, he would hold his breath to keep his hands steadier. Is this correct?
Yes, especially when he was having other health issues, he found that he had to do that.
Right. So when he started to experience his health problems, I suspect he was starting to shake a little bit. Is that right?
No, it was just when he was doing some detail work, and where he was working on something where it was very tedious, and he had to hold the brush, make sure he was holding it steady, because any kind of a waver at all, even a subtle one, would break the line
Hmm.
incorrectly.
Hmm.
So if you look at consider like the painting the strings on the cello, that would have been something that he would have had to have hold his breath painting
Sure.
because of that was such fine and exacting work. So,
Right. Right. Now, was it Mr. Lack's practice to work on one painting at a time, or would he work on multiple at once?
multiple paintings. He would have like an imaginative painting that was in progress. He would have maybe one of the genre paintings, an interior painting in progress, and he'd move around to these because he would sometimes set a painting aside to let it set and to let it dry, and then come back and work on it later. And or he would want to take and study it and then return to it. Like his imaginative paintings, those required more work in that regard. But even some of the still life paintings, he painted those very quickly in alla prima. He didn't spend a lot. He painted them without sketching. He used his brush as
Mm,
a means of sketching the work. So some things he painted very quickly and didn't have to put a lot of thought into it. Other works, the more complicated the work or the more demanding the effect he was trying to capture. So mostly working with his imaginative paintings and genre paintings and interiors like that would be something he would spend more time on. But he would go from different paintings and pick them up where he left off and put them back up on the easel and set one down, primarily so that they could dry or so that he could return to a painting where he paused for whatever reason and now was ready to get back to it.
so, would he have, say, three paintings in circulation at one time?
I couldn't tell you the number. I just know that he did work on more than one painting at a time quite often.
Sure, sure. Now, moving on to Mr. Lack's pastel works. So, one of the mediums that Mr. Lack had worked with besides oil paint is pastel and etching as well.
He did a few woodcuts as well.
Sure, woodcuts as well. Yeah, that's right. Were Mr. Lack's pastel works considered finished pieces in and of themselves, or were they intended to be studies?
They're finished. I mean, he did do a couple of color sketches that I'm familiar with, and they're in the catalog where they didn't look as finished.
Mm,
But so those are just rough, like preliminary sketches, and he might have been considering using them for a painting. But most of his pastel works and his watercolors were finished in and of themselves.
sure.
Now his woodcuts and his etchings, um, he had quite a body of work regarding that, and he he did those because there were another media for him to try to work with. You know, he mastered drawing, he mastered pastel, he mastered watercolor, he mastered oil painting, and the different methods of the Bistro method and the Venetian method, and so on. So what etchings were something that also that the masters had used and had done, and so he admired those greatly, especially some of the etchings by Van Gogh, or not Van Gogh, by Da Vinci and Rubens.
Sure.
So he took up that practice as well, and then woodcuts he went to next, but he found it very difficult because woodcuts. The grain, you're always dealing with the grain, and the grain is always fighting the knife or the tool that you're using to cut through it. So he did do some successful woodcuts, but he found it a very difficult medium to work with, and didn't really pursue it much that deeply as much as he did his etchings.
Sure. And I understand pastel painting was something that Mr. Lack covered in his curriculum, but was etching something that he taught to students, or was that just a personal thing?
No, he taught it to some students, the ones that showed an interest in it, and he would teach them how to use it. And he brought his etching print press, to the school, and all the acids and the things that they would need to make. And he worked with like Steve Jurtz and Kirk Richards a lot on etchings. And
Sure.
I don't know what Steve eventually. He didn't. I'm not aware of it that he's doing it anymore, but I know that he did do it as a student.
Sure. Right. Right. And in regards to the pastel works as well, Gary, I noticed that a lot of classical realists who are working today, or just traditional realists in general, aren't really working with pastel. I mean, oil on canvas seems to me the main media. So, why do you feel as though it is that the pastel medium has fallen out of favor with a lot of the more contemporary traditional realists?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I mean, it's not as pliable as working with oils. Neither is watercolor as pliable as working with oils. And oil painting is much more forgiving. When you put down something as a pastel, it's somewhat forgiving, but you can do some blending here and there. But it's very easy to get it muddy looking. And so it's got its own challenges as a medium of working in. And I think most artists, once they're working as a painter, they just enjoy working with paint, and they don't really focus that much on pastels. Richard didn't do a lot of pastel work, but he did some, and some of it is very, very lovely. It's very nice. Um, Watercolor too. That's very unforgiving. Once you put a color down, it's there. You can't paint another layer over it. I mean, you can, but after a while, that you can to a certain degree, but that starts muddying up the work again too. So it's very unforgiving. But
Yeah.
it's got its own challenges.
Oh, absolutely, definitely. Now, we've spoken about Mr. Lack's etchings and his woodcuts somewhat. Uh, what place did they have in his overall body of work? So, were they used sometimes as studies for paintings, or were they considered just finished works in their own right?
Yeah, just finished works in their own right. He didn't sell any of his prints of his woodcuts that I'm aware of, but he did sell a lot of prints of his etchings. People really admired his etchings. And so he always had some on hand that he had signed and numbered. When he had an exhibition of his work, if it was appropriate, he would have some of his etchings on display as well, which were admired, and people would ask about them. So they're something that he could sell. So it kind of worked into his body of work that way. He didn't do an etching as a study, and he didn't do any woodcuts as a study. He did them for their own sake.
Sure, absolutely. Moving on to my next question. Mr. Lack stated, quote, I didn't choose subjects for their psychological or sociological significance. I painted them as arrangements, a way to create beauty. I was interested in light and always tried to get the silvery effect of cool indoor light, unquote. Essentially, Mr. Lack's primary concern was to see and paint impressionist color with a thorough grounding in academic draftsmanship. In reference to his 1961 painting titled The Concert, he stated, quote, because the concert is a complex painting, I underpainted it from nature in black and white oil. When dry, I lightly sanded the underpainting and sealed it with a thin coat of varnish. I was then ready to begin the final painting in color. Since it was my aim to capture the scintillating effect of light and color on the forms, the notes, everything was painted directly from the objects and models before me. This stage of the process requires dogged patience and act of will to be successful. The tension of eye, hand, and brush that is needed to render a head or cello or the complex patterning of an oriental carpet with authority transcends mere patience. These skills are the very heart of the painter's art, unquote. He goes on to state, quote, I remember painting that cello. I don't know how I did it, painting the strings on it like that. It could have come out of a different period, when painters worked for perfection. All painters have a temperament. Mine is not to seek the jewel-like perfection found in the work of some of the Dutch masters. I had to force myself to patiently go after that quality in some of my paintings. I had to grit my teeth day after day and make myself paint the oriental carpet on the floor. To carefully finish some of my work, especially the smaller paintings, required great effort. It's a matter of appropriateness for certain types of pictures. Small works are generally more highly finished than larger ones, unquote. Now, Mr. Lack surely had a way of eloquently describing his work. Can you provide an overview of Mr. Lack's approach to painting, what it involved from initial sketch to final varnish?
Well, yes. Now, he worked in different ways when it came to his landscape work. That was done a la prima, as well as his still life florals. But for his genre and imaginative painting, which is what he's discussing here, that you read out and noted previously, Richard began with concept sketches. He referred to them as his He referred to them as his scribbles. Followed by small development drawings. These further developed the final composition and ensured the chiaroscuro, the outline and the shape of the main subject or subjects were visually interesting. And then this was followed by a value drawing to get the shadow and the darks and the lights noted correctly. At this point, he would schedule models for nude figure studies in charcoal or red chalk, followed by nude studies using bistre in color. Last came the studies of the figure wearing the clothing or drapery, as the case may be. He also employed the bistre technique throughout all of this. The color study was done on a small scale to reflect how it was going to appear, what the colors would be in the final painting. Then he would do a full-scale cartoon that was created in charcoal and transferred to the canvas or the panel, as the case may be. He was then ready to execute the actual painting. The whole process for his genre paintings took several weeks at the very least, to more typically months, depending on the complexity and the scale of the work. Several years for most of his imaginative works. Varnish was added after the pigments were thoroughly dry, typically 6 months after the painting was completed. And the varnish was added by using a small, thin metal tube that incorporated an appendage extending down from the tip or from the tube into the varnish. So blowing through the tube would draw the varnish up and into the tube and out the front of the painting in a delicate mist. So this permitted him to control the amount of varnish that was applied over the pigment. I've seen this tube, and to tell you the truth, I don't know that it can be purchased anywhere. It's possible that there are, especially some larger, art supply suppliers that would have something like this.
So how did Mr. Lack come to initially attain this particular apparatus?
I don't know. I never asked him that. That's why I said I didn't really, I don't know where he would have found it.
Okay.
It didn't look like he made it. It did look like it was purchased. But if someone wanted to look into it, you'd have to probably go to a large supplier of art supplies or an art store that carries a large variety of painting supplies.
Sure. So this particular apparatus was used to spray the varnish onto the painting. Is that right?
Yes, he didn't use a brush because it would apply too thickly, and you don't have as much good control over doing it by a brush. So he did it like a spray paint, but he did it with his own manually with his own spray tube.
That's fascinating. That's really
Yeah,
interesting. I wasn't aware of that. Great.
yeah.
Now, I understand that through his extensive study of the old masters, Mr. Lack had an in-depth understanding of both the Bista and Venetian methods. Can you explain both methods and how Mr. Lack would decide which one to use for a particular painting?
Well, yeah, and I decided what would be best would be to answer these questions using his own words. He wrote an essay about each technique, which was published in the Classical Realism Quarterly in the Classical Realism Journal. So now I'm not going to quote at length, but I read through his text and I pulled out certain paragraphs and certain texts that I think covers the essence of both of these methods of painting. So I'll go ahead and start with his first paragraph in the essay in the Bistra technique. So from the time of Van Eyck until the end of the 19th century, the Bistra method was the most universally employed painting technique, fulfilling the widest range of creative needs. Such diverse temperaments as Rubens, Rembrandt, Fragonard, David, and Jerome, and Leighton have all at one time or another executed pictures based on the Bistra principle. While we tend to think of Rubens and his followers as the chief components of the Bistra method, we must not forget that later painters explored this fascinating technique in their pictures as well. So a close examination of Leighton's Return to Persephone or Jerome's King Candaules, it's a French word, so I have a hard time pronouncing
Sure.
it. It's spelled Candaules. Reveals their thorough understanding of the principles underlying this method. So that's his first paragraph. And then he goes on to say and offer up some more details. For a short period of time, R.H. Ives Gammell experimented with the Bistra technique. That's where he first encountered its use. So as a student of Gammell's, he was able to observe him using this technique on some of his paintings. And Richard would watch and spend time with him while he was doing this, and they discussed the use of this virtually lost technique. It was due to these conversations, coupled with a deep infatuation with the art of Rubens, that kindled his determination to explore the mysteries of the Bistra technique. So now I'm quoting him another paragraph. After countless frustrations and many hours intensely researching the masterpieces of the Bistra school for clues to help me divine a chemical magic of these astonishing works, I managed to piece together what seems to me a sensible method. The following observations, of course, represent only the bare bones of a difficult and exceedingly complex subject, but they will perhaps stimulate other painters in their own research. I will begin with basic theory. So at this point, Lack goes on to describe at great length the process he employs, including some great detail, in covering such topics such as the preparation of canvas or masonite boards, the need to work from a thoroughly planned composition, including the values or a value study. It's executed in alla prima. The application of Bistra layers would be how he would go about applying them. Adding mediums and in what measurements specifically and exactly, finding the application of the final layers of color and so on. It's very detailed. So then Lack notes almost any transparent warm pigment can be employed as a Bistra color, but shares his palette. And I'm going to give that now over the next, the next comments are going to be about his palette. For a light blonde effect, such as is often seen in Rubens' small sketches, I would recommend Winsor and Newton transparent gold ochre. Raw sienna also gives a rich, warm tone of a lighter variety. For the deeper variations of Bistra, I use the Talon's transparent brown oxide. Burnt sienna mixed with a little raw umber and gold ochre gives a lustrous, low-keyed bistre, and mixtures of burnt sienna with transparent gold ochre or raw sienna yield a brilliant fiery tone. Alizarin brown madder, especially Winsor Newton's, is an excellent, very deep and transparent purplish brown that retains its transparency even in the darkest tones. Through trial and error, each artist will work out the combination that are most suitable to his mode of expression. And then towards the end of the essay, he adds this. In using color to model nature's forms, the painter must consider not only the local color of an object, but how that color is modified by the light illuminating it as well. For convenience, this effect of light is usually broken down into its components: highlight, halftone, shadow, and reflected light. Most pictures painted before the advent of Impressionism utilized the convention of a single shadow color. This practice can lead to a great brilliance of color. And then in parentheses, he says, curiously enough, in a very similar fashion, it was the custom of Baroque composers to first write the figured bass passages, then add the higher voices in their compositions. So then, and that's close parentheses. Furthermore, it was found that the diaphanous, mysterious, and elusive quality of shadow and darks in general was best expressed by using paint of a transparent or semi-transparent texture. Since shadows generally appear to be of a warm hue, what better way to represent this quality than to employ a glazy brownish pigment? Thus was born the rich, warm, glowing, translucent color, otherwise known as bistre, so often found in the work of the masters. And then in conclusion, he says, in my own practice, I find the bistre technique most applicable in the painting of imaginative pictures. As the classical realist movement grows, I believe this fascinating method can form the basis of a new style capable of expressing contemporary ideas, but at the same time remaining solidly rooted in tradition.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I can go on about now the Venetian method second or next, but unless you have some questions or comments.
Now, interesting to hear that description of the bistre method, Gary. Now, from what I understand from the bistre method, originally a lot of the earlier artists used to use a particular medium to underpaint with, which was made of a burnt beech wood, which was then converted into a painting pigment. So from what I understand, from what Mr. Lack has done, he's taken that initial idea, but he made a modern version of that pigment by using, as you had mentioned in your description, an iron oxide paint to underpaint with. Now, did he ever mention what the original bistre was made from that the earlier artists used?
No, at least not to me. There might have been, discussions he had with the other artists. And we have to all keep in mind that the early painters weren't able to go out and buy tubes of paint. They had to create their own and come up with their own formulas. So, and as you also described, they would often use plants and other elements of nature to get their colors. One of the artists in this group did mix it and create his own oil colors, and that was Don Kestner,
Sure.
Who was a peer of Richard Lack. They spent time together when they were younger, and when he was at Minneapolis College of Art and Design, Don Kestner was there as well. So, and they went on to paint together at times doing landscape works. But he's the only artist that I know, a contemporary artist, that mixed his own paints.
Absolutely, and Don Kestner also helped Mr. Lack build his studio, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
Sure. Okay, that's fantastic, Gary. Well, can you perhaps then move on to the Venetian method and just explain that? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I did the same thing here. These are quotes right from his essay on this method.
Sure.
So he begins with the Venetian method and the bistre technique are closely related. In contrast to the Flemish method, the Venetian method requires an opaque oil underpainting done in a neutral gray directly on the canvas or panel. To be sure, a preliminary design or compositional study is needed to commence the underpainting, but the finished full-size cartoon can be eliminated since the oil underpainting will substitute for that. The opaque underpainting, when finished, should resemble a pale or lighter version of the final painting done in cool monochrome. Over this, a thin glaze of transparent brown is applied, warming and deepening the gray tones. It is at this stage that the underlying painting in the Venetian method takes on an appearance similar to that of the Flemish method. So he notes these specific comments. So over this warmed opaque underpainting in gray, color is then scumbled and glazed. Once again, a good color sketch is needed as a guide. And then in the Venetian method, a combination of opaque painting, scumbles, and glazes are utilized to bring the forms to completion. Instead of an alla prima style of execution, the painter can work over the entire picture, strengthening colors here and subduing colors there to bring into play all the possibilities inherent in the oil technique. So Lack goes on to provide the following as to why painters develop these two methods, along with a third, direct painting. So over Western art based on ancient Greek and Renaissance models has had a highly developed objective or scientific approach to nature and to form. In the best works of this tradition, the subjective has been given its full value as well, contrary to the claims sometimes made by proponents of modernism. The objective approach is built on observation of the visible world and how the human eye sees this work. The process of engaging the visible world and using it as a kind of catalyst through which the subjective element is unlocked is not unique to our Western tradition. This is also seen in Chinese landscape painting, for instance. What is unique is the degree to which Western art has carried this process. These qualities, observation of light and shadow, accuracy of shape perception, linear and atmospheric perspective, and true color relationship, among others, are all too well known to require elaboration. The question for the painting working in this tradition is how to best express these qualities through the oil painting medium. The development of Impressionism, and we must remember that Impressionism goes back to Velázquez and Vermeer, demanded that colors observed in the dark halftones and shadows must be differentiated as well as those in the middle and high notes. This gives rise to an oil technique that might best be called the direct or opaque method. So it gives these like bullet points. Since each color tint or note had to be mixed separately in order to correspond to that same note in nature's color scheme, glazing was for the most part eliminated. So then we have inherited a method from 19th century Impressionism that is almost universally used by today's painters, namely the direct mixing of each color opaquely on the palette or on the canvas or both. Last, Impressionist painters using motifs derived from the everyday world do not feel the need to work with glazes or to use the rather elaborate preparations found in the Flemish or Venetian methods of oil painting. So then he goes on to say, unlike Impressionist art, imaginative pictures derived from fantasy, literature, or history must be pieced together using numerous studies done from nature. This includes not only form, but color as well. While it is easy to see why studies of form are needed, such as a landscape, a figure, or a piece of architecture, how can convincing color be achieved? Here, the Venetian and Flemish methods serve us well in creating both color variety and color unity away from nature, echoing, however, nature's own method. The system of glazing, passing a relatively dark color in a diaphanous, transparent state, is a mode of ensuring the delicacy in the warm tones. To attain an equivalent delicacy in the cool tints, the expedient presents itself of passing a relatively light color, or even white, in a diaphanous, transparent state over a dark hue. So as in this essay, or as in his essay on the Bistre technique, Lack provides at great length the details of how he worked at employing the Venetian method, and then concludes his essay stating, the Venetian method consists of first working out the basic ingredients of the design, through separate drawings and oil studies in the usual manner. Then a completed full-scale gray-green underpainting lighter in value than the final picture is made. This is then glazed with bistre. Over this, using the color sketch as a guide, the local colors are scumbled. Finally, the separate passages are completed, opaquely in the lights and transparently or semi-transparently in the darks. And the nuance of warm color shift is achieved the usual way by warm glazes over both lights and darks. So in comparing the two methods, the Venetian method, because of its flexibility, allows for a certain spontaneity of execution and wide-ranging color possibilities. So this, along with its ability to permit changes and corrections, makes it the method best suited to contemporary imaginative painting, especially for those interested in a painting technique that utilizes glazing. The Venetian method has stood the test of time, and coupled with modern discoveries in chemistry and pigments, is capable of providing the means to create modern masterpieces.
That's fascinating description, Gary. Thank you very much for providing that. One thing I want to ask, so we can understand what the bistre method involves, what the Venetian method involves. However, how did Mr. Lack go about discerning which particular method to use for a particular painting?
He never shared that with me, but I think, like he said, if an artist wants to paint using glazes, then use the Venetian method. And so he selected the Venetian method, I would imagine, based on that same criteria. And the bistre method he used for other, when he didn't necessarily want to use glazing. One of the paintings I sent you some images of was the Nativity.
Sure.
That he painted in the bistre method, as compared to Day of Wrath and that series of paintings where he used the Venetian method.
Absolutely. Sure. Now, I wanted to move on to Mr. Lack's mediums that he used in his paintings. I understand Mr. Lack would often experiment with different drying mediums. This would be a little hit and miss, as some would result in blossoming. If this was the case, he would destroy the original painting and create a copy of it, as he did with his painting from 1965 to 66 titled The Jack-O-Lantern, which he painted 3 times. Are you familiar with the kind of drying mediums Mr. Lack used, and how exactly did he experiment with them?
Well, I'm not really familiar with them on a personal basis. I have a list. I wrote down a list of his in descriptions of the different medium tests that he was doing. There were bottles of different mediums that where all of this was noted on the labels that he created for them. So in that sense, I'm familiar with that, but how exactly he experimented with them and why, in some ways to me was kind of perplexing, but he just wasn't satisfied with the mediums that were sold directly and used directly from the bottle. He wanted to improve on them in some fashion. And I imagine at some stage, some of them he did find some satisfaction, but quite often it would lead to the problem of blooming.
Sure. So did Mr. Lack ever come across a particular medium that he favored to paint with?
Not that I'm aware of, not specifically.
Sure.
I mean, I never discussed that kind of detail with him about his work.
Sure.
Stephen Jertson would probably be a source for some of these questions.
Sure, absolutely. Now, one thing that I was surprised by was the fact that I learned that Mr. Lack would often use a acrylic paint as a base on his canvases. Is that correct?
Well, from what I understand, yes. And I discovered this with a conversation I had with Richard concerning his use of acrylics, because at the time I was just getting to know him, and we're in discussions of painting and his work. I wasn't aware of whether or not he even used acrylics. So I was curious about what he thought about this medium and if he did use them. He told me that when they first appeared on the market, he was curious about the qualities of acrylic pigment. Did they mix well? Could you blend the edge where 2 different colors met? How forgiving they were? How quickly did they dry, etc. So he said he purchased several different colors to experiment with and found they had too many limitations compared to working in oil. However, he found acrylic paints useful in some value drawings, and he also found that he could use it successfully for the first layer of gray values with the Venetian method. what he shared was a thin coat of acrylic would absorb the oil bistre method applied over it. The oil, the gray, the bistre method. The benefit of this is that the first layer would dry very quickly compared to doing that in oil, therefore saving time. So I don't know which paintings he used the acrylic in this manner, but he did say he used it that way.
That's fascinating, and it's interesting to think that Mr. Lack used a somewhat modern particular approach to painting, or a modern medium of painting, that is to work with. I mean, one would imagine due to his conservative nature that wouldn't be the case.
Well, and he only used it conservatively because he found that was the only value that it had to him as a painter, was that he could apply to his Venetian paintings, or the paintings painted in the Venetian method successfully. And if it saved him some time overall in being able to get on to the finished work, he was glad to use it. So in other words, he was open-minded to only the degree that something would live up to his standards and what his expectations were.
Sure. I understand Mr. Lack would sometimes refer to photographs in his painting process. Can you explain what his opinion on painting from photographs was?
Well, he always said that painting from photographs, has its great shortcomings, but sometimes it can't be avoided. The only time he would use it with any of his paintings in general, like maybe some of his outdoor genre paintings, as well as some references, was just to use them as a reference, not to actually draw or paint from, but to give him some kind of a reference for some of the sketches that he had worked on, where he could have the model in front of him, so you could see in a photograph the actual sense of the weight of drapery and that kind of thing in the pose. But the only time he really used it directly was when he had to do a portrait of a person that had passed away. And he said the difficulty in that is that the photograph tends to flatten out the three-dimensional shape more so than a painting would, when you have the person or the person there in real life. So when you have the person sitting in front of you, you've got this real sense of the modeling of the skin and the light and how it's falling across the surface with the lights and the shadows and so on, so that you have a much better opportunity of creating a very lifelike rendition of the portrait, of the sitter of the portrait. If you look at some of his early portrait painting of Jack F. Kennedy, he did posthumous portraits of that. The Kennedy family contracted him to do those and commissioned him to do these works. And he did the first one, and they were so pleased with it that they commissioned him to do 9 more of these. They would go into facilities where they would donate money to hospitals for a special wing of the hospital, and then they would have the painting of JFK, the portrait that Richard did, that would be hanging there with the information about the family and what their donation involved. So he would use it for that. But if you look at those, they're very flat looking. The only time that he was really successful, and this was because of his skill set and what he had mastered over the years, working on portraits that from real life, was a posthumous portrait of a gentleman, a doctor, that the family commissioned for him to do. And you cannot tell by looking at the painting that the sitter wasn't actually alive in there. He was able to take what from a flat photograph and convert it in his mind into what it would be like if the model had been sitting there and he was viewing the model. It's an incredible painting. That's also in the catalog Raisonné.
So that's amazing, to be able to take a image of someone who has passed away and to reproduce it in such a way which is representative of as if the person was actually there, still alive. Just shows a painter's experience and talent and abilities. So it was amazing that Mr. Lack was able to achieve that as well. So, from what I'm understanding from what you're saying, Gary, with the photographs, he would mainly be using them to paint commissions, posthumous commissions, from which I believe he referred to as debtors. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
never in public, but yeah.
Now, Mr. Lack had a variety of different papers he would experiment with for his drawings. I understand he had one particular paper stock that was created in the Renaissance and possibly used by Leonardo da Vinci. Is that correct?
Yes, it was a beautiful paper, and it was handmade, of course. At the time, all of the papers were handmade, and he had bought quite a portfolio of this paper that he used in a variety of drawings that where he designated, the effect of drawing on that particular paper would favor him with the result he was looking for. And he let some of his students use some of this paper as well, the ones that he would be willing to share it with. Let's put it at that.
Sure. So, how did he initially attain this paper stock?
It was when he was over in Italy, he was given a grant to go over and tour the museums of Venice and Rome. And eventually he also went up into France and Germany, studying the masters and doing sketches and drawings in these museums of the old masters. And he had picked up the paper from an art supplier, paper supplier, that specialized in handmade papers, and the fact that some of them were dated back to the Renaissance. And this was paper, this particular batch of paper that he was able to draw from was noted as having been paper made for Leonardo da Vinci.
Sure.
Now, nobody can probably actually prove it, but this paper maker was noted for being of utmost quality and standards and ethics. So.
Sure. Now, one thing I want to ask as well, Gary, was during his lifetime, from what I understand, there was a moment in time where Mr. Lack and the Italian portraitist Pietro Annigoni actually crossed paths. Now, I'm not sure if this was during his travels to Italy or it may have been in Minnesota at one point. Now, did Mr. Lack ever express what he thought of Mr. Annigoni's works, or perhaps that encounter that they had? I believe it was in a bar when they were disputing the superiority of some of the past masters' works.
Yeah, he met Annigoni in Italy.
In Italy,
and
okay.
Italy, yeah, and at that time he had just finished painting the three-quarter length painting of Queen Elizabeth, her first portrait,
Sure.
that was painted, and it's a stunning painting. It's reproduced in the catalog,
Sure,
because Richard admired it so much, and he really enjoyed talking to him and sharing the conversations. I don't know much more detail other than that.
Sure. If we study Mr. Lack's oeuvre, we notice that during the 1980s, his paintings become larger and looser. What do you think led to this stylistic change?
Well, I think when I read this question, I kind of have it, wondered what it was you were referring to. So I went back into the catalog and started taking a look at some of the paintings, and I would say that overall, he was loose really in some of his earlier paintings in the 60s and so on, especially some of his landscapes and florals. He was not as loose in his imaginative paintings or genre paintings and his portraits. So there was, some of this going back and forth with him and some of his work as he progressed, and he got more prolific with his painting. And I think his style did change somewhat. But I don't think it got necessarily looser when he was older in his later works. I think he was looser when he was younger. Even if you take a look at Jet Trails, which was painted in his backyard, featuring his wife looking up at the sky, seeing jet trails going across the sky at kind of a dusk. The moon is just beginning to rise, and it's just a gorgeous painting. And that was done actually rather loosely. I mean, the figure isn't as loose as the vegetation, but it all kind of works in harmony regarding that. And then some of his work later was actually tighter, more tightly done. So I think some of that exists, and you have to almost look at the paintings in and of themselves, rather than blanketly making a sweeping description of his painting style. I think in all fairness to him.
Sure. Now, one thing that is so admirable about Mr. Lack is that although throughout his life he attained such mastery of the craft of picture making, he was also humbled by the work of the masters and never underestimated their skills and the rigors of the training they had undergone. We gain more insight into Mr. Lack's respect for them through this passage. Quote, "Much of the language of painting used by the old masters has been lost. What was common for every student to acquire up through the early 20th century at the École des Beaux-Arts and the Julian Academy no longer exists. For example, they would be locked in a studio guarded by an upperclassman for 24 hours. When they emerged, they presented a large painting, often 8 by 5 or larger, depicting some moment in history for their graduation. This would have to be pre-de Rome quality to be considered acceptable. There are other painters' tricks that were handed down to them that remain a mystery for us today and are lost forever. For example, there are certain whites the masters used with special characteristics that appear in their works that can't be replaced with the pigments we have today. And they were able to paint very large paintings with complex compositions, for example, charging cavalries. Not only could they execute these larger than life size, they were able to finish them relatively quickly. Based on what we know about how they utilized students to work on their paintings and the means they used to blow up and transfer drawings onto canvas, we can speculate how they were able to accomplish these grand works. But we don't know exactly how they were able to execute them with so much life in them. No one has ever attempted it today using what we understand about their methods. The list goes on and on. When you consider the monumental volume of finished work the old masters completed and the quality of their work displayed upon graduating from their training, it boggles the mind." Unquote. Indeed, hearing Mr. Lack talk about the works of the masters reveals his deep admiration for them. How did he acquire all this knowledge of the masters' working procedures? Would it be fair to say that we can attribute this to what Mr. Lack learned from Mr. Gamel?
Well, excuse me, only so much did he learn from Gamel. Gamel was aware of the Bistro technique. He was not aware of the Venetian technique, however. And a lot of what Richard then was able to learn, he learned from doggedly finding rare and out-of-print books about the methods and the manners and the painting of the old masters. There were books written at the turn of the 19th century and before that were authors and writers and even artists had worked at documenting a lot of what they did. Not everything, but documented quite a bit of it. And so Richard, he would spend hours. Catherine told me that once that she would go to bed and he wouldn't come back. He wouldn't come to bed until about 4 a.m. He was up so late reading these books. Wow. And absorbing everything. So he, it was quite a library. And I've seen the library. Most of his books now have been distributed to his students and to other art schools. I've got a few copies of a few of the books that I wanted to keep myself that Catherine let me have. But yeah, it's amazing what he was able to find and how much of it gave him clues about it, enough clues that he would be able to go into a studio and try to figure it out from there and apply it as he could with the skills and the knowledge that he had. And so that's where a lot of it came from, and even some of the training that he was able to resurrect. Now, one of the things to point out that he shared with me, like about these charging calories that you mentioned, and when you read his text there, as to how they did that, and he said that they were taught how to memorize what they saw, and Gamel taught his students to do memory drawings and memory paintings. So, for example, how you train your eye to memorize. Gamel would start them out with a cast drawing, And the cast would be set up on one floor in the studio, because where they were at Fenway Studios in Boston. Gamble was able to lease like studio space on one floor and then studio space on another floor. And he'd have the students set up a still life, or started with a cast drawing actually, and they would take and study it and look at it, and then go upstairs to where they had their drawing paper and put down their marks, as if it was, the cast was right with them, and to do that repeatedly. And Gamble would come over and take a look at the cast and go upstairs and take a look at the drawing and said, "We'll go back and check this measurement because it's wrong."
Wow.
And so they'd go back and check it was wrong. So it's a painstaking process, but he got to the point where he had a very good memory for doing paintings. And in the catalog, a person will find that there are some memory paintings, memory sketches that he did throughout his life. And in fact, one time I did come and see him at his studio. He wanted me to come upstairs, and he showed me that he had just been on a walk with his dog, and he did this little color sketch. It was a memory painting, and it looked just lovely. It was an outdoor nature scene.
Sure.
And he did it all from memory. So he said the masters were incredible with being able to do memory drawings and paintings. They could see a galloping horse and freeze the frame of it galloping at a certain, with a certain stance and a gallop, and then go back and actually just sit right down and draw the whole thing.
That's mind-boggling. It's really amazing what they were able to achieve.
Yeah, it really is.
Now, it's fascinating hearing your recollection of Mr. Gamble's approach to working from the cast from memory. Now, that's something that's really, really interesting. So what you were saying there is that he would have students look or observe a cast on the previous level of the building, and then move up to the next level of the building and go ahead and try and execute the whole cast from imagination. Is that right?
Well, yeah, but they would take measurements. So, like, let's say that what they would do first is when you do a cast drawing, you determine the center line. So they would kind of take a measurement and memorize that, and then they would do a measurement of the top and the bottom of the cast to get the height and the depth, and then they would take measurements from the center line out to the outer edge. So they have these measurements on a plumb bob on a line, because they would hold that plumb bob, the line that has the plumb bob on the end of it, straight out in both hands, and you would take a measurement with it by holding it in front of you and closing your hand together so that your thumbs represented the edge of the left edge of the measurement and the right edge of the measurement, with the left hand and the right hand holding that. Then you go upstairs, and using that, you take from the horizontal line that you drew on the paper representing the center of the cast, and you put those measurements down. So you were able to use plumb bob measurements to get it started, but then from there, it was all done by the eye, just by looking. And they would build up the cast drawing, not just in one sitting. That would come later, where they were able to do that, but just in learning how to memorize the measurements themselves. The plumb bob was probably only used just to lay in the height, the depth, and the width of what of the cast. So they have something to begin to work with, and from there they would work it all in by memory.
That's
and
amazing.
Richard commented that he was the only disappointment he had in his training program is that he did not emphasize memory training enough, and he did not make it a criteria that they learn how to do it. And he realizes now that. At the time, he realized that it was, not a very good benefit to the students. It would have been good for them to have learned this, being able to do this.
That's interesting hearing your recollection of that particular approaches to measuring. So the students weren't actually allowed to have their easel and their drawing board on the same, or before the actual cast that was in front of them, but they had to take one measurement at a time. I mean, literally holding onto their thread, which they were using to measure with, and walk all the way back upstairs, mark the measurements, come back downstairs, take another measurement, go back upstairs, and then mark it again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wow.
And then after that, they would just look at the cast, and then as they would if the cast, as if the drawing paper was in the room, they'd be concentrating on certain lines and certain shapes of the cast to get the overall shadow line in. They would get that first laid in, and the outline of the cast. So all of that would be done. So they would work this. They would work in the same manner as if they had the paper in the classroom, but they would do it by memory. And so they would look at the cast and then go upstairs and try to and begin to draw like the outline of the cast. They'd go back downstairs and compare, and in their mind take another look, and then go back up to take a look at what they drew and then make any corrections and adjustments. Then go back down and see if it was, in their mind, what they remembered of the drawing was better or if it was off. And then they'd go back up and they would make corrections and adjustments. So it was a lot of up and down, up and down, up and down throughout this cast drawing. But they didn't do this. They didn't do the memory drawing until they were farther along in their training.
Sure, and that's rigorous training. That's indeed something to admire. Now,
Yes.
during the summer months, I understand Mr. Lack will turn his attention to painting landscapes, which is very much in the tradition of Mr. Gamble, who will travel to his Williamstown studio in summers to paint landscape. Mr. Lack's family would often accompany him on his trips to the north shore of Lake Superior and on one of his trips to the Rocky Mountains. Are you aware if other painters used to accompany him during these landscape trips, or did he prefer to be alone?
He preferred to be alone. The only other painter that he would paint with would be Don Kestner when he went up to the North Shore. Don and Richard would paint, but they didn't necessarily paint all the time, or maybe even that often side by side. They had their own areas that they were wanted to concentrate on, but they were close to each other. They didn't necessarily paint so they could talk to each other, but they knew that they could get to each other when they needed to or would want to. But that's Don Kestner is the only one that I know of that he would actually accompany with him on his painting trips in the North Shore.
Sure. So we've come to understand that Mr. Lack and Don Questner were good friends. Now, one thing I want to ask Gary is Don's wife was Fern Questner. Now, is she still with us?
No, she passed away before Don did.
Oh, okay, sure.
And Don actually was self-taught.
Yeah.
He and his ability to see color just amazed Richard. In fact, Richard said he would have Don critique his landscapes, especially if they're painting near each other along the North Shore. So that's where it became very beneficial to have Don in close proximity of where he was. So he'd have Don come over and take a look at his color notes and his color, and make some recommended changes and show him where he was missing some of the color notes.
Yeah.
So he learned a lot from him.
Sure, and I've heard it said that by other painters in your tradition, your colleagues, that Don Questner is perhaps one of the best landscape painters ever.
Yes, yeah, that is pretty much a universal opinion of Mr. Kestner's work. Later in life, as he got older, like past his 70s, his eyesight, as most artists and most people will tell you, their eyesight begins to go. And so way late in his some of his work, some of the color got to be a little what's referred to as a crayon-like color.
Sure.
Just a little bit too brilliant or too saturated, that kind of thing.
Sure.
But the vast part of his work was wonderfully painted.
Sure. So he was primarily a landscape painter.
Yes, he did do some still lifes. And he also did a couple of paintings of his wife, Fern, maybe several paintings of his wife.
Now, Gary, during your time in the American Society of Classical Realism, one of the painters that was in your circle was a painter by the name of Paul Di Lorenzo. Now, I've seen some of his works, his portraits in particular, and I was very, very impressed by them. So what can you tell me about Mr. Di Lorenzo?
Well, he was a very precocious student, from what I understand. And a lot of artists can be very precocious, and have a sense of importance about what they can do. But he was able to, with his temperament as an artist, was commissioned to work on the Assisi Chapel in Italy. So, because there were some murals that they wanted to have painted, much in the manner of Michelangelo, on the ceiling and on the walls, that they commissioned him to do. So it was quite an incredible commission that he got, and he was lived over there for a number of years to work on this painting. Naturally, he'd have to be available for that length of time. So and then he's moved back. I moved back a number of years ago, and he continues to have a really successful career. He's not doing as much, of the work on ceilings, and because he was working in the same manner Michelangelo did, mixing the paints, the pigments into the plaster.
Okay.
So it became
fresco.
Yeah, it wasn't on a surface. Yeah, it was al fresco.
Sure.
So so he's done some of that. He did some of that when he returned, because actually his notoriety for being able to do that was preceded his arrival back. But he also does, as you've noted, like wonderful portraits, and he's still painting today, from what I understand.
Paul de Lorenzo is?
Yeah.
I believe he's deceased. Is he not?
Oh, no, excuse me. I got him confused with Robert. Yeah, Paul de Lorenzo. I'm sorry, I'm talking about a different painter entirely. So Paul de Lorenzo, yeah, he passed away a number of years ago, but his portraits, yeah, are very delightful.
Sure.
He was very good at it. In many ways, much of his portraits have that feel of a master, one of the old masters, like true. The Amish arts. Yeah.
So he went through the full-time training program at Atelier Lac, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
So can I ask, Gary, then who was the artist that you were just referring to that went to Italy?
Robert Bonowitz.
Oh, Robert Bonowitz. Okay, sure.
Bonowitz,
okay.
Yeah.
And he's still in Minnesota painting, is he?
Yes, not in the Minneapolis area. He has a studio somewhere up north.
Okay, sure.
His studio in Italy was fashioned after almost a replica of Sargent's, John Singer Sargent's studio. Yeah.
Sure. Now, at the point of Mr. Gammel's passing, did that affect Mr. Lack at all, from what you could observe?
Well, he never shared with me, like, on a personal level. I mean, he knew that Gammel had made an incredible contribution, to traditional art and to what became referred to now as classical realism, and without Gammel, that he and some of his peers, and in fact all of his peers, wouldn't have been painters today, and it wouldn't the classical realism movement would have gone on. The painting, as we know it, in the manner of the old masters, pretty much would have died. I mean, there are other artists who have studied the old masters and have, in their own way, done some, probably some very, very good quality work based on the old masters. But a lot of the methods and the knowledge of actually how the old masters were teach, or how they were taught, and how they passed that teaching on to their students would have pretty much come to an end.
Sure.
So he was a valuable that Richard Lack really appreciated.
So did Mr. Lack attend Mr. Gammel's funeral?
No.
Okay, sure. It seems as though towards the end of his life, Mr. Lack had made peace with the notion of being a traditional painter in a complicated era which didn't necessarily accept him. As he stated, quote, "I'm fortunate to have found a way to get some training and to give it. I myself have learned something about painting and by teaching other kindred souls. What more do you want? You've got the collective mass culture and you have to relate to it as best you can because it's so powerful. But on the other hand, when you get away from that and get inside the studio and close your door, you're still with your own heart. I can paint and let the world go by, unquote. Do you believe that Mr. Lack had come to terms with the modernist art establishment towards the end of his life? Did he make peace with it?
I don't know that he made peace with it necessarily. It's just he came to accept it because, as he pointed out in the quote there, the modernist art was so embedded in the and intertwined within the collective mass culture. So it was, it couldn't be ignored. It was there. It was there to stay. People were certainly some people, a certain group of people were attracted to it, and probably a lot of people will be continually attracted to it for a period of time. Although I think we're already seeing that the interest in modern art, quote unquote, the avant-garde, is waning greatly. Mm. It doesn't command as much attention in the news, not that it ever did on mass media, but in terms of the New York Times and other newspapers would regularly critique and promote the exhibitions, and there would be other publications about the arts that would feature what was being, exhibited in modern museums. We have a museum here called the Walker Art Museum that is totally focused to modern art, and they still have patrons and they still have endowment money. Unfortunately, the Walker Art Museum was originally founded by Mr. Walker back at the turn of the century. And he was a very wealthy man. I think he made it in the railroad business, from what I understand, but don't quote me on that. Mm-hmm. And all of his work was the old masters. He collected some incredible paintings that when it was the Walker Art Museum, because that's where Richard Lack would go to do some of his studying of the old masters, along with going to the Minneapolis Institute of Arts. Both of those museums had both. Of course, the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, as modern artists and modern art came into vogue, began to create their own collection and had exhibitions as well as permanent collections and paintings on view and sculptures and so on. But anyway, the Walker was taken over by the modernists, and they basically took a great deal of his collection that was on display in the museum, and allowed other institutions in the area to buy the works so that they could have them. Like there's some across the street from the Walker is a very large Methodist church. I think it's the largest in the Minneapolis Twin City area, and with a very large membership. And so they were able to afford to buy several of the paintings that were over there, very large ones. They fill up like floor to ceiling and maybe 18, 20 some feet wide. Wow. Some very wonderful works. I mean, I've gone there, and other students would go there to make copies of the work, and I went there to photograph some of it in relation to the catalog. So, the Walker turned its back on the legacy that they inherited and turned it into modernism.
That's unfortunate.
Yes.
Now, coming back to the American Society of Classical Realism for a moment, from my observations, Gary, just looking at some of the members through some of the photos that I've seen, it appears that perhaps one of the youngest painters that was affiliated in the circle would have been Stephen Levine. Is that correct?
Yes.
Stephen Levine actually came through Annette Lesueur's Atelier Lesueur. He had gone through the full-time program. And then he was introduced to Mr. Lack. He had done the imaginative painting 1-year program that Mr. Lack offered, which was based on creating imaginative works as well. So, yeah, if you can you explain a little bit more about Mr. Levine and how he fits into the picture?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's a delightful guy and a very talented and skilled painter, and very successful at it. His father was a commercial artist.
Yes.
And so he was encouraged by his father because he displayed some talent to pursue that talent. And when Stephen Levine was 16 and still in high school, his father found out about Atelier Lesueur, and because they lived kind of in proximity to that. It wasn't that far away from there. So he introduced his son to taking classes there, which she offered evening classes and some weekend work. So he started taking evening classes, and then when he graduated from high school, he went there and studied full time. And he very quickly absorbed and made it his own, the methods that he was being taught, how to paint and how to draw. He was like a sponge. In some ways, probably a lot like Richard Lack. It was longing to just take and master every aspect of painting that he could. So he really excelled, and Richard Lack offered, as you pointed out, some imaginative painting class that he held at Atelier Le Soeur, and were students who had finished their 4-year program, or in some cases 5 years, depending on how long it took them to get through it. They could take an imaginative class, and he gave them, had them come up with their own themes and keep things. He wanted them to keep things kind of on a simple scale because it was going to be a 1-year program, and they could do it full time or not as they had the time to do so. I think Stephen was able to take off the whole year basically from his work, but so he put them through and teach them the techniques, the methods, the Bistre and the Venetian method and so on, which they've become familiar with because they knew about it with Richard's own work, but he had them experience it themselves and build their own imaginative piece. So he was very good at it. And he became a member of the society and was very quickly elected to be a full guild member.
Sure. Fantastic. And it's great that he had so many older painters around him to act as mentors during the time as well.
Right, yes.
Now, just to get an idea, Gary, so yourself and your colleagues, I'm speaking here of Stephen Jertson and Annette Le Soeur and Stephen Levine, as we just mentioned. Do you all live within close proximity to one another?
Well, yeah. We're here in the Minneapolis area. Annette maybe lives about a half hour, 45 minutes where I'm at now. Stephen Levine lives on north side of Minneapolis, and that maybe would take me 45 minutes to get there. Steve Jertson is about a half hour from here as well. Michael Coyle is maybe about 15 minutes from where I am right now. So, wow. There's a number of artists here, and yeah, we're all staying in touch. Some live in the St. Paul area.
Fantastic. And there's also a gentleman in St. Paul who runs an art school. He teaches children classes as well, who actually has a lineage to Mr. Lack. I believe he was one of Mr. Lack's students. Is that correct?
Who are you referring to?
A gentleman, he runs a particular art school in St. Paul. It's mainly directed towards kids. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, his name here, it escapes me for a second, but I can look it up.
Sure.
Jim Robbins.
Robinson. Jim Robbins, yeah.
Yes.
So his particular school, so are you familiar with what he's trying to do with his school?
Yes. He has children that come after school. It's an after-school program, and then with adults, it's an evening program. And he occasionally would come in and help some of the adults do some work on the specific project they're working on a Saturday. And he did run a Saturday class for children that had wanted to continue on, with a more proficient work.
Sure.
So yeah, he's doing a very good job, and he's and schools are recognizing, what the benefit that he has with the students that he takes on.
Sure. So from my observations, what I can see, the school isn't a strictly academic school, or it isn't what we would call an atelier school. It is more open-minded.
Well, he has his own approach where he still is trying to share with the children, some good fundamental skills like drawing from life and so on, but he doesn't follow the actual atelier method.
Sure.
So it's something he's adapted to what he feels is something more workable with working with children. Sure. And adults that aren't painters themselves, that don't want to become necessarily full-time painters. They just like to do it for their own enjoyment.
Sure. Fair enough. Moving on.
Yeah.
I understand Mr. Lack shared a dream he had with you in the mid-1960s that deeply affected him. The dream goes as follows. He was walking through a museum, and as he passed the paintings of the masters, the figures in them came to life and said, quote, "Who will teach artists of the future how to paint us as the old masters did?" Unquote. When Mr. Lack arose from the dream, he understood that it was he who had this responsibility, and he took it very seriously, dedicating his life to it. What a powerful revelation this must have been for Mr. Lack. Do you recall more about the day that he revealed this dream to you?
Well, yeah, but nothing real specific stands out other than we were having another get together over lunch, and somehow this topic. I think I might have asked them the question of, well, how did you get so involved in creating and starting to teach? What is it? How did you come about deciding to do that? And then he shared this dream with me, and actually it was a dream that he had had on more than one occasion. It's like 3 or 4 occasions over a period of time, and so it got his attention. And what he eventually came to realize is that he was being called upon to accept responsibility for passing along the tradition of the old masters in academic painting. And then the Boston School included, with color in the atmosphere and the light, use of light, into a school to teach, as he had been taught by Gamble. Then none of the other Gamble students were doing it. None of them have stepped forward, and he thought he can't wait for somebody else or expect someone else to do it when he feels a responsibility now that it has to be done, and that he's been apparently selected for whatever reason to do it. So that's when he started training, or started to doing the training. Now, the thing is, what I found interesting about this dream is I kept it to myself for a long time. And then finally I shared what Richard had told me with Annette Lesueur. And I also did with Stephen Jerkson. And they both said that he had told them the same type of dream, but it not described, and not that it took place exactly as it was described to me. There were some subtle differences. So it was interesting to get the comparison, but it all came out with basically the same result and the same question. Who's going to teach the artists of the future how to paint like the old masters?
That's quite a profound message that it was interpreted through that dream. And from what I can see, I mean, it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes, yeah. He put great value because of his Jungian points of view of the writings of Carl Jung. That the emphasis on dreams is very keenly high with him and with people who study Jung. I believe in my dreams as well, and for a while there I was making a journal of my dreams. I don't do that as much actively now, but I still have important dreams that when I wake up that kind of are left with me, that I kind of ponder, to see if something comes up with any meaning, and whether or not it might relate to some other dreams. So that all of the fact that this came to him in a dream was treated very seriously. Yeah.
Sure. Now, can you explain how Mr. Lack's life changed after he became ill, and specifically how it affected his ability to paint?
Well, that's a very good question. It was more, I could only speak from observation, because I didn't discuss with him the challenges that he was facing, because it came upon him subtly, and then suddenly as well later when his pituitary gland became a significant issue, and then eventually he was on having to use hormones and other medicines, to mimic what the pituitary gland functions were. But I noticed that he became tired. He seemed more morose. At first, the feeling was on my part, and the part of most of the artists who knew him, is that his spirit was strong to paint and continue working, but his will physically it was difficult for him to do it. So the will was there, but not. It wasn't easy for him to do. He just was too tired or couldn't function physically as it would be required to do paintings. I since have come to realize it was probably the other way around. I mean, he did have this physical skills, and there were some, especially as he got older, certain issues with being able to paint physically. You know, going through whatever strength it would take and whatever to stand and paint and all that, and go through the process. But the will, I think, began to leave him.
Mm.
His wife commented that she was always kind of pushing him, you know, to get up and to paint again and to do things. And he was more listless. And of course, you know, the illness took its toll in regard to that. He had to get some of his physical strength back, but then as he became stronger, he still wasn't really painting. He would always say, "Oh, I think I'm going to," you know, even to me, we'd have lunch, we'd be talking about, you know, has he decided to get going on any more work? And he said, I've decided I'm going to set up and take the spare bedroom and downstairs here and back and turn that into an etching studio so I can work on my etchings and print etchings and so on." He never did that. He just talked wanting to do that. And so and then Catherine would actually get him kind of cornered where he had to do a painting. Like, for example, he had started a blown up version of a watercolor called The Fisherman. And he had done the watercolor back in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, and of a man going out on a boat that was going to take a boat out and go fish early in the morning. And it's a nice, beautiful little watercolor. So, and he would sometimes take the watercolors he did, like as though they were color studies, and he would blow them up and make them into paintings. So this was one that he had started before the illness got to him too badly, but it was unfinished. And so a very good friend of theirs came and visited, and she wanted to buy a painting by Richard. And Catherine showed her the unfinished Fisherman up on the easel, and she said, "Well, I want that one." And she knew that doing so would, kind of challenge Richard to get back to the easel and paint again. And so he did. He finished that painting. He finished maybe one or two others after that, but basically by 1998, he just finished. He stopped painting.
Sure. So that fisherman painting was one of his last.
Yes.
Sure,
yes.
Sure. Now, how did the artificial hormones that Mr. Lack was taking affect his quality of life?
Well, he just didn't have. It became harder and harder for him to get around and to walk, and he was walking with a cane for quite a while. And then that got too difficult, and eventually he had to be pushed along in a wheelchair. So you might see some photographs of him at his last exhibition of the Interior Journey. That was the summer before he passed away, where he's in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
And so that they started using a wheelchair. He started using a wheelchair quite a while before that.
Sure. Now, what was your relationship with Mr. Lack like towards the end of his life?
Well, we'd still get together. I wasn't coming quite as often for lunch because where I was working was farther away than it used to be. But I would come every 2 or 3 weeks, and we'd continue our lunch and just have conversations. And the conversations got to be more about what was going on in the world that in our time than art, but it would still come back to the topic of art and what was going on with the society at the time and how we were beginning to lose funding. And see, our just to add this as an add-on to this question, is the funding. Our budget for the American Society of Classical Realism got to the point where we were bringing in about $120,000 a year, which is a lot of money. But
especially back then.
Especially back then. And of course, I wouldn't mind having $100,000 a year right now, but I'm retired. But our budget was very demanding. We would spend all of that on doing the exhibitions and covering the cost of the publications and the mailing and getting them printed and all of that. So we basically were breaking even, and at times the reason why our budget got to be $120,000 a year, because we had one benefactor specifically, Fred Ross, and then this was before he opened and started the Art Renewal Center. He was our primary resource, and he would give us $20,000 to $30,000 a year. So over the span of the time that we had the Classical Realism Journal, that's when he got actively involved in helping to support us cover some of our printing expenses. He donated well over $175,000, $200,000 to us. So that kept us alive. And the thing is that when we got to the end of things, we couldn't keep doing that. It was getting hard. We needed to find more people like him. So it wasn't just all placed on his shoulders to pay our way. And that was part of what became difficult. And then we started losing members as well. So our income for membership was running around the neighborhood of $60,000 to $80,000 a year,
Sure.
just in membership.
Sure.
But he'd make up all the shortfall of all of that.
Sure. Now, Gary, in regards to the American Society of Classical Realism, did you receive any funding at all from the Newington Cropsey Cultural Studies Centre?
Not funding for us directly. They would fund, the shows that they put on. They staged a number of exhibitions with Richard Lack and Steve Jurtson and Don Kestner and Kirk Richards. They sponsored an exhibition of their work, and they paid for all of that. They paid for the catalog that would accompany that, and so the society produced the catalogs, and then they would pay the expenses of that. So in that regard, we benefited from covering, our printing expenses for their exhibition catalogs.
Sure. It seems that Mr. Lack had found solace in his life towards his final years, as is evidenced in Stephen Jurtson's recollection of a lunch he had at Mr. Lack's home during one sunny summer afternoon. When Mr. Jurtson asked Mr. Lack what he would change if he could live his life over again, Mr. Lack responded with, quote, "I've enjoyed my life and done some reasonably good work considering the age we live in. The only thing that I will do differently is spend more time with my family and friends. Art is a cruel mistress, and I often let it occupy too much of my time. That's all I will change," unquote. Do you believe that Mr. Lack died a happy man?
Well, that's a good question. And based on that, I would say he had regrets. And I think a lot of people, including myself, now that I'm beginning to look over over my shoulder back in time, as years have gone by, I find I have some regrets as well. I think it's hard not to have regrets, especially ones like he did, where he realized he had given up much of what he would actually have valued greatly at this time in his life. So in that way, I think his quote is, "Art is the cruel mistress," because he dedicated so much of his time to it, and also often to the exclusion, as apparent by what he's saying, to spending time with his friends and family. So that it was something that he would love to have been able to have changed. So in that sense, he had some regrets, but I think he also was fulfilled. When during the exhibition of his work, the last exhibition, the summer before he passed away, where his real love for his imaginative work was on full display with his The Day of Wrath trip and his imaginative paintings on the interior journey, the descent into the unconscious. So he was being led around by Stephen Jurtson in a wheelchair, and this is for the very first time after the show was hung. Steve Jurtson and a couple other people hung it for Richard, and he took him around in his wheelchair so he could see how it looked now that it was fully up and in place. And Richard stood back and he was quiet for quite a while because he was seeing the descent into the unconscious for the very first time as a group. And he said, he looked up at Steve and he said, "Did I paint that?" or "I painted that." it kind of amazed him, and he said, he said, I don't know how I did that. He said, the colors all work together. He was never able to have the canvases, the paintings side by side to make sure that they all would work as a color balance and color scheme, but they all work together. So he said it was, he impressed himself that he was able to actually do that.
That's incredible. So that gives evidence that he was quite proud of what he had achieved.
Yes, I think he was definitely very proud by what he had achieved. And even though he didn't finish painting even that last series, there are 5 canvases that he was going to, in addition to what he already had finished, that he had planned to paint.
Sure.
So, and we don't even know what those subjects would have covered, but Catherine didn't even know what they were going to cover. So,
right.
But they're related to the descent into the unconscious,
right.
and the development of the individual.
Right.
Psyche.
Sure, that's it, yeah. Now, on July 1998, the 25th anniversary reunion of Atelier Lac took place at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Lac in Glen Lake, Minnesota. Having seen some footage from this day, Mr. Lac's backyard looked like an artist's heaven. Former students surrounded the yard, and multiple conversations were going on about issues concerning the classical realist tradition. It must have been something to be amongst such incredible artists. I understand you recorded parts of the reunion. Can you recall your memories of this special day, including who was there, what was being discussed, and whether or not Mr. Lac enjoyed himself?
Well, yes. In fact, I was the one that orchestrated this reunion. I talked to Catherine Lac about it first because Richard was beginning to show, well, he had stopped painting that year, for one thing. Of course, we weren't exactly aware of that at the time, but you could tell that that his spirit was in recession, was going down, and I told Catherine that I thought that maybe this would be a good time for it, and it would be a good idea to have a reunion. It was like almost 25 years. It'd be a 25th anniversary for Atelier Lac. And then I would invite all the artists to come in there, and they could bring their spouses. And so naturally, most of the artists still lived in the cities, but some came from different parts of the country. Alan Banks came from Florida, along with Holly, his wife Holly. Artists came from Illinois and Indiana, and Paul DiLorenzo had passed by then, so he didn't come. But other artists were there, and also from the west or the East Coast. Artists came from Virginia and North Carolina that he had taught. So we had probably a good, 40, 50, 60 people there.
Sure.
It was quite, yeah. And I couldn't list all the names. I mean, it was a very comprehensive group. And I had all of them submit to me representations of their work, ones that I could just freely select the ones that I would like to put into a book. And it was a book I had put together for Mr. Lac, and it was along with the artist's works were the words that they wanted to say to Richard about what he meant to them and what they learned from him and their appreciation for him. And so this was in a book that I then presented to him after the reunion, because it took a while to orchestrate getting everybody to get everything done. And he was very moved by it. In fact, Catherine said that as he got older and had some dark periods in his days, his spirits were really low, and he was depressed, where she would bring out the book and have him page through it again. She said, how can you be depressed when you were able to do this with these people, because they appreciate you? And it would lift his spirits. Because he was at times feeling that he hadn't really accomplished much of anything. And so he kind of was down on himself. What had he really done? Did he really achieve much of anything worth any value? And that book really told him yes, he had. You know.
So this particular book, Gary, is it published? Is it available for purchase?
No, it's not available for purchase. Mrs. Lack, Catherine Lack, has the final copy. I've got the original page documents. You know, they were created in Adobe CS6, you know, or at the time it was probably CS4. But I have all the originals, and so it's something that could maybe be made available in a PDF form at some point or someday.
Sure. Now, at what point did you come to terms that you wanted to actually record the reunion, and what was your purpose in doing so?
Well, because he had begun, you know, expressing to me some feelings of being morose, and what had he really accomplished, you know, with everything. And I talked to Catherine. I said, you know, I think, you know, what would you think about it if I organize a 25th anniversary reunion? Because you know, I think it would be great for his past students to be able to come here and get together for the first time since they graduated in mass, and also for Richard to be able to talk to them, and they could share with him their accomplishments, and just he could be amongst his clan that he had created.
Sure. So were there speeches given on the day?
Um, well, I think I said something, but for the most part, it was just a social time.
Sure.
But I think it seems to me I said something. I don't know if it got recorded or not. I did the recording. Somebody else might have done some recording. I'm not sure, but and I think I passed along to you the DVD that has that recording on there, didn't I? Yeah.
Sure. Now, that seems like it would have been incredible company to be amongst, just in the presence of all those artists. Quite a electrifying kind of context. Is that those memories of that day stick with you?
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely. And it was so enjoyable seeing students that hadn't seen each other. They've known of each other. They've exhibited with each other because of the Guild of Artists and so on, but to actually spend time together as a group, and with so many of them that had graduated at different times over the years, for them to get introduced to each other, you know, because they'd heard about a lot of these other artists, the older ones, the ones who, like the first artist who'd studied with Richard Lapper was Stephen Jurtson, Paul DiLorenzo, Alan Banks, and Thomas Mars.
That's right, yeah.
So, you know, they were thrilled to be able to spend some time with him, with all of these artists.
Sure. Are you able to recall the last time you saw Mr. Lack and the words that were exchanged between you?
No, I wish I could. That's a very good question. But you know, I would have met with him and had lunch with him, as I always did. He would come down on his stair lift because he couldn't go up and down stairs, and you know, they'd have a wheelchair waiting for him downstairs that he could be wheeled over to the table, and we would have our lunch. But I don't really, that actual conversation doesn't stand out. What I said to him on his hospital bed the night before he passed away, I remember very clearly.
Sure. Now, you've just mentioned what I was going to state for my next question. Now, I understand that the night before Mr. Lack passed away, you made a promise to him, as you explained, quote, "My devotion to Richard Lack and his art was my motivation to complete the catalogue of his life's work. It also fulfills a promise I made to him just before he passed away," unquote. You weren't sure if he had heard you when you made this promise, but as you mentioned in the catalogue, quote, "that didn't matter," unquote. This promise was that you would finish the catalogue and would ensure it was published. Is that correct?
Well, yes, exactly. And naturally, when I was there with him, I held his hand and I talked to him about what he meant to me and expressed all of my feelings, you know, of what we experienced and what we did together over the years. And then the last thing I told him is that I promised him I would finish his catalog and I would do whatever I could to make sure it got published. And with that, you know, the family had allowed me that time with him because they were there naturally. They had gathered because it was evident that the doctors told him that he was going to pass away any time. So I really appreciate the fact that they let me have that time with him, and that's what I said, and then it became a reality. You know, working on the catalog after that, there were times, especially as I got much farther along, there were times when I could actually feel Richard's presence, that he
Wow.
was there encouraging me and at times kind of speaking to me in some way. You know, I would, like, for example, there was a time when I was laying out the catalog and there was a page that was giving me difficulty of getting everything in and to fit properly. And I actually entertained the idea of cutting out some copy of the description of the work or a description of the biography of the person that owned it or whatever. And I heard Richard Lack, literally heard his voice say, "If you're going to do it right." So don't cut corners.
Sure.
So, I mean, things like that I experienced with him. And I found out that a lot of his students, they all experience that when they're working. They hear Richard Lack reminding them, you know, to make sure they do this or don't do that, and, you know, watch how they're mixing and other things, you know, that they just hear him kind of encouraging them or correcting them over their shoulder.
That's very beautiful. Now, Mr. Lack passed away on Tuesday, the 22nd of December 2009, due to complications with pneumonia. He was 81 years old. Would you care to comment on how Mr. Lack's death affected the lives of those who were closest to him?
Well, a deep loss. And I think even those artists that weren't necessarily as close in terms of, you know, meeting with him on a regular basis, like I did, and that a few others did. Most of the artists would meet with him from time to time, and they later told me that they wished that they had spent more time with him, as I had, because of, you know, they realized now he's gone, and there could have been questions that they could have asked or things that they would have talked about that it would have been wonderful to have shared with him, and vice versa, he with them. So I know there's a great sense of loss, and that this was the end of an era, really, because he was so close to Gamble and to the artists and the traditions that preceded him, and did so much to resurrect a lot of those traditions and processes and procedures in teaching and in painting that could never be replicated by anyone else, probably. And so that what he left was a legacy, you know, for them to carry on with. And Richard's legacy, besides his work, which is of course important, his greatest legacy in many ways will be his students and what do they accomplish going forward, and who among them are continuing to teach. And some of them are, so a few. So that means the tradition will continue forward.
Sure. You were noted in saying, quote, "I have learnt much from Mr. Lack, and he became a dear friend whom I sorely miss," unquote. What are some of the things that you learnt from him that you have carried with you until this day?
Well, I thought about this, and I thought it came down to really three different items that I think would be something that, in knowing him, really impressed me. First is be true to yourself, and
Sure.
then do what you know is right. And the last is, like the pursuit of art, pursuing any goal can become a cruel mistress. So allow time for enjoying all that life has to offer, especially families and your family and friends.
That's great advice. Now, Gary, if there was, I mean, considering your lunches with Mr. Lack, from my perspective, you were perhaps one of his students. Again, a student, not as a painter, but one of his students that was perhaps most closest to him. Would you agree in saying that?
Well, yeah, I guess I am. And at the time, I felt I had a great privilege of spending time with him. But because we were so close, I was seeing a friend. You know, so in some ways it was that simple. But then and also in that way, he was a very special friend, and I've always will and always do cherish my time with him.
Sure, sure. And I imagine that those lunches that you would have had with Mr. Lax throughout your life, would have been very special moments. And let me ask you this, Gary, if there was some way that you could have one final lunch with Mr. Lack, what do you think you would share with him, or what do you think you would tell him?
Well, I would share with him, that he has a legacy to be proud of, and that what he did and what he and I did, and along with his students that were involved in the American Society of Classical Realism, what we all collectively did, has resulted now in an international art movement. And I mean, at the time we were doing this, we didn't have no idea or concept this was going to result in a movement. I guess in the back of our minds, we always felt that there probably could be, because of how important this tradition was and is, to the world of art and our culture. And we did see in the beginning, and so I would be discussing all of this. We did see, I would remind him of how in some of our earlier lunches, would be talking about commentary in the New York Times and other publications that commented on art and the culture of how we were seeing things changing. Like, for example, we noticed that even with the rise of technology and all that that forebode, and how could that affect traditional art and painting, was how many, there was a studies done that demonstrated that numerous people were interested in buying handmade products,
Mm,
and that they really preferred seeing craftsmanship over mass manufacturing. And so we saw that as, well, here's another reaction as an opposing, or as a balance against technology, is an interest in craftsmanship. Well, that naturally would, traditional painting, this tradition of the old masters, would certainly go hand in hand with that. And we began to see some inkling of that over time, in the early years, especially with artists on how well they were doing at making a living. Richard was very proud of the fact that many of his artists were working full time, and paying their way. They didn't have to hold another job. Where early on, many of the artists were working two jobs. I mean, they were an artist during the day, and they were working as a security guard or as a janitor at night to make
mm,
ends meet.
mm.
So that changed over time. So, then hearing about schools opening up around the country, and then hearing about schools opening up in different countries. First, obviously, it would be in Europe, and then eventually hearing about yourself and the artists that are in Australia.
Mm.
It's been very encouraging, to see what has transpired, and how it would come up in some of our lunch discussions came to be a part of the nuts and bolts of the growth of the tradition, the classical realism movement.
Sure, sure. Now, shortly after Mr. Lack's death, owner of Gandhi Gallery, Richard Gandhi, organized a memorial. Or I believe he didn't organize it, but he done some documentation of the memorial. Uh,
Yeah.
and regarding the actual memorial itself, are you able just to recollect some of your memories of that memorial and what took place there? Because I understand a lot of Mr. Lack's past students did make speeches.
Well, just a few of us, actually, but a lot of people were there. A lot of his students were there, and their spouses, and some people. And like Mr. Gandhi, Richard Gandhi, he came and attended, and he filmed it. He documented it all. The memorial was put on by the family. It was in lieu of a funeral, because he was cremated, and they didn't want to have a funeral. They wanted to have a memorial to honor Richard, and they had a table of different things of Richard's that represented many different aspects of his life, like the violin that he owned, the masks that he included in some of his imaginative paintings. He had masks that would be floating in the air, representing different aspects of the dreamlike state, and his brush and his palette and some of his paints and so on. So, and a few of us were asked, to speak. Annette Lesueur spoke first. And Steve Jurtson actually did the introduction. He spoke first, and then Annette Lesueur spoke next, and then I spoke last.
Mm-hmm.
And each of us had it like something in writing, something we wrote down, and that we used. And then after I spoke, we had like a moment of silence. I think everybody, and when I was practically in tears, and I think some of the other people were as well. It was a very emotional speech for me. It was also very difficult for Annette to talk about Richard. She felt so loved him so dearly.
Yes.
So it was very hard for all of us. But then we were able to just have a nice social hour afterwards. So it was a very wonderful experience, and I'm glad that Richard Gandy was able to record it. He's still very active, supporting and representing some of the artists and selling their work.
Sure. And Gandy Gallery is still running today, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Sure. Now, Gary, when you look around and see how popular traditional painting has become in our times, do you ever consider what Mr. Lack would have thought of it all?
He would, I think, be very pleased with how many artists have mastered their craft and have gone to school in their own way to emulate the masters, the old masters, and have begun to create their own approaches and their ways of painting that is based on nature. And he would be very complimentary of that. The fact that they don't have the same traditional background, with the learning methods directly as he has, and that he's passed along to his students, wouldn't be of as much of importance as to how the quality of the workmanship and the quality of the work that's completed. He would judge the artist's work based on the work that they produced. So I think he'd be very pleased and very happy to see how so much of this now is spread throughout the United States and the world, where it's like I was describing earlier, this concept of what can counterbalance or be a balance to the electronic world that we live in, the digital world and so on, and that digital photography and so on. That hasn't replaced good quality painting. In fact, painting now, in traditional painting, whether it be in the manner of the old masters, it be daily life as contemporary as today, whether it's wildlife work or Western art or whatever it is, it's really just exploded. There are more traditional artists today than there ever have been in this country. And at any time in its history, I would say it'd be pretty safe to say. And it certainly now outnumbers the modernists or the avant-garde artists that are still working.
Sure.
I think the avant-garde is going to still maybe have some life left in it in pockets in different parts of the world for people that really continue to admire it and want to support it. But for the most part, I think it's on its way out.
Interesting. That's an interesting observation. Now, Gary, if I can ask you, what is one work of Mr. Lack's, one of his paintings, that deeply resonates with you? So that is to say, what is your favorite work of Mr. Lack's?
Well, that's a tall order, but I've thought of it because other people have asked me about it. And excuse me, of his outdoor genre painting, because I really admire that a lot, or the figure in the natural setting, would be Jet Trails, which he painted very early in the 1960s. It's an incredible painting, and I wish I could possess it. Of his imaginative works, I would say that The Day of Wrath speaks to me a great deal, but a number of his other imaginative paintings do as well. It's almost hard for me to be able to pick one over the other. Of his studies, the study that he did of the baby Jesus for the Nativity painting that he did is so harmonious with a Rubens like drawing that it's to me it's a masterpiece of drawing, and it really does echo the work and the manner of doing a drawing like that as a study from Rubens. It's incredible. So he's got some still lifes that I admire. his florals are to die for. So it's almost, like I said, it's almost hard to pick just one.
Mm.
But I would say, you could take the outdoor figure that I really admire the most, and the imaginative work that I admire the most is probably the two.
Sure, sure. Now, in your own opinion as well, Gary, when you look around and see how widespread the tradition has become, how do you feel the tradition has changed since the early days of the American Society of Classical Realism?
Well, the classical realism tradition, or this is the tradition of traditional painting in general.
Well, we can say traditional painting in general.
Um, well, it's become much more robust, and artists are are finding are painting um, more contemporary subjects, in wonderful ways and in wonderful manners, as well as painting the natural world in wonderful ways and in wonderful manners. And I love the work that's being done out in California by the California art or the California um, Impressionists, the
Sure.
members of the California Art Club were represented by that. Some wonderful like seascapes and other paintings that they're doing, and um, I think it's maturing in a lot of different ways. It's coming out of from being what probably was kind of the remnants that lasted from what the modernist kind of takeover of the art culture in this country and in Europe and so on. This country would be the wildlife painters and Western artists.
Mm.
Wildlife painters and the Western artists still painted traditionally, painted from nature as they could. A lot of wildlife artists painted from photographs, but others were very good at painting from nature as well. Not that many, just but a few. So, but that from just that little string of life left in traditional painting to what it's become now, including with I think the contributions that Richard Lack made and the publication being seen and by so many people that inspired them to pursue traditional painting and also coming to Minneapolis to attend the schools here. And now, I think it's gotten to be very robust and very encouraging and very lively. The work that you see and that you can have access to is very delightful. Yeah.
Sure. And how do you think Mr. Lack's legacy can continue to be kept alive?
Well, it's being kept alive by his students and the students of his students who are adhering to the traditional the traditions of classical art and classical realism itself. Painting, with the grounded in the traditions of the École de Beaux Arts and the structure of the École de Beaux Arts, painting and drawing, combined with the Boston School of Light and painting light and atmosphere. That's the real guts of what classical realism is about. So that aspect of classical realism is being kept alive directly by those students who are continuing to move that forward. And then there are others who call themselves classical realists there are many that are doing very wonderful work, and I have no objection to them using the term. The only objection I would have is, some artists that are using it that I think they are hoping that they can ride on the shirt tails, so to speak, of classical realist art, quote unquote, or artists that don't quite have the skills, to match or to live up to what it should be. But the artists who are trying to paint and are painting with a real attention to their craft and drawing and painting accurately from nature, whether it's from the Boston School and the École de Beaux Arts tradition or what they've come up with on their own, or other artists who have been able to pass on their abilities and what they know and what they've learned over the years. It's all a part and a parcel of what's going to actually be the result of the tradition of the American Society of Classical Realism and what classical realism represents.
Sure. So currently in Minnesota, Gary, does the the community know? I mean, if you were to mention Richard Lack, is he a name that is known by members in the community? And if you say classical realism, are people familiar with that term and what it represents, and that it was actually born in Minnesota?
Oh yeah. In fact, I'll be in social situations where conversations come up about something related to classical realism about art, and then I'll mention that I spent a great deal of time getting to know and working with Richard Lack, and they go, "Oh, Richard Lack, yeah, we're aware of him," blah, and then they'll go on to talk about him. So it comes up not even necessarily in the halls of the art world. It comes up in just common everyday settings. Richard Lack has made quite a mark of himself in the Minnesota area, but especially Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Sure. And I know that you're actively participating in keeping Mr. Lack's legacy alive, obviously through publishing the catalog Resonate. But you mentioned that there are several books that you're currently working on, Gary. And I just want to ask if you'd like to perhaps give a bit more information as to those books. You mentioned there's one on Mr. Lack's imaginative paintings that you're working on.
Yes, yes. Now, the reason why I'm working on that is because that was one of the books he wanted to have written, going back to when I first found out that he had some additional books he wanted to have published. It was when I read the overleaf on his biography, where he said that his biography, and it's an abridged version of his biography now, but his biography was the first of 3 books. And I asked him the other 2. And he said the first one he described was he wanted to have a book devoted to his imaginative paintings and all their studies. And then I asked him, what's the third one? And he said the catalog. Well, I picked the catalog first, and I'm glad that I did, because I was able to start on it while he was still alive and finish it not too long after he passed away, fortunately, because it was a hard book to work on, and required not only things that I could recall of discussing with Richard, but also Catherine Lack was still very much alive as she is today, and would be able to contribute to pulling it together. But the last book then is the imaginative paintings, the book on that. And I've already started that. I've roughed it in. I got an interview with Richard Lack by Peter Bougie when he was the editor of Classical Realism Journal that I'm including with it. And there's more that I'm going to include with it as well.
Now, is this book that you're working on, is it large format, similar to the catalog Resonate?
It's going to be, the page size is going to be a normal page size, like an 8.5 by 11, just to keep it affordable and easier to work with. But it's going to have gatefolds in it. Now, I might make it a larger size if I can find out if it can be cost effective to do it. But the gatefolds, there are some pages that when you open up both gatefolds, they'll be 4 pages wide.
Okay, all right.
And others will be like maybe 3 pages. It all depends on the amount of work that I'm trying to get shown there. And the gatefolds will include the imaginative works and all of their studies grouped together, and the concepts and all of that grouped together. Then subsequently, I'm going to be able to then in the rest of the book go full page size with all of his imaginative paintings and all of the studies.
Okay.
So the studies and the concepts and all that will be blown up and be of a much larger size. Not that every one will be full page. Some it wouldn't be worth necessarily making them that large, but others, so that people can really study like the studies and how they look. I'm going to make those available full size. The imaginative paintings will probably already be full size on the gatefolds, but I'll certainly have a reference to the imaginative paintings. The studies are forward noted in some fashion.
Sure.
And then have a couple of essays, provided that relates to the imaginative work. I'm going to corral Steve Jurtson one more time to write about Richard's imaginative painting from
That's fantastic. Great. Now, in conclusion, I would like to read from an article that featured in the final issue of the Classical Realism newsletter, issue 18, winter 2006. The following was written by yourself under the subheading, saying goodbye is hard to do. Quote, "It's difficult to let go of a dream. It's difficult to admit failure. However, I have no regrets having made the attempt, except for not achieving everything I had set out to do. In many ways, creating this organization was similar to the life of a painter. Every painter has dreams of success. More often than not, those dreams are tempered by reality. The realization that the artist's true value is not recognized until after his death. Richard often said that America was becoming a cultural wasteland, in that the painter's craft and those who devoted their life to mastering it were not appreciated enough. Certainly, there are those individuals who do support the arts and are collectors, but the collective society today no longer seems to truly understand and appreciate what a painter has to offer." He shared this story with me as an example. Richard went to tour the art capitals of Europe on a scholarship in the early 1950s after his studies with Gammel. While in Florence, he stayed at a small hotel, more like a boarding house, where everyone gathered for dinner at the same time. His focus at the time was doing small studies of the masterpieces of this amazing city. While he kept many of these studies, he also threw many away in the wastebasket in his room. The chambermaid came across them and recognized them for what they were and the obvious talent it represented, gave them to the mistress of the establishment. Later that evening, when they were having dinner, she stood up and said, "I have an important announcement to make." Holding up the drawings and passing them around the table, she went on to say, "It would appear that we have amongst us a very distinguished guest, an artist." And with that introduction, she asked him, Mr. Lack, to stand up, and Richard said that everybody applauded and complimented his work. He never felt more appreciated and recognized by a group of strangers, the collective society of that time and place. The spontaneity of it all and the admiration he received made a profound impact on Richard. To this day, he states that this represents the high point of his career. As he points out, a painter in this country, then or now, would never find himself or herself having a similar experience. Upon his return to the United States, with the Statue of Liberty and the skyline of New York in front of him, he wondered to himself why he was returning. Why leave a Garden of Eden to come back to a cultural wasteland? All I can say is that I'm glad he did, and that I know there are many who are glad he did as well. Richard made a significant, though often unrecognized, impact on this cultural wasteland. I like to think that the American Society of Classical Realism did as well. Gary Christensen, co-founder of the American Society of Classical Realism. And that's a lovely passage there, Gary, and really it gets us to see what one of the moments of Mr. Lack's life, which where he really felt respected and he really felt accepted. And it's interesting that it came from foreigners as well, not necessarily from his own country. And in stating that, would you like to add anything else, or perhaps your own opinion of what I have just read?
Well, yes, I would. And I had some time to kind of think over this question as well. And this is what I've written down. Richard Lack, his wife Catherine, and his students that I came to know, work with, and to call my friends, exceeded my wildest dreams. It fulfilled my own pursuit of art and answered the question I had as a little boy. Did the French Impressionists know they were part of a movement? And did they refer to themselves using that term? The answer to both of these questions is no. Lack and his students knew they were a continuation of an important tradition, but until recently, they never thought of it in terms of a movement. They also didn't like to refer to themselves as classical realists. They didn't want their work to be pigeonholed. However, they knew the broad public needed a label they could use to refer to them and their work. And this includes Richard Lack. He didn't want to come up with a term, but he felt the need to do so for that very reason. So I found that really interesting. You know, the artists, they just focused on their work and hopefully finding people who would buy it and collect it. And they found that many of them were successful at that. And they wanted the work to speak for itself. They weren't concerned about it being a movement and at all. And they didn't necessarily want to call themselves a classical realist. They preferred that they didn't have to call themselves anything other than an artist that painted beautiful paintings, in that simplistic way of putting it. But they knew, or they came to realize that the public needed a label.
Sure. Now, Gary, before we finalize the interview, is there anything else you would like to mention or perhaps revisit before we end?
Well, yeah, because I did add a couple of other things kind of along the same vein.
Please do.
Yeah. So for myself personally, my own pursuit of learning how to paint in the manner of the old masters, I sacrificed that when I realized there was a need for me, or a need for an organization to promote what was going on with these artists, and what Richard was doing, and that I was the one, because I came up with the feeling of the need was to create this organization, the American Society of Classical Realism, that the world needed to know about this. That was my impetus for doing this in the first place, and that drive to and feeling the need that the world needed to know about this superseded my own personal desire and need to actually learn how to paint. Now, I did take some evening classes, not that many. It was for maybe 3 years or so. And I paint some on my own for my own pleasure, and I paint some decent still lifes. In fact, I'm proud to say that one of my still lifes I took to show Richard. And this was after I'd shown him a couple of others that I've done as a student. And I brought this still life in to show him, and he looked at it and he said, "So did you do this as a student?" I go, "No, this one I did on my own." And he looked up at me with a twinkle in his eye and smiled. And he said, "If I'd gotten a hold of you when you were 18, I could have made you into a very fine painter."
That's incredible.
Yeah, that was a very heartwarming thing for him to say. And it was just enough to know that he saw that I had the capability to have achieved that, that I didn't need to do it. That took the place of doing it. It was knowing that he believed I could have achieved it.
Sure.
And then last, I'd like to say that I'm proud that my work, along with the artists, creating the American Society of Classical Realism, and the work I performed to promote their works, achieved what it did, even though my achievements in relation to their works and achievements may only be a footnote in art history. I'm very pleased at the thought that this is even a possibility.
That's lovely. And let me say, Gary, as well, how appreciative I am for what you've done. I mean, co-founding the American Society of Classical Realism and what it stood for. I mean, it was the original publication, original society of the actual classical realist movement. I mean, it was the first publication that really documented the artists and got a lot of the information out there. Without it, a lot of people would have been none the wiser when it came to understanding more about the tradition, more about the artist, and what you and your circle were essentially trying to do. That is to revive a somewhat anachronistic form of creating fine drawing and painting. So realistically speaking, if it wasn't for what you had done and all that you had sacrificed in regards to working on the publication and the essays and promoting the artists and the techniques and such, perhaps at this point in our day, when we look around and we see how widespread traditional realism has become, that may not have been the case if it wasn't for you and for your circle. So I wanted to just say thank you very much for all that you have done. And when I look at the American Society of Classical Realism, I mean, you really get a sense of how genuine that period of time was when you guys were really doing this out of a labor of love. So again, Gary, thank you very much for your own efforts.
Well, you're very, very kind. And I've appreciated the interest you've shown in reaching out to me, and also how well and how thoroughly you've come to embrace the history of the American Society of Classical Realism and the artists and their achievements. You are a very in-tuned and informed interviewer, and I'm actually very impressed by the questions you've come up to ask me. So very well done to you, sir, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Gary. I really appreciate that, and that means a lot to me, to especially coming from you. One of Mr. Lack's closest colleagues. I really appreciate that, and I really wish I could have met Mr. Lack during his lifetime, but unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to. But the closest that I can come is, of course, speaking with some of his former students, and I've really appreciated all the information that you've actually shared with me throughout this interview and in our on other communications as well. And before we finish, I just want to say, would you like to state your contact details so that listeners may reach out to you or get in touch with you?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. My email address is my name, Gary, Gary, dot Christensen, Christensen, at Frontier, Frontier, net. So it's Gary.Christensen at frontiernet.net.
Sure. Do you have a website at all, Gary, yourself?
No, I don't. I did when I was as a commercial artist, and I kept it up for a number of years into my retirement. But I've taken it down because I'm not pursuing acquiring any more freelance work.
Sure. Well, Gary, my best of luck to you as you continue to work on the next publication of Mr. Lack's imaginative works, and congratulations on the Catalogue Racinet. That was a groundbreaking publication, and I know a lot of the artists that I've spoken to are very thankful that Racinet was made public. So thank you very much, and I'm sure that Mr. Lack will be looking down and being very proud of what you have done in pursuing and continuing his legacy. So thank you once again, Gary.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you again too, Emilio. Have a wonderful future.
You too. Take care now, and I'll speak to you hopefully again sometime. Bye bye now, Gary.
Okay. Bye bye.